games videos as if they are conducting sorties. Their Twitter account was flagged for this about 5 days ago. So you can understand that they can go to any extent for propaganda, and that too false. They have not done anything except for brazen ceasefire violations. There is an escalation of artillery fire along the line of control. That's what's happening. There are certain sectors which have now become active, including Poonch and also Uri. But beyond that, there has not been anything. So please trust CNN News 18 to put out and give you correct, proper, verified information. All that's doing the rounds. Please don't succumb to that kind of,
We can
false
also
propaganda.
go across to Akash,
Exactly,
I think, our defense reporter who's joining us. Akash, what are you hearing in terms of these multiple ceasefire violations along the LOC?
Zaka, I was mentioning it earlier that, till now artillery was not being used, but after this attack, Pakistan is using heavy artillery. In fact, I'm learning about, several sort of violations in Uri, in Kupwara, and in Rajouri and Poonch of Jammu, and also in Mendhar sector, where we have one casualty as well, one civilian casualty. We have several forward villages there ahead of AIOS, and, these are very much within the territory where, the artillery can come. And this is the reason why we have bunkers created at several places. I have shown, these bunkers in my report earlier in the day yesterday. And, in fact, these civilians have been asked, are in fact going towards these bunkers because heavy firing is coming from the other side, and Indian Army is actually retaliating, in a similar manner, Zaka.
So this time they should not only silence their guns, Zaka. I have Nitin Gokhale and Admiral Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor are with us, still with us. Should we now not just respond to their guns but to push them back? Should we, any kind of escalatory move by the Pakistanis, should we use that as a reason to try and perhaps punish them punitively beyond just targeting terror camps? Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, do we believe that Bharat should have the right to exercise further, punitive action against the Pakistanis? And this is Operation Sindoor. This time they singled out Hindus, Hindu male, and gunned them down. Unarmed civilians were targeted. So should Bharat show so much restraint, or any false step by the Pakistanis, should we use that to perhaps go up a little more on the escalatory ladder and make it far more punitive?
Yes.
Charge them acreage.
Yes, it all would have been planned. The last 2 weeks, the hectic meetings which you all have been covering are discussing all this, what we are just mentioning. In geopolitics, 180 countries out of 193 were contacted by our foreign ministry. I was with Mr. Deepak Vora yesterday, and we had a detailed discussion on how diplomacy, and I've been covering in all the channels. If you remember, after 2019 attack, our attack in Balakot, the briefing was not done by the Ministry of Defense or the Defense Minister or the Defense Secretary or the Armed Forces. The briefing after Balakot was done by the Foreign Secretary. The Prime Minister cut short his visit to Saudi Arabia after Pahalgam. Who received him at the airport? It was the Foreign Secretary. Who briefed the Prime Minister on return? The Foreign Secretary. Who has been huddled in this whole meeting? The Foreign Secretary and the diplomacy. So India's main approach, in my appreciation, is that you have to take the international community along. Because in today's intertwined world, the supply chains, the pluses and minuses of everything has a diplomatic fallout. So the call which the NSA has just made, you only just covered after this attack to the US counterpart, indicates that we are explaining our position and we are ready in all aspects, because Pakistan is used to throwing up the fake narrative. And like you rightly mentioned, don't fall for anything coming from across. Don't, just go in that we have shot down their 2 Rafales and we have struck so place. This has been going on. And all the 3 wars which India has won, as per their narrative, to the Pakistani masses and their people, the armed forces are always said.
Marshal, just give me one moment. I want to go back to Nitin as well. The fact that India is hit amongst these 9 sites, Bahawalpur, which is the headquarters of the Jaish, deep inside Pakistan, and Muridke, the headquarters of the Lashkar. And these are 2 organizations that have carried out multiple terror attacks inside India, from 26/11 to Uri to Pulwama. How and why is that important, Nitin?
Well, like I said, these are the 2 terrorist organizations that have been in India's crosshairs for quite some time. The Mumbai attack was carried out by the Lashkar-e-Toiba. The Jaish-e-Mohammed has been behind so many attacks in India, prominent and otherwise. And the Pahalgam attack was clearly a Pakistani army-sponsored, supported attack by the Lashkar-e-Toiba. Former SSG soldiers were involved there. And it was very well conceived because it wanted to create communal divide in India, which they did not succeed. And therefore, it was important to hit those two headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Toiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. Let me remind you, Zaka, in 2008, post the Mumbai attack, the then Air Chief Marshal Fali Major had offered to do exactly this. And in fact, former NSA Shiv Shankar Menon in his book Choices has confirmed that offer was made and Air Force was ready to strike even then without any collateral damage to the civilian population there. But that option was rejected. It was not selected for various reasons that have been mentioned by people in power that time. And both Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, also that time ex-Prime Minister, has mentioned it. So I would think this was waiting to happen. The patience levels of India had actually sort of been breached, and it needed to show that Indian armed forces can strike, do a precision strike on these terror headquarters, which actually needed to be shown to the world too, that these are the terror fountainheads and they must be hit.
All right. Anand.
Well, let's try and understand. And 5 locations, that's what the Pakistanis claim, 9 sites. Nine sites. So these 9 sites, where are they? They're spread across the POJK region and then into Pak Punjab, and this is all neighboring on the other side. This is all Pak Punjab. So Bahawalpur is the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters, and they have about 18 acres of space, which is training and radicalizing and indoctrinating youngsters, and this is training jihadis. So this is the hub of the Jaish. So this has been targeted. Then further up is Muridke. So Muridke, and in this region is where the Lashkar-e-Taiba and they have their headquarters. Jamaat-ud-Dawa, Lashkar-e-Taiba, their headquarters are in this region, Muridke, Faisalabad, this region. And then you have the Kotli, Muzaffarabad, Mirpur. This is in the POJK region, where you have training camps and again seminaries and terror tanzeems operating. So there are not just Lashkar and Lashkar Jamaat-ud-Dawa or the Lashkar JUD group that is here and Jaish, but all this cadre, when they move, when they want to make their incursions or infiltrate, they move up to here and into this. Now, the entire jihad conglomeration or conference which happens in this region. This is Muzaffarabad. Muzaffarabad used to be an integral part of Bharat and the Riyasat of Jammu and Kashmir in the past, of Kashmir in the past. But now this was cleaned out. This was Muzaffarabad. There's another place where there was a huge ethnic cleansing of Hindus which happened. This is Operation Sindoor. Hindus had been about 100 years ago, in fact 70 to 80 years ago, there was a massive cleansing, ethnic cleansing, and post-partition also around that time also Muzaffarabad, nearly about 30 to 40,000 Hindus were cleaned out from this area. Now, this is where the entire jihadi tanzeems come here and meet almost once or twice, once every year or once in 2 years. They have been meeting. 300 jihadi tanzeems come and meet here in Muzaffarabad. And that's where again there is a huge trip across this also. So that's the 5th location, but 9 different sites because they are located at different points. This is the biggest one, Azaka, Muridke and Bahawalpur. These are the biggest ones because this is right at the heart, and some of the biggest army installations are placed not so far from Bahawalpur and Muridke. There is actually a SAMS placement or a surface-to-air missile placement near Bahawalpur, just about 4 kilometers away from this entire 18-acre terror hub of the Jaish.
We have one more confirmation now by way of sources to CNN News 18 that this was a joint operation by the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army. Also, the United Nations Secretary General spokesperson has called for maximum military restraint from both India and Pakistan. So we have both of these confirmations. I don't know if Akash is still there with us. If Akash is there, then we could ask him about this joint operation between the armed forces, that is both the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force. So both the wings of the tri-services were used. Air Marshal Kapoor is still with us. Air Marshal, What do you make of that? The government has now confirmed that this was a joint operation both by the Indian Air Force and by the Indian Army.
Yeah, I was telling you, the clarity is not there as yet. We have used missiles, we have used standoff weapons, we have gone across with our aeroplanes. Was it close to the IB, a special ops by our special forces? The clarity is not there, and it will not be there because these things are never put across. The broad statement says that we have hit 9 targets. The modalities and the way it has been done will come in due time.
Okay.
But needless to say, we have begun and we would be prepared in all aspects for retaliatory attack.
All right, Anand, the
We've got a
retaliatory...
detailed statement, Zaka. This has been released by the Indian Embassy in Washington, D.C. First point they're saying, and this is confirmation of Operation Sindoor. So they're saying terrorists killed 26 civilians in Jammu and Kashmir on April 22nd. Point number 1, brutal and heinous attack. Second point, India has credible leads, technical inputs and testimony of survivors and other evidence pointing to clear involvement of Pak-backed terrorists in this attack. Third, it was expected that Pakistan would take action against terrorists and their infrastructure that supports them. Instead, during the fortnight that has gone by, Pakistan has indulged in denial and made allegations of false flag operations against India. Fourth point, India's precise actions have been focused and precise. They have been measured, responsible and designed to be non-escalatory in nature. No Pakistani civilian, economic or military targets have been hit. Only known terror camps were targeted. And the fifth point that they have tried to elucidate there, shortly after the strikes, NSA Shri Ajit Doval spoke with US NSA and Secretary of State Marco Rubio and briefed him on the actions taken. This is what they are saying, and a number of nations now. Zaka, this is something which you should also weigh in on along with Nitin and Air Marshal here, that we've spoken to multiple nations, US, UK, Saudi, UAE and Russia. Very, very important nations to be spoken with.
I think it's absolutely important, like I said, because of the time of night, the Western countries will get briefed first. The UK certainly has been briefed. UAE and Saudi Arabia are very, very crucial because these are key members of the GCC, the Gulf countries, the Gulf Cooperation Council. Russia has been briefed as well. Just a couple of days ago, the Prime Minister spoke. In fact, yesterday, the Prime Minister spoke with President Putin of Russia. So some of the major powers have been spoken to. The US has been briefed. The National Security Advisor has briefed his counterpart, the Secretary of State and the acting National Security Advisor, Secretary Rubio. Also, like I said, it's very important that India gets the support and gets on board the Gulf Cooperation Council members, Saudi Arabia and UAE, both of whom have been spoken to. And I think it's also pertinent to point out that Pahalgam happened when the Prime Minister was on an official visit to Saudi Arabia. He cut short his visit to Saudi Arabia, returned a day early. And Rahul Shivshankar is also here with us. Rahul Shivshankar, good morning. At 50 minutes past 3 o'clock, this is a huge moment for
Srinagar
India.
airport has been closed, so let's start with that update.
Yeah,
Yes,
there have
Rahul.
also been, of course, airports shut now in Pakistan. Two of the Pakistani airports.
All of
have been
Punjab is
shut,
in a
so-
state of emergency in Pakistan.
Absolutely.
They've shut
So-
down the schools, but here we've now shut the airport for even civilian traffic, Srinagar airport. today.
Absolutely restrained. India has been very focused. We always said that we were going to be targeting those that hit us, those that are plotting against us, and those that executed Pahalgam. There's a statement that has been now put out by the Indian Embassy saying that we prepared a dossier. Indian Embassy in America, that is, they've prepared a dossier. In fact, if you just look at this statement, let me just go through it. Terrorists killed 26 civilians in Jammu and Kashmir on April 22nd in a brutal and heinous attack. India's credible leads, technical inputs, testimony of the survivors and other evidence pointing towards the clear involvement of Pakistan-based terrorists in this attack. It was expected that Pakistan would take action against terrorists and the infrastructure that supports them. Instead, during the fortnight that has gone by, Pakistan has indulged in denial and made allegations of false flag operations against India. India's actions have been focused and precise. This is very important.
Yeah.
Focused and precise. They were measured, responsible and designed to be non-escalatory in nature.
Yeah.
No Pakistani civilian, economic or military targets have been hit. Only known terror camps were targeted. And of course, the news that the NSA, Ajit Doval spoke with US NSA and Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Remember, the US just lost their NSA. Trump removed him from office. So obviously now you have the
But what does that mean, Rahul? The fact that they're underlining in all statements that have been put out by the government that no military targets were hit and neither was any civilian target hit, and these are non-escalatory. What does that mean?
Okay, so there are three things here. First, obviously the need was for obviously imposing some amount of deterrence. Number two, the action should be visible. And many people were saying that it should be beyond Indian territory. So it could not be in POK, it needed to be in proper Pakistan. So we've chosen Punjab, which is the hub of the military terror nexus. And the targets that we've picked are terror targets. Pakistan should not actually have a problem with them, given the fact that they call themselves victims of terrorism, especially Islamist terrorism. So if these strikes that you're seeing on your screens, on those 4 cameras that have been taken, I don't know if they're 4 different sites or if they're from the same one operation.
4 different sites.
Or 4 different sites.
4 different sites.
Well, this is a clear attack against those that violated Indian territorial integrity, supposedly non-state actors, as Pakistan constantly says. So Pakistan should not have a problem, really, with us removing what they claim are also impediments.
Wait, this is what Shehbaz Sharif has just tweeted as of 3:51 a.m. This is the tweet that he said. He said, and the important part is that there is a response that is already underway. A resolute response is already underway. Entire nation stands united behind its armed forces. Our morale and resolve remain unshaken. But they are saying reserves absolute right to respond decisively to this unprovoked Indian attack. A resolute response is already underway. Now, what the Pakistanis will choose to do is up to them. But do we have then as an open, clear handle to go back and perhaps be far more punitive? The other thing is, Air Marshal, would you tell, and Nitin Gokhale, would you tell Bharat to take the civil defense mock drills very, very seriously? They no longer may be mock drills. So we have to be able to be ready for any kind of reprisal. And if Pakistan makes that mistake, then does that then give us further open handle to go up the escalatory ladder? Will we do that this time around, or will we also back off? Because every time when we back off, the enemy gets emboldened. Nitin Gokhale. Sanjeev Kapoor ji.
Yeah, we will have to take the step. There is absolutely no choice. Once the escalatory ladder begins to go up, the Indian Air Force and the services have their plans ready. And these are war gamed, and the contingencies are discussed at every level. So I'm sure
But you think the Pakistanis can afford an escalation, sir? Or is it just all of this is just showbazi, making all these tall claims? And can they really afford? Because they don't have the kind of money, resources, wherewithal to go intense into warfare or an escalated conflict with us. That's their current condition.
They are a professional armed force. When you see the hierarchy in the global order, they're quite high up. The Pakistani armed forces, whatever you may say, is termed as a professional military. Now, obviously, they have an image which they have built around themselves for their countrymen for the last 70 to 80 years. And they will obviously retaliate. They will retaliate because their own survival and existence is at stake. They cannot, in front of the masses.
News coming in that there's massive chaos in hospitals in Bahawalpur, in Pakistan. So clearly they've been caught completely flat-footed there.
No, I think the important thing is also that, look, India has very clearly said no military targets were hit. These are the visuals that are coming in from Pakistan. No civilians were hit. I think that needs to be underlined. No economic installations were hit. So India's aim was simply to hit the terror launchpads. And India has chosen not to escalate this any further. So provided if Pakistan chooses not to retaliate, then the matter ends here. But if Pakistan does retaliate, then of course India reserves the right to respond.
Who is the Pakistan
These are shots from Bahawalpur.
armed force going to hit now? I mean, we don't have terror camps that target Pakistan on our soil. So if this has to be a tit-for-tat response, it has to be an equal and opposite response. Then they would have to go only for terror targets in India, which we don't have.
Yeah.
So the Pakistanis would therefore be bending international law if they were to strike at our forces.
They will target military installations.
Yes,
They
so
will
if they
try
would
and
target our
target
forces,
military installations. They will try and
They
exact.
will escalate.
because-
I mean, that's the ladder of escalation.
Yeah, and they will. And when they do that, then that means that also internationally for us to go back and say, Zaka, that there is an open military backing to terror tanzeems. Now, training to be a jihadi is equal to a jihadi. Now, these are all jihadi establishments or jihadi camps, terror camps that under Operation Sindoor, Bharat has targeted. And what are these? What is 18 acres of land at the hand of Jaish-e-Mohammed in the heart of Punjab in Bahawalpur?
These pictures.
How can Pakistan justify
I think
that?
these pictures we should refer to these. These are from Bahawalpur. We are given to understand. You can see ambulances. You can see crowds. You can see some people carrying. I don't know if they are dead bodies or they are injured people. But these are pictures from outside a hospital in Bahawalpur.
So clearly,
I think the important thing to underline is going back to this press statement put out, and this is the first official statement from the Foreign Ministry of the Government of India, the External Affairs Ministry, the statement that was put out by the embassy in Washington, that the aim was not to target any civilian establishments. The attempt was not to target any economic installations, no military installations. It was simply terror launch pads. I think this could also be part of the psyops that the Pakistani establishment.
No, it's not even the psyops. The fact is that they don't look at their halat. They have no clue. The other thing is Pakistan now has to justify to the world how is it that proscribed terror organizations have 18-20 acres of land in the heart of Pakistan, Punjab, either in Muridke or in Bahawalpur. How are two of the most wanted terror tanzeems and their heads operating out of Pakistani soil, not so far from their military establishments? These are questions that Pakistan has to say. How is it that they have decided to put civilian life and other life in danger by harboring these terror camps right in the heart of civilian areas or right next to military installations? This is what the Pakistanis
And
need to
that's
answer.
why India has said non-escalatory in nature, because an escalation from them would mean that they would be striking our state, the Indian state, which would obviously mean that you have breached an understanding between two independent sovereign countries, that you don't go to war against each other, you don't attack each other. So obviously India has underlined, and therefore, Zaka, at every level, in every communication, if you notice, India has underlined this point. And if you remember, the Prime Minister, when he made his statements, he's always never mentioned the Pakistani state. He's never even mentioned the word Pakistan.
Yes,
he's only talked about those individuals who have attacked Pahalgam. We will avenge them. We will inflict visible, and he used words where he said unimaginable punishment. And look at these pictures and the chaos outside that hospital and the scores of ambulances. It shows that this has not been a strike out of the public eye.
I also want to go back to just the statement that was put out by the embassy there. So new information that's coming out, and India has not said this in the aftermath of Pahalgam. Point number 2, which it says India has credible leads, technical inputs, testimony of the survivors, and other evidence, all of which points towards the clear involvement of Pakistan-based terrorists in this attack. So this is again new information that the statement has put out. It was expected that Pakistan would take action against these terrorists and the infrastructure that supports them. Instead, during the fortnight that has gone by, Pakistan has indulged in denial and made allegations of false flag operations against India.
Well, the mouthpiece, China's mouthpiece, Global Times has said 3 killed and 14 injured. So that's the number that they are putting out on the other side. So the idea is to target installations, terror camps. The numbers, if we...
Actually, they are quoting the Pakistani media and the Pakistani authorities there.
So this is what they are quoting. But there are 9 sites that have been targeted.
General
9 sites.
General Sanjay Kulkarni is also joining us. General, good morning. Jai Hind to you. What a morning to join us at 4 a.m.
Jai Hind, Jai Hind.
Your first reaction,
Believe you me, it couldn't have been better. It couldn't have been better. Not for any other reason. 9 terror sites been hit so hard that Pakistan Prime Minister has to tweet that they have been hit. So as their DG ISPR has also said they have been hit, and they've been hit very hard. Of course, the retaliation by the Pakis have commenced along the LOC, where they have upgraded the firing from small arms to artillery. Notwithstanding that, there are massive casualties, and India has not just confined itself to the POK. India is also stuck in Bahawalpur, and that's deep into Punjab, and primarily the hideouts of Jaish-e-Mohammed. So none of the Pak military installations have been hit, and that's something we didn't want to escalate. But should Pakistan wish to do that, well, the choice is entirely there. The ball is in their court, and I'm sure Pakistan realizes it. And all these photographs that you're showing on the screen, all these images on the screen are probably from Pakistan, because they are the ones who have actually released to say that they've been hit. There's a total blackout there. The power stations have been hit at Muzaffarabad, which was a capital which was seen by me when I was at Tanga. So I know how Muzaffarabad would have been hit very badly.
General
so
Sir,
I'm glad they have been hit.
I just want to ask you, Jai Hind, first of all, and congratulations to all Indian armed forces, including the brave such as you who have served our country. You know this part of Pakistan very well. I just want to quickly ask you, sir, we've emphasized in every statement that this is a non-escalatory strike. What does that mean for the benefit of viewers? And what does that, what moral bind does that put Pakistan in?
See, we have always been stating very clearly, we've never ever said we want to strike Pakistan. We have said that we will hit the terror. We've been wanting to say that the source of terror has to be hit, eradicated, destroyed. And it is in that context we find that these 9 sites so selected, Kotli, Muzaffarabad, Bahawalpur, and I'm sure, I'm told the airspace of Lahore and Sialkot has also been, for the next 48 hours. The airspace
all of Pak Punjab airspace closed. Pak Punjab in an emergency.
In fact, if you go to Flight Radar 24 right now, there's not one flight over Pakistan. I just tweeted that a few minutes back.
So
absolutely, and indicative. When you say non-escalatory, primarily that we have not hit Pak military installations. This is to give a clear signal to Pakistan that we do not like this kind of terror which emanates from there. Being able to tell the world it is the terror locations which have been hit and not Pakistan.
General, we have now confirmation from the Pakistani media. I don't know if we can show this as per NBDA guidelines. We're not allowed to show Pakistani guests, but I guess we can show this. Pakistani media now confirming that the madrasa of Masood Azhar, the head of the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur, has been completely destroyed. I wish we can show these pictures, but Pakistani media are now carrying those pictures from this 18-acre campus, as Anand has been referring to it constantly, inside Bahawalpur. The main madrasa inside the Jaish headquarters in Bahawalpur has been destroyed, and it's been confirmed by Pakistani
we
media.
put it out here on CNN News 18. Manoj Kumar Gupta got us these details, in-depth details of this entire Bahawalpur establishment of the Jaish. They had spread to more than 18 acres of area where they were conducting seminaries, terror camps and all of this. So now big news coming through that there are 17 terrorists have been killed in Operation Sindoor. 17 terrorists. We have to now see if there are some key personnel, commanders, operational commanders also involved in this. 17 terrorists have now been killed in Operation Sindoor. Masood Azhar's madrasa has been completely destroyed. So clearly the Bahawalpur hub headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, which is spread over nearly 18 acres, has been totally wiped out. This is very, very big, right in the heart of Pak Punjab, and only about 4 kilometers away from this Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters in Bahawalpur is the Air Force base and a military installation, very strong military installation of the Pakistani armed forces. So not so far away, and they even had surface-to-air missiles installed there around Balakot and post that to try and safeguard Bahawalpur and this Jaish headquarters. And despite all of that, this has been totally smothered.
This Masood Azhar, while we don't know if he's one of the casualties, remember he was released.
Yeah.
IC 814. So this is comeuppance that goes back now 26 years.
In fact, another of the terrorists who had been released along with Masood Azhar has been responsible for working with and indoctrinating OGWs, and he is operating from Kotli. So that terror outfit, that terror tanzim was operating out of Kotli. So if you put out the map graphics that we put out, which are the strategic locations that have been targeted, all the places which are terror hubs, Muzaffarabad, Kotli, Muridke and Bahawalpur. These are all, and of course there is Mirpur, Muzaffarabad there, Kotli, so 4 and 5 locations, and then there are certain portions of Faisalabad also. This guy, Ajmal Kasab, came from this area of Muridke, not so far away from where Jamaat-ud Dawa was actually collecting money and also recruiting youngsters, criminals and youngsters, and indoctrinating them and sending and training them. So Lashkar points, Jaish's point. Jaish and in Muzaffarabad, Bahawalpur and Muzaffarabad, two big areas where not just training camps were there along with Muridke, but the Muzaffarabad was the first initial training camp from where they would move closer towards the LOC to smaller camps, and then further on the other side of the LOC into the Indian side on the windward side of the hills or the mountains where they would have their launching pads.
All right.
So we've not looked at the launch pads but the headquarters, the hubs itself.
Group Captain Agustin Vinod is also joining us. Jai Hind to you, Group Captain. What a morning this is, 7th of May 2025, Red Letter Day in India's history, military history certainly, and India's history. What are your first reactions? 9 sites have been hit, both in POK and in mainland Pakistan.
Good evening to all three of you. Anand, good to see you after a long time.
Yeah, good morning, sir. Very, very good morning. This is a fantastic morning.
Fantastic morning and fantastic evening for me. I am sitting right very close to DC. Been sitting here for nearly 10 days now. And, looking at what kind of actions that is going on. Even Trump has come out and said, I hope it stops soon. But coming to the most important aspect, Anand, is because the strike has been so strong and across the spectrum of the terrorist camps, I feel the potential for this to snowball into a full-blown war is very, very high. See, we have not gone against any of their military target. If they come at our military target, this is really, really going to, snowball into something like, Ukraine, Russia, or Palestine and Israel. So that is something I think the army should, the Pakistan army should refrain from. But the chatter that I'm hearing is that things are moving towards a full-blown war. Things are moving towards, that we are going to be stretching this discussion for maybe days to come or maybe months to come. Because today, Anand, remember, the short, sweet war kind of scenario is more or less over. It is war of attrition. Both the wars have shown it to us that it is going to be a war of attrition. If this continues like this for a while, I think it is not going to be good for Pakistan, certainly.
But Captain Vinod, one of the things that we were able to confirm late last evening was that Bharat is ready. Bharat has actually made the provisions. We have enough and more in our reserves. There are also budgets for emergency funds. There has been additional monies that have been written for defense expenditure based on what Pakistan chooses to do now. There are pictures now of other seminaries that are now being emptied. Look at the number who are fleeing and getting out, and they are all being emptied. These are other seminaries in Pakistan, other madrasas in Pakistan, which are now being emptied after the cleanup of Bahawalpur. And cleanup from Bahawalpur also.
There's more information coming again. This is by way of defense sources to CNN News 18. Precision strike weapon systems of all three forces, the Indian Army, the Navy and the Air Force, were used in the attacks, including loitering munitions. We can maybe ask Group Captain, what does a loitering munition mean? The coordinates for the attacks on these terrorist camps were provided by the intelligence agencies. These are both in Pakistan as well as in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. The attacks were carried out only from Indian soil. So I think that again is something that multiple statements are emphasizing, that the LOC was not crossed. These munitions were set off from the Indian side of the line of control. Why is that important, Group Captain?
Superb question. In fact, just the other day I was on your channel discussing very same thing. Today we have the long-range vectors where we don't have to cross. Spice 2000 with booster has about 180 kilometers of range. Scalp NG, which the Rafale carries, has 300 kilometers of range. And we have BrahMos, air launch BrahMos, surface launch BrahMos, again 300, 400 kilometers of range. And mind you, in the entire POK, or for that matter, the entire Pakistan, हमारे जासूस सब कोने में हैं. We exactly know when people are doing what. And we exactly know the window when we can attack them and where to attack them. And that is exactly what we have done. The problem is, Munir's trigger-happy attitude. If it goes against our forces, whether it is Srinagar, whether it is any of the bases, or whether it is army, then it is no holds bar. All three of you, I'm telling you this.
Right.
It's going to be a no holds bar. Maybe a couple of hours down the road, that this is what we are going to be discussing. That how this war is going to pan
Well,
out
as
and
of
which
now,
all
there is
area is
just
going to get affected.
how would you explain loitering munitions, Air Marshal? And I think General Kulkarni, if you can explain this to us, because this has been said that Army, Navy, and Air Force conducted precision strikes on terrorist camps in Pakistan and POK using advanced weapon systems, including loitering munitions. So, what are loitering munitions?
So it has a GPS which can take on to the targets where it is destined to. So it is not an ammunition which just goes and bangs and just goes anywhere. So loitering means it knows exactly where to hit, and having hit in the air, then it knows where to go and strike the target. So the precision targets with the loitering ammunition. So it is in a general area, but it knows where to go, and not just one. There could be even 10 of these ammunitions being shot from one end, and then you know where that ammunition would be able to strike. So these are all precision strikes carried out by the ammunition in that general area.
Well, the other thing is that kisne mara? Who did? Air Force, Army, Navy. So this time they're saying hum sabne mara. All of us were involved.
Yeah.
So that
has,
is what everybody is saying. So this is an armed forces
Yes,
strike. So
General,
there's no one arm of the armed forces at all. All of us were involved. Everybody was involved. That's what they have very clearly said.
General, very quickly to you, what munitions does Pakistan have, if any, if they were to conduct similar operations?
See, Pakistan also has similar ammunition. It's not because China is the one which is providing 80% of the inventory of Pakistan comes from China. So they do have, it isn't that they don't have, but notwithstanding that, we are prepared. I'm sure when we go in for these kind of attacks, everything is war game. We know the retaliation that may come, how much it would come, how much in tears that we have that we may be able to protect ourselves, the Pakistani Air Force is concerned. And we know exactly which all ports have to be blocked and what retaliation will come from Pakistan. And even the ground forces, they would know, the army would know exactly that yes, the LOC, which was so far for the last 12 to 13 days, confined itself only to small arm fire. There will be artillery shelling on the other end. And all of this we have not crossed the LOC. I'm told that the Pakistani Air Force is also flying. I don't know whether they have crossed the LOC. If they have crossed the LOC, then of course the thing. But I don't think it may not escalate into something very strong. The very fact it has been launched at about 1 o'clock in the night, all the targets would have been neutralized with what we had wanted. It is entirely up to Pakistan. But Pakistan doesn't have that capability to go beyond 4 days. So if it doesn't have the capability, it might well stop now rather than extend it. And then we found itself, in a catch-22 situation. It would not be able to come out. Nobody will be able to protect or defend Pakistan at that point of time.
But General, in this calculus, there is also one variable, which is that the person who started all of this is the Chief of Army Staff in Pakistan, Asim Munir, his comments that he made to the Pakistan overseas community. So, I mean, doesn't this now become a prestige issue for him?
No, see, he is the jihadi general, what you could rightly so Hafiz Munir rather than Asif Munir. Yes, he has started it. He would have also war game as to what. But sometimes it so happens they feel that India will not retaliate. They are also being told that, look, India is looking up the economic way and India would not want to slide down economically, and then again India will hit. But now that India has stuck so badly, I don't think Munir knew it. That is why he dispatched his family from Pakistan. Had he not known this was all known that India will retaliate and retaliate rather hard. But India has.
But General Saab, you will appreciate कि वो कुछ तो करेगा, because they are so desperate. And he has put all at stake. Asim Munir has put everything at stake when he espoused the two-nation theory and spewed that venom what he did. So after that, there is no going for them, and they are a bunch of crazies. Now, what they do as far as the escalatory ladder, somewhere are we ready for that kind of a response, for that reprisal, and our own further moving on that escalatory ladder. See, their job is to attack, and they are going to be vicious. But how are we going to tame them? Are we going to be? Are we very clear on that intent?
100%, Anand. That is why we started off with non-military targets. So the strike was a non-military target. Now it's for Pakistan. If Pakistan takes on Indian military targets, then they had it. Because then the retaliation will start. Then we'll know what my co-panelist is talking about from Washington, that it might just escalate. It is as long as it is non-military targets, probably you know
Akash
it
is
in
with
the next
us.
24 to 48 hours.
General Sahab, 30 seconds. We're just going straight across to Akash, who joins us with more details. Akash, what can you tell us?
Right. So Rahul, first of all, Anand was asking about loitering munitions. So it is something that has got the capability of a drone and a missile. And, India at this point in time has many indigenous loitering munitions. In fact, we have Nagastra, we have LS-50 and many others, though we still have no confirmation as to, what were the specifications as far as the platforms and weapons that were used in this particular attack. But we have been given to understand that it was a coordinated effort by, all three forces, Indian Army, Indian Air Force, and Indian Navy. And also we have been learning that these, strikes were deliberated and were decided with the intent of targeting top Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar leadership for their role in sponsoring terrorist activities here in India. Not just Pahalgam on 22nd of April, but we have seen in the past that how in 2023, they have carried out several sort of attacks south of Peer Panjal, in Rajouri and Poonch, 2024 as well, when an Air Force convoy was attacked back in January, and before 2023 and 2024 as well. These two groups have been, involved in the sort of attacks that we have seen in Jammu and Kashmir, and that's the reason why this attack was carried out. In fact, it has been categorically mentioned by, the Indian Embassy in Washington that Pakistan was given enough time to take action against those who were behind the, sort of attack that happened in, in India on 22nd of April, but nothing was done. And that's the reason why India, in fact...
How does this compare with what the statement that India put out when Balakot happened? That was a limited operation. It was only the Air Force, Mirage 2000s, I think, that were involved at that time. This time, the statement saying that all tri-services were involved. Yeah. Why that significant underlining?
The international community has, a lot to do with the sort of statement that has come out. Because we have seen, from past so many days, S. Jaishankar, Minister of External Affairs, and in fact, other ministers were in touch with, several sort of, foreign affairs ministers from across the globe. And we have been approaching, UNSC, in fact, the members of UNSC, permanent members as well as non-permanent members, and have been telling them as to, what we intend to do and why we intend to do that. And that's the reason why we are seeing this sort of statement where, India has made it very clear that we did not, violate any sort of border treaty or, any sort of international order. But
I think the statement also saying that all of these hits were taken from inside, from the Indian side of the line of control, is I think also underlining to the Pakistanis and to the international community, we're not violating the line of control.
Will these restore deterrence in Pakistan's mind? These strikes are significant, Anand. They are in proper Pakistan. Balakot also happened, but remember, Balakot happened off-grid in a sense.
See, common sense would say, given the nature of the enemy and the mindset from where they come, and Group Captain M.J. Vinod and General Kulkarni can weigh in on it, our armed forces or the Indian armed forces have actually targeted terror installations. It is a response and a war on terror that Bharat is waging. But for the Pakistanis and especially their army general and the ISI, this is a hit at their ego. It is a hit at their entire whole bluster and braggadocio.
And that's why you're hearing these manic statements coming from their leadership.
The enemy is vicious to the extent of singling out Hindus, unarmed Hindu civilians, and targeting them and trying to say, and then say, oh, we have not done it, some other person has done it, and to try and call it false flag, etc. But Operation Sindoor will now, is there going to be a retaliation? And now we've got more information coming through that the Prime Minister was personally monitoring the entire administration. Now Akash is further saying locations of the strikes were deliberated and decided with the intent of targeting top Jaish and Lashkar leadership for their role in sponsoring terrorist activities in India. So Group Captain Vinod, our focus as a nation is a war on terror. The government's focus is a war on terror. The armed forces have targeted terror strikes. But Pakistan has been waging a proxy war against us for a long time. So will there be two levels of responses, and is Bharat ready?
Good question, Anand. Just coming back to Zaka's original point of loitering munition, I thought let me put a little bit of light on that for the sake of our viewers. Loitering munition is much more than what you and I hear read about.
Right.
Loitering munition goes without a target.
Just 1 second,
It
Captain.
goes up in the
Captain,
air.
1 second. Sir. We've just got confirmation that Prime Minister Narendra Modi was personally monitoring Operation Sindoor. So PM was monitoring Operation Sindoor. So he was there, aware of what was going on and personally monitoring what was going on. So for some of the jibes that came at where is our Prime Minister and he's Gayab, etc., this is confirmation that he was right in the thick of it. And at the highest level of government, this Operation Sindoor was being monitored, it's been planned and it's also now been implemented. Yes, Group Captain Vinod.
Great point. So let me quickly finish about this loitering munition. Most of the loitering munition today has the capability to go up without any target. And once the target pops up, it keeps loitering. And once the target pops up, it will go and hit the target. Erstwhile loitering munitions were against the radars. Today, loitering munition can be against anything. Point number one. Point number two, and coming back to Anand, your point. When is the last time when we have seen the premier of a country, of our country, Prime Minister of our country in the ops room, monitoring operations like they do in US? I mean, in the US operations, you've seen many times Obama monitoring the operations, or even Junior Bush monitoring operations. Likewise, in India, this is the first time I think I have seen for the first time that Prime Minister is so much involved in monitoring the operations and also taking call as to what kind of targets to take. Very, very important. Muzaffarabad, I just came to know that the tolls have gone up to 30 to 31 people, which means big names and big people in Muzaffarabad must have gone. Same is in
Just give me a
Bahawalpur.
moment. I also want to go across
names.
to Aman Sharma, our political editor. So Prime Minister Modi monitoring these operations live. Aman, what more details do you have? All right.
This is an important development actually in the larger scheme of things, not just optically, but this does tell you that the Prime Minister is completely involved. And people who have been constantly critical of the Prime Minister perhaps will need to look back. I don't want to make this political at any level, but the fact of the matter is that the Prime Minister guiding this, you saw him on the first day itself. He returned from Saudi Arabia very, very quickly. He was on the first flight he was landing at 7 in the morning, held a meeting at the airport, came to his residence within an hour or two. He was already conferring with the inner core and the inner team, and by the evening he was chairing important meetings with the entire defense establishment.
Aman is also joining us. Aman, what more can you tell us? PM Modi was monitoring this live at 7 LKM.
Yes, Zaka, we can confirm that Prime Minister Narendra Modi was monitoring Operation Sindoor. He was very much in the thick of the things as the Indian Army, the Indian Air Force have conducted a joint coordinated strike inside 9 sites in Pakistan, especially targeting the terror headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Toiba. This strike is much, much bigger than Balakot. When one terror camp was targeted, now we have 9 sites, including the terror headquarters of the Jaish and the Lashkar. What we can confirm through top-level sources is that the Prime Minister was monitoring this operation. He had a busy day. Yesterday he was also at a media event later in the evening at 8 o'clock, but he was monitoring the operation, and he has had multiple meetings yesterday also where the entire operation was fine-tuned. Over the last 2 to 3 days, we saw him having separate meetings with the Air Force Chief, the Army Chief, and the Navy Chief. He also had multiple meetings with the NSA Ajit Doval, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, and the Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah. All this seems to be a very, very planned, coordinated
Do you know
operation.
who else was with him while this operation was underway and while he was monitoring it? Any idea?
Well, Rahul, those details we don't have yet, but we can confirm this much, that the Prime Minister was monitoring this operation. This has been the case earlier in the big surgical strikes carried out earlier also. But this time, I think because the strikes size and the strikes...
There's more. Payal Mehta has just now got more information. Aman, at this point, Payal Mehta has got more information where she's saying that 9 targets, all successful. Top sources have now confirmed this. Payal is with us on the phone line. Yes, Payal. So the government confirming that there were 9 targets and all have been successfully hit.
Anand, a very, very important development coming to the four top offices in the government have told us the Prime Minister was constantly monitoring the operation throughout the night. And the information that we have is that 9 targets were targeted by our armed forces and all are successful. That's the big official confirmation coming in from the highest offices in the government of India. In fact, even though Pakistan is trying to peddle in some lies and some, false information saying 5 targets, etc. But, undeniable sources have confirmed this to us. So big, relief coming in for all those people who are waiting for India to see when will they avenge their revenge. 14 days into that attack on the innocent civilians, India has avenged the revenge for Pahalgam.
There's also information coming in that Marco Rubio, the US NSA, has spoken with Asim Malik, who is the DGISI and currently the NSA of Pakistan as well. I guess, look, the Americans have always intervened to try and, calm down tempers. They did that in 2019 as well. Mike Pompeo has mentioned this in his book.
And in 1999.
Yeah, and of course in Kargil when...
But gents, also weigh in on this. How much will the fact that at 10:22 p.m. last evening, Bharat or America confirmed that Bharat has withdrawn all tariffs on US goods. Now that move happens and 3 hours later, the armed forces make these precision strikes at 9 important targets. So is this a whole of government approach, strategic maneuver, which says, all right, I'm going to take action. I'm also going to work with you economically. I'm signing an FTA with the UK. So in a true sense, this is a whole of government approach where all allies, all nations who need to be on Bharat side, if I were to say that, when we conduct a strike like this and we need global support, because that's how the world of geopolitics works, Zaka.
Absolutely. And I think it's important
to be confident that Marco Rubio will be telling Pakistan to actually back off.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. That's what they've done, which is what I was trying to say in 2019. And Mike Pompeo had that conversation with Sushma Swaraj. He also spoke to his Pakistani counterpart at that time. The exact same thing is happening now. Marco Rubio is the acting NSA. He has spoken with NSA Dowell, who spoke to him, and then the Indian embassy in Washington put out that detailed statement. Immediately after that, he has now spoken to his Pakistani counterpart, and the message to both sides will be no further. And of course, the ball is really now in Pakistan's court, which is why the Indian statements, the army statement, the MOD statement, everything says no military targets hit, no escalation, and of course, that it was only terror launch pads that were hit.
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, look, India is on firm legal footing here. It has done what it has done in a very precise manner. We have said that 9 targets were hit, all the attacks were successful. These are precision strikes, non-escalatory, not against the Pakistani establishment or the Pakistani state. So Pakistan can't complain about the fact that any of their Pakistani state interests or state targets or assets have been in any way affected in this strike. So it takes away an important trigger from Pakistan to retaliate.
But Zaka and Rahul, and along with Group Captain Vinod and General Kulkarni, one would appreciate that Pakistan has also a lot of non-state actors in the play, in the theatre of action. And if there are any state action, calibrated action by the Pakistan army or the Pakistan state is reined in by the powers, global powers, there is a possibility that they can activate their non-state actors, their cadre who have perhaps already on Bharatiya soil. And that means that there is an internal security challenge.
Just one intervention. This is from Destefra, which is a very highly respected, highly followed military Twitter handle. And he has given out all 9 locations now. Muzaffarabad, Kotli, Gulpur, Bhimber, Sialkot, Muridke and Chak Amru. These were the 9 locations that were hit. This is from Destefra, very, very popular, very credible military
source. Let's get General in on these locations. Chak Amru, what do you make of this location? I think we've got the Group Captain here. Any idea, Group Captain, about why we would strike Chak Amru, for example? Muridke, of course, well-known. Sialkot also sort of well-known.
We'll try to call up that map here. Yeah.
But some of the other targets, Bhimber and Gulpur.
See, Gulpur and Bhimber. Bhimber has been the launch pads for not now, for many years. The famous Bhimber Gully, where we hold position, and the Bimber Gully Fauj have come under attack many times. In fact, Bimber Gully is where during winters these guys try to push. So Bimber Gully is the tip of the spear. And I'm sure we have hit Bimber Gully. That means there were many who were just waiting to get pushed. That is one. And Chakamru is a very underestimated target, a very important target. But Chakamru, gentlemen, has been occupied very sparsely. As in,
that
sometimes it is
as we speak
occupied.
about this, I just want to qualify that he's quoting Indian media sources. When he's putting out these locations, he's actually quoting Indian media sources, this person, but 9 locations. Please go ahead, please. But in that, 5 of the locations that we have confirmation and we are putting out at CNN News 18 already is largely Muridke, Bahawalpur, Kotli, Muzaffarabad.
And very important, government sources have said Pakistan is putting out disinformation, suggesting that civilian targets or civilians have been targeted. So the Indian side very, very clear that
these are terror infrastructure.
This is all terror infrastructure. Only terror infrastructure has been hit. Terror headquarters of Jaish, Lashkar hit successfully. Much bigger in impact than earlier strikes.
Yeah, Aman Sharma is there, Payal Mehta is there, Ishan Wani is joining us from Srinagar, Akash Sharma is also joining us. Aman, so the Prime Minister monitoring this closely, also once again emphasizing that, look, all the hits were on non-military targets, on terror launch pads. India does not intend to escalate this any further, provided there is no retaliation from Pakistan.
Absolutely, Zaka. It's a very clear messaging from the government head. One, the Prime Minister was personally monitoring this entire operation throughout the night. You know, he has seen every aspect of it. The 9 targets that have been chosen after very careful consideration that that they're all terror headquarters. So that is much bigger in impact than the the Balakot strike, for example, which was on one terror camp in Balakot. Here we have attacked the terror headquarters of Lashkar, of Jaish, and that is why it's a much bigger strike in impact. Also, government making it very, very clear that we have attacked terror. We have not attacked civilians of Pakistan. We have attacked terrorists, terror camps. Why was Pakistan allowing these terror camps to function from its soil in the first place? Why haven't they taken steps to dismantle these organizations? These are globally proscribed organizations, both the Lashkar-e-Toiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed. How can their headquarters function so liberally inside Pakistan? India has impressed many a time on Pakistan. India had no choice because to avenge Pahalgam, we have direct evidence, we have proof that the planning and the direction of these terror attacks have happened from the headquarters of Jaish and Lashkar, and that is why India has targeted them. So very clear messaging, Pakistan should not spread misinformation that India has attacked civilians of Pakistan. India has attacked terrorists and the terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan.
So Ishan Wani is also there, Akash Sharma is also there on the ground for us in Srinagar. Ishan, Akash, let me start with you guys. You know, what are you hearing, what are you seeing around you? We know multiple ceasefire violations are happening along the line of control, but other than that, are you seeing anything? All right, we'll try and go back to our reporters. But I think so far from the ground, our reporters are saying CFV violations. But beyond that,
because
in
there's
Srinagar
been a lot
city,
of talk that, things have been struck in Kashmir, etc., that the Pakistanis have retaliated there. But I think that is all.
There's a lot of propaganda. There's a lot of propaganda that's happening, and I don't think
they're
viewers
trying to talk themselves up here. So there's a lot of fake news out there. Viewers, stick to CNN News 18 because we're going to give you verified news. Don't fall. Already we've had a instance in the morning, early hours of the morning, the wee hours of the morning, where a particular claim was made by Pakistan about striking an Indian Air Force plane. That has turned out to be absolute fake news. A lot of Pakistani media channels were putting out photographs, etc. But all of that has now been traced back to an event that took place years ago. So please don't fall for all this clickbait nonsense.
The Pakistani Air Force was called up for putting out SpaceX and other video games, video handles from their official video handles. So that's the level to which they can stoop down and serve propaganda. But Group Captain Vinod, I'm coming back to the same thing. There is no level for them. They can stoop down to perhaps abysmal levels, and that's the reason why do we need to be all the more alert, not just for a military response from the Pakistan state, but perhaps something more sinister.
Absolutely,
by
in fact, absolutely, Anand. I mean, very well said. In fact, I was just before joining your channel, I was on the Tamil channel of CNN News 18, where they probably fell for this ruse, and they were asking me a question, and I was trying to clarify to them: do not ever fall for Pakistan's ruse, because Pakistan is very good at creating video games and claiming that they shot down 100 aeroplanes from a video game movie or a video game shot. The fact of the matter still remains is that the response of Pakistan, actually speaking, Anand, Zaka, is zero. They cannot respond against anything because we have not struck Pakistan, we have not struck their civilian targets, we have not struck their military, we have struck their terrorist place, which they themselves wanted to take out anyway, and they were not able to take out. I mean, that is what they were telling the world, isn't it? So we probably helped them in, taking out the targets. So why should they should probably
That's
be
the point I was making a little earlier when I said that this is India's very, very, very solid and on legal footing. So this is really about India striking so-called non-state actors in Pakistan, and that's the paradigm in which we have to look at this constant, strike, and therefore it's Pakistan's complete call now. If they want to escalate and hit Indian state targets, well, they're asking for it.
I also want to, just one second, play out some of the sound bites in the last 14 days. We've heard from different, political leaders. We've heard from the Prime Minister, heard from Amit Shah, all of them who were saying that yes, Pahalgam will be avenged. And I can report to you this morning, 7th of May 2025, Pahalgam has been avenged. Let's listen into what they've been saying over these last couple of weeks.
जिन्होंने ये हमला किया है, उन आतंकियों को और इस हमले की साजिश रचने वालों को उनकी कल्पना से भी बड़ी सजा मिलेगी. India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers.
मैं सभी आतंक फैलाने वालों को कहना चाहता हूं कि लड़ाई का अंत नहीं है, एक मकाम है. हर व्यक्ति को चुन चुन कर जवाब भी मिलेगा, जवाब भी लिया जाए.
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को अच्छी तरह जानते हैं, उनकी कार्यशैली से भी अच्छी तरह परिचित हैं, उनकी दृढ़ता से भी अच्छी तरह परिचित. मैं आपको आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जैसा आप चाहते हैं वैसा होकर रहे.
Well, there's lots happening here in the studio. It's a live studio, so viewers just be with us in this live coverage. Let's quickly understand. Now, there are reports which are not yet confirmed, but 9 targets spread between Muzaffarabad and Bahawalpur. So, right from POJK regions till Bahawalpur, this is where the strikes have happened. You can add targets around these regions. So, there is Mirpur, there is Bimbargali, there is also Muridke, Faisalabad and Bahawalpur. Now, these are all regions where there were targets, 9 targets were selected, of which these are the biggest hubs, Bahawalpur and Muridke. Why? Bahawalpur is the hub of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. The Jaish-e-Mohammed has 18 acres of its headquarters that has seminaries, training camps, madrasas, etc. in the heart of Bahawalpur. Bahawalpur is also where the Pakistan Air Force has its biggest base, air base, and also a strong military establishment which is just about 5 kilometers from this entire Jaish headquarters. The Jaish headquarters has been destroyed totally. That's the word that we've got. So this is the biggest one. The Jaish headquarters, Jaish-e-Mohammed is one that has perpetrated the 2001 parliament attacks. There have been multiple attacks on Bharatiya soil, including the Pathankot air base. The Jaish cadre have been involved. Now, this is Muridke, where Lashkar, 2611, Hafiz Saeed, Zakir Rahman, Lakhvi, their headquarters is in Muridke. Ajmal Kasab comes from Muridke. So this is the place where the Lashkar has its biggest operations, and this is where they collect not just donations but also start recruiting individuals and starting to brainwash them. So Muridke has been Muridke has been targeted. So these are the 4 strikes that we have got pictures of, 4 different locations. But if you would notice, these are pinpointed strikes that have happened. Now we've got confirmation that loitering munitions have been used so that they can not just float, they can wait, they can precisely target, and then they will go ahead and fall only at those areas. They will not just, once they are fired, they'll land wherever they land. No, they can actually float, loiter, hang, and then precisely fix the target and then shoot, fire, and and land exactly where it has been planned. So as per the geo coordinates that have been identified. A lot of targets were seen, and then finally 9 targets have been identified and they have been targeted. Yes, Zaka.
Back to you, Anand. So 2 things. One, the DG ISPR, which is the publicity wing of the Pakistan Army, they will be having a press conference soon. Also, separately, Pakistani military has told CNN International, our international partners, that they have reportedly shot down 2 Indian Air Force aircraft. Like I said, CNN News 18.
And they're also saying that India carried out 24 attacks at 6 locations in Pakistan. Yeah. This is what they are suggesting.
So that PC will happen soon as well. But like I said, no independent confirmation of that. This is the claim that's being made by the Pakistani military. Let's go across to
Ishan Vani is there. So reports coming through of ceasefire violations by Pakistan in Akhnur, in Punch, and also in Uri. Yes, Ishan.
The entire line of control is lit right now. What we have been given to understand through multiple sources, both in Uri, Kupwara, in Jammu, you name it, on the line of control, it's right now lit. We are being told that there is heavy artillery shelling that is taking place. People have started taking shelters in the underground bunkers that have been made there. The Indian Army is telling us that they are giving a befitting response to all the provocation that has been done on the line of control, particularly towards Kashmir side. And one woman has lost actually a life in Mainder area of Poonch district. Remember, there was a complete ceasefire on the line of control. But now it's once again Pakistan's unprovoked fighting that is causing trouble for the civilians living near the line of control. It's still dark. So people are now in Kashmir learning about the strikes that have been carried out.
Now, and all those claims about Srinagar airport being targeted and certain installations being targeted, is there any truth to any of that, Ishan?
Well, absolutely not. We have been confirmed this by the administration, as well as we personally have gone to those locations to check if there have been any damage that has been inflicted or there have been any hits at the Srinagar airport. There was none. There was silence at the airport. We came back from there. We have reported from there. But there is no report of any damage to any infrastructure of the army.
But the Srinagar and Jammu airports now closed?
Yes, both of them have been closed. We have been told by the officials that no civilian traffic will be done today at both Jammu as well as Srinagar airport. This is just a precautionary measure so that the IAF, because it operates a base from the Srinagar airport, so that they get a clearance and they can fly at will.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Ishan, for your inputs. We'll try and go across to our other reporters also. But Zaka and Rahul, somewhere it is important not to fall to this Pakistani propaganda. Yeah. You know, suddenly the seminaries and madrasas will turn into mosques. Then they will try to claim civilian targets and civilian deaths, etc. They will try and escalate the number of targets that have been hit. So a lot of false propaganda.
Basis to try and hit back, to legitimize something that they might intend to do or might even do. And also go crying to the international community, talking about how India has violated international law and attacked them in civilian areas and dragged people who are not in any way related to this entire episode.
The DG ISPR is having that press conference right now. Clearly, the attempt is twofold. One is to try and ratchet up the tension so that they can justify any kind of retaliatory action. And 2, to try and go with a begging bowl to the international community. Let me go across to Akash Sharma. Akash, I don't know if you're getting a chance to listen to what the DG ISPR is saying, but they are also admitting that India has hit multiple targets.
Oh, yes. And Zaka, one important thing that I've noticed, starting from their official confirmation that they have got an attack from Indian side, they are saying that India attacked us, remaining within their boundaries. So they have confirmed that, no jets who are there in the Pakistani airspace, which they, later claimed that we have down to, jets of Indian Air Force. Also, Zaka, there is no attack, at Srinagar. We have confirmed it. And in fact, I personally visit several spots. In fact, I'm moving towards LC. There are several sort of violations that, in fact, Ishana has been reporting in Uri, in fact, Baramulla specifically, in Kupwara as well. well, and in Rajouri and Jammu of the Rajouri and Poonch of Jammu as well. We have got several sort of violations, but Indian Army at this point in time is retaliating in the similar fashion. They have been using artillery, as Pakistan has been using artillery, and in fact earlier we have seen that how from last 11-12 days, they were violating ceasefire. Also, Zaka, importantly, there are several sort of claims that they have downed, Indian Air Force jets or drones or other assets. Till now, all assets are there with Indian Air Force. Indian Air Force sources are telling us that all their platforms are very much intact and are, on their operational duties. Also, air defense system is very much active, for not just for, the Jammu and Kashmir area, but for the entire India. And in fact, we know that how in the western borders, Indian Air Force has already started its exercise. We had NOTAM for 7th and 8th of May. Right. And Indian Air Force, as of now, is conducting exercise in the area that is Longewala, Jaisalmer and the area above.
Oh, that's very interesting. So just tell us, Akash, how widespread are the CF violations, the ceasefire violations along the LOC there?
Oh, it is all across the LC, Rahul. You see, we have more than 700 kilometers, 776 kilometers of LC. And all across the LC, we have been seeing these violations starting from Uri, Kupwara, Baramulla, in Kashmir specifically. And then when we talk about Jammu, so we are seeing it in Madhuba, in Mendar, in Rajouri and in Poonch. And in fact, in Kathua as well, we have reports that there are violations, though we have no confirmation for Kathua. But yes, a violation has been happening throughout the LC, Rahul.
Now, very quickly, just a second, I just want to bring in Akash on this point. How has the nature of the ceasefire violations from Pakistan changed after India's strike?
Right. So, Anand, Rahul, you see, back in 2021, when this DGMO level understanding happened, before that we used to have, heavy shell, in fact, mortars, coming from Pakistan. But since then, since the understanding, we did not have any sort of violation. And even when violations were happening, these were small arm fires, small rifles, AKs or light machine guns. But this time around, after this sort of attack, we have been learning that, they are using heavy weapons, heavy machine guns, mortar, and in fact, artillery is being used. When we use artillery, Rahul, there are higher chances of civilian casualties because you have that CEP factor in artillery where, there is no specific target and your shell can go anywhere within the proximity of a few meters.
Is it being done in anger? Is it being done in anger, retaliation, or is there something far more sinister in terms of a reprisal that's being planned?
All of these.
Yeah.
All of the above.
Or could it be all of these? We'll have to see. Since you quote Flight Radar 24 very often, Rahul Shankar, there is a flight that's taken off from Istanbul to Karachi. And Group Captain MJ Vinod is tracking it and he's asking why is it, and this is taken off to, soon after the strikes have happened. So why is this suddenly happening and what is happening there is a question that
this
he
is
is
from
asking.
Karachi to
Istanbul to Karachi.
Maybe I don't know.
So you said that entire airspace is vacant, but that's the only flight that is currently flying over the Pakistani airspace and is taken off from Istanbul. What is that? That's the question that Group Captain MJ Vinod is asking. So that's what I'm saying. So there will be certain aspects that we will also have to be careful of. But 9 targets, precision targets, they've all been targeted. The Pakistanis are claiming 24. Well, 24, so be it. If there are 24 terror bases, the Pakistanis have to turn around and answer what are these terror bases, because we are very clear. The Indian Armed Forces very clear, the government very clear that only terror installations have been targeted.
No, the other interesting thing is if they're saying 24 strikes in 6 locations, which are the locations that they're hiding? Are they hiding Bahawalpur and Muridke because the Lashkar and the Jaish happen to be assets of the Pakistani state? Will they not reveal that Muridke and Bahawalpur were hit? Or because Bahawalpur happens to be outside of POK, it's in proper Punjab, will they actually reveal that and use that as a justification for attack?
Zaka, this is the one where they cannot, वो कहते हैं ना उगले बनता है ना निगले बनता, Bahawalpur, because their biggest airbase is in Bahawalpur. The aircrafts after Balakot took off from Bahawalpur. Their F-16 fleet, their entire squadron is in Bahawalpur, 5 kilometers from the Jaish headquarters.
And that's the point I want to raise
if that's been destroyed,
the Group Captain here, because Group Captain, the Pakistanis have been claiming, and India hasn't made a secret of the fact that we are going to be taking reprisal action for Pahalgam. So we made it very clear. The Prime Minister spoke almost 24 hours after the attack, the carnage. Are you seeing that the Pakistanis were caught flat-footed we've struck, and we've struck in Punjab proper. I think you're on mute, sir. Yeah.
Again, if you look at Balakot strike, we keep talking about Balakot. Balakot is across the IB, though. The target that we struck in Balakot was not across IB. That people need to know. So this is for the first time that we have struck across international border, which in itself is a very, very big message, not only to Pakistan, but to the entire world as one. If we need to, and if we are focused, and if you hit us, we have today the capability and the resolve to come at you, to come and take you out even across the international border. As simple as that. Now they have nowhere to run. See, in Bahawalpur, they have been Hindi mein kehte hain na, ye panap rahe the. And they were thinking that we will never strike across international boundary, but we did so. And that to Bahawalpur, like you correctly said, that this is a place which is very, very close to, like Abbottabad, Zaka was saying, is very, very close to a big Air Force base. And that Air Force base had no answer for our strike, which we carried out without even crossing the international boundary or NOC or LAC.
Right.
So that is a capability we possess, which we did not possess during
2019.
Kargil,
Yes.
we did not have that kind of vector.
We were even told that even in 2019, we didn't have the kind of craft that we are deploying today. In 2019, we didn't have it. General Pannu is also here with us. General Pannu, first of all, Jai Hind to you, sir. And India must take a lot of confidence from this. We've conducted a surgical precision strike, non-escalatory in nature, against targets in Pakistan that are restricted to terror camps and to terrorists. General Pannu.
Jai Hind, it's a very appropriate thing that India has done, befitting. I am not saying that this is the only thing that India would have done and would stay content with. When the first step is taken, second, third, and escalatory steps are already kept in place. And it is expected that Pakistan would retaliate in whichever manner they are prepared. And I am very sure that when Pahalgam happened, they would have thought through. And today technology enables every country to make sure that they have information about where all Indian preparations are being done. A lot of preparations, of course, will be done for deception, and no army in the modern day will ever show its hand fully. And I can assure you that the 9 areas where we have stuck the terrorist camps, these have been named, and these have been named on purpose for the simple reason that there are leaders there, Hafiz Syed and Masood Azhar. These are the ones who've had the camps in Bahawalpur, of course, JEM and Muridke LET. Now, these are the camps actually which we should have stuck earlier also, but I think we had contented with striking across the line of control. But now we have stuck the targets in Punjab and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and Kashmir areas. It means India is fully prepared to not only continue with this, but respond in any manner that Pakistan might deserve even harder strikes.
Okay.
And therefore, I think the preparation done by India in making sure that the civil defense is ready for any external
General Pannu,
prepared.
General Pannu, good morning, sir. This is Anand Narasimhan here. Glenn Carl is also with us. Good early morning to you, Glenn. Just quickly showing the 9 targets, and if you can explain to our viewers the significance of these 9 camps, starting from POK, right from the top, Muzaffarabad, downward into POK, and then Kotli, and then getting into Gulpur, Bhimber, and Bhimber Gali has been often talked about in defense parlance for incursions, LOC violations, etc. Sialkot, Muridke, Bahawalpur, and then there is Chakamru. There is significance of all these regions, but this is into deep into Pakistan space, into Pak Punjab, Muridke and Bahawalpur. Like General Pannu was saying, Muridke is the hub of the Lashkar-e-Toiba and the Jamaat-ud-Dawa. Hafiz Saeed, Zakir Rahman Lakhvi. Bahawalpur is where the Pakistanis have their biggest air base, but not far away from there. The Jaish-e-Mohammed has its biggest headquarters and its biggest camp. It was about 2 acres earlier. It's grown up to 18 acres in the last 6-7 years. And that's where the Jaish was training its cadre and housing them. So these are the 9 targets. General Panu, if you could explain these and the significance of these camps and the reason why the Indian authorities are very openly claiming these are the places that have been struck.
If you look at how these targets have been placed on the map, and you realize that this is all along the LOC and the international border. Most of the targets obviously are in the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir.
And you on the screen, please. Yeah, so that you can explain it. Yes, sir. Please continue.
Most of these targets are across the line of control in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. But Bahawalpur, Muridke, and Sialkot Chak Amru are actually sitting on the border where the line of control starts, further north, like Bimber, Kotli, Muzaffarabad. Muzaffarabad actually is the capital of the Kashmir, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir from their side. If you go from Srinagar to Uri, you cross over, and 60 kilometers from our line of control is Muzaffarabad. Then Kotli is very close from where Punjab starts, south of that. Kotli is the area where many terrorist camps have always remained active. So these are the areas which are hubs of ISI. These are the hubs where the headquarters and training areas of the terrorists have remained. Most of the terrorists are actually brought from wherever, and these are also not only the launch pads, but these are training areas and headquarters. These are not launch pads. Launch pads are much closer. Launch pads are sort of 5 to 6 kilometers. Last time when surgical strikes happened, they were in the launch pads. But these are in the larger hubs where more terrorists are actually not only staying there for training, but also staying with family. They've got their cottage industry where they make their IEDs. Weapons are kept there. Arms and ammunition is there. And that is where the Pakistan Army and ISI are also co-opted with them.
What I want to know from you, 3 things that were emphasized in the Indian government statement. One, that the LOC was not crossed. These hits were happening from the Indian side of the LOC. Number 2, that these are not escalatory in nature. India does not want to escalate this any further, provided there is no retaliation from Pakistan. And third, of course, that no military installations were targeted. My question is, if you were on the other side, and if you were watching this from Pakistan, the fact that Bahawalpur, which is in the heart of Punjab, has been hit, Muridke, which is the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, has been hit, how may the enemy and the enemy's generals choose to respond to this?
As far as Pakistan Army is concerned, I think they were all expecting this kind of attack to happen. In fact, this was triggered as far as the Chief of Pakistan Army is concerned. He wanted some amount of action to happen to save him from drowning in the situation that he was in. Firstly, he might declare himself to be in control of the situation because it is beyond the political masters. Actually, there are no political masters in Pakistan anymore. They're political puppets. So the entire control from today onwards would go into the hands of the Pakistani chief, and that is exactly what he wanted. He might even go a step ahead and declare himself as the chief martial law administrator, because I think he wanted, for his own personal survival and survival of his own army, which was losing credibility.
Correct.
Their own generals were being hit by their own people. I think the economic side of it and the side where you control the waters, I think people are going to be impacted, and I think Pakistan Army is going to make sure that they are not attacked by the people, and they would build a consensus within their own people that
General Panu, just give me a moment, because Mr. Michael Rubin, former Pentagon official and senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, is also joining us. So there have been multiple conversations. The National Security Advisor of India, Mr. Doval, has spoken to the acting NSA of the United States, Marco Rubio. I believe Secretary Rubio has also spoken with the acting NSA in Pakistan, General Asim Malik. What would be the nature of conversations that they would have had or that are happening right now? What is America's sort of primary interest right now that India has confirmed that these strikes have happened? Pakistan has also confirmed that these strikes have happened. What should America, the rest of the world, be looking out for or bracing for?
Look, what Now, acting National Security Advisor Marco Rubio would have said was, first of all, how far do you plan to go? He's probably conveying messages to the Pakistani acting National Security Advisor in order to de-escalate. Right now, from an American point of view, President Trump doesn't want this to go further. Frankly, if I'm looking at this from an Indian point of view, or a point of view seeking truly to disincentivize further terror, I don't think this goes far enough.
Why do you say that?
Because if the reaction that...
All right, I think his frame has...
proportional,
all right, go ahead.
then that is simply going to convince the Pakistanis that they can get away with murder. This is the same pattern which the Israelis fell into, in which Hamas would attack, the Israelis would respond symbolically, things might be quiet for a few months, and then we would see the cycle again. Fundamentally, however, the problem is Pakistan's reliance on terrorism as a tool of state policy. So you have the military aspect, but with Pakistan going before the International Monetary Fund on May 9th, if Pakistan was also denied the $1 billion they're seeking, that would send a further message. I'd even go further. While India is right in order to let the Pakistanis know that they are responsible for this retaliation, if Hudaydah can go boom in the night, and if Bandar Abbas can explode in the night, I see no reason why the port of Karachi or even the port of Gwadar should be so immune. The important thing in such a case is to continue strategic deniability and not claim responsibility in that situation. But trust me, the Pakistanis will get the message.
But Mr. Rubin, the big concern right now, and I'm sure this is a concern in Washington as much as it is here in Delhi, in Islamabad, is that this doesn't escalate into a full-blown war. And I'm interested and curious to know something that you said a moment ago about Pakistan has to go to the IMF in a couple of days from now. Does that disincentivize the Pakistan army from retaliating against what India has just done?
Well, let me put it this way. It disincentivizes the Pakistanis until May 9th, but if they get that money in their banks, then they're simply not going to care anymore. The question I have is, does the network of Pakistani terror, does the network of the ISI cost more than $1 billion? If it does, and if money is fungible, what we're seeing is the unintentional subsidization of Pakistani terror, and that must end. Now, you're absolutely right that the major concern of Marco Rubio and Donald Trump, as well as Indian and Pakistani leaders, is going to be not escalating to the point of a full-scale war.
Well,
first of all,
Mr. Rubin, how far will the American administration go to help India achieve this deterrence? Because, look, it's all very well to say that the IMF, this, that, the other, bailing out Pakistan, but if the international community doesn't act in concert, you're not going to have enough pressure built on some of these organizations which do fund Pakistan, give them an economic lifeline.
Look, I agree with you completely there. The good news here is Prime Minister Modi has a deep personal relationship with President Donald Trump. Now, what Donald Trump said when this terror attack occurred, and he made this ridiculous and ahistorical moral equivalency about how this has been going on across the border for 1,500 years, that was ignorant. The parallel I would draw is when Saddam Hussein in 1990 invaded Iraq. President George H.W. Bush didn't quite know what to do, and he was hand-wringing. And Margaret Thatcher, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, got up to him and said, "Don't go wobbly on me now, George." What we need Prime Minister Modi to do is not just in a single phone call, but in repeated phone calls say, "Don't go wobbly on me now, Don." And trust me, President Trump listens to Prime Minister Modi more than he listens to Pakistan. It's an easy case to make, but it's got to be made repeatedly. Marco Rubio is going to understand. We need to make Donald Trump understand. And we need to understand that this can't continue to be an endless cycle.
So very quickly, Zach, some more information coming in. Top government sources speaking to CNN News 18 saying that these places that have been selected carefully, and terror training was given to them by top commanders under the guidance of Masood Azhar and Hafiz Saeed. So these were really active terror hubs. These were not sites that have fallen into disuse, etc. They were involved in recruiting new cadre and chosen ones sent to the LOC for infiltration. So there was an ongoing infiltration, Anand, going on. We have information that Jaish has non-Afghani foreign terrorists also brought from Afghanistan after Taliban threw them out. Jaish is equipped with leftover weapons and they wanted to attack in a big way. So this is a preemptive strike on terror targets in Pakistan.
Wait, not just preemptive strikes, the numbers will be far greater if this is how if these are the targets and this is the hub, and in terms of the seminaries that have been targeted and the terror hubs that have been targeted, the number of people who would have been neutralized. We have to see if there are some top terror akas who have also been neutralized as part of Operation Sindoor. A big one at that. General Narsimhan is also with us. Namaste, Jai Hind, good early morning. Your thoughts on this calibrated response by Bharat?
Good morning, and thanks for having me on the show. The 9 places that have been targeted have been very carefully chosen. They are actually the terrorist hubs and terrorist bases. And these are ranging from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir to rest of the Pakistan. So it is a widespread kind of a thing that has been done. That is number one. Number two, it has been very clearly made that there is no Pakistan army installation that has been targeted. The third, there has been no civilian targets that have been targeted. These are the main things that we need to keep in mind. And this is basically a retaliation to what happened in Pahalgam, and that cannot go unavenged. It has to be avenged, and this is part of the thing that has been happening. And notwithstanding that, you would...
Will this restore deterrence? Because that's really what we were after, weren't we?
Absolutely. And this is actually a punitive kind of an action that has been taken on. I have been in other shows where I have been advocating this, that one such probably attack cannot actually give the deterrence. It may give a deterrence for some time. Like, for example, in 2016 and 19, when we did the surgical strikes in Balakot, it gave us some kind of a reprieve for a particular period of time. But what we need to do probably is to keep the pressure on all fronts. Like, for example, diplomacy, economy, military, on all fronts. We need to continue to keep this pressure on Pakistan so that they do not venture into this kind of a terrorist action again. So this is something that we need to continuously do.
General, one quick question. The concern right now, and I'm sure everyone is worried about this, is what is going to be Pakistan's response to this? Will there be retaliation? Will there be counter strikes against India? How prepared is India for this? Because India also does not want to escalate this, because the statements from the Ministry of Defence, from the army is very clear. Non-escalatory, LOC has not been crossed, no military installations have been targeted. So how does India prepare for what could be a Pakistani retaliation?
The retaliations already we can see on the line of control, where the artillery bombardments have already started. The small arms firing has been going on for some time now. So the retaliation in some form is already starting. So we need to be prepared for any kind of retaliation that comes from Pakistan. That is number one. As part of that, when we are doing these mock-up drills for civil defense, it was actually a preparation for even the civil administration to be prepared for any eventuality that could happen. So we need to be prepared for all kinds of eventualities. Not only the military part of it, even the civilian part of it need to be prepared for everything. And that is the way I think our government has gone about preparing everybody. I think we are well on the way to be defending any kind of action that could come from Pakistan.
You made a very interesting point there. You said that, even the civilians need to be prepared, well prepared. Are you surprised that this has happened before, in fact, the nationwide drill was to be conducted, which was actually to happen today?
Well, I was not so well surprised, because when this thing was announced, I knew something is going to happen. Because this is generally the way things happen. We don't go and announce that I'm going to attack today. But then if you follow the preparations that are going on, you can well actually imagine as to when this is going to happen. I was not actually surprised. In fact, I was mentioning to people here at my home that something could happen today or tomorrow. So that has happened. So this is something I'm sure even any professional guy would actually look into it and analyze this in some form or the other. So what we need to do now is actually to be prepared for anything that could happen from the other side as a retaliatory measure.
All right, Glenn Carl is also with us. Wing Commander Sahai is also there. Glenn Carl, just in terms of, what the international ramifications of this could likely be. We know already that Secretary of State Rubio has been spoken to by the Indian National Security Advisor. He's also spoken to his Pakistani counterpart. Clearly, the US and other Western countries would want to ratchet down tensions between India and Pakistan. And we've seen this in the past as well. We saw in 2019 how Mr. Pompeo spoke with Sushma Swaraj at that time, also his Pakistani counterpart. We saw this in the Kargil war. Nawaz Sharif went and met Bill Clinton, and eventually Bill Clinton intervened to stop the war, to finally bring it to a conclusion. The point is, what are the conversations that are happening right now? And also put into context for us that in 2 days' time, Pakistan has that all-important meeting at the IMF where it's expecting $1 billion bailout.
Well, I think the circumstances are different now for Pakistan in particular. Pakistan, I perceive as being more isolated than even 5 years ago. With the American departure from Afghanistan, Pakistan and the decline in the, quote, war on terror as a focus of American policy and global issues, Pakistan is no longer as needed, frankly. And so it will not, America is not caught in two contradictory needs of support from Pakistan and wishing to pressure Pakistan to stop support for terrorism. Therefore, I think Pakistan is more isolated than before. Also, the Trump administration is, I think, clearly viscerally inclined to understand or support actions against Islamic terrorist groups by anyone with less concern than previous administrations. So what I suspect is happening, if the Indians do what I think is standard, really, you make the strike, you issue the warnings, you say, as we know has been said in public, listen, this is a retaliation, this is limited, we have not struck the following kinds of targets, and that's the end of it. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, India should be saying to Pakistan, understand the following. Of course we will strike you if you continue to support the kind of action that occurred in Kashmir, but it's in your interest not to raise the tensions by an unnecessary response. We have been restrained, and you should understand that. And if Pakistan is intelligent, or wise, I would argue, they should take that on board for their policy. That doesn't mean that they will at all, because a lot of this is not kabuki, but demonstrative for diplomatic reasons and public reasons, both by India and Pakistan. None of this will really affect Pakistan's long-term sustained support through the ISI of terrorist groups creating problems for India and Kashmir. Sustained pressure of the sort that you touched upon, if possible, and that's if is always a big word, of causing sustained financial pressure, diplomatic pressure, and very aggressive but quiet intelligence operations by Indian intelligence services against
Mr. Carl, more information coming through. I just need to update our viewers who are tuning in. This morning, of course, viewers, very early in the morning, India struck certain targets in Pakistan. Indian government has put out information to suggest there were 9 targets. 9 locations. This is a non-escalatory strike. These were targets that were selected purposefully away from civilian areas, but very, very targeted at terror infrastructure in Pakistan. And now we're getting more information about what some of these targets are. And this information has been changing. So viewers, clearly we have to await official releases by the government. But as of now, what we are being told is Bahawalpur 2 spaces have been hit. Muridke, Muzaffarabad, Kotli, Gulpur, Bhimber, Chak, Amru and Sialkot. These are 9 spots that have been sort of confirmed as the ones that were targeted. And I think Anand just showed them on the map, and we've also been running them through our experts.
Now, interestingly, what happens is there is also a further travel advisory. We'll go back to the map and explain that lot of people who have air travel planned at least till late half of the day in this region surrounding perhaps the western borders with Pakistan and those regions. Please be careful. Please check your flights because some of the airports are shut. Air India has just now said that they have suspended all flight operations in Jammu, Srinagar, Leh, Jodhpur, Amritsar, Bhuj, Jamnagar, Chandigarh and Rajkot till about 12 noon.
So all of
I
these
think
are
this
close
is all
to the border.
yeah, and this is all precautionary because we don't know what the Pakistanis may end up doing. Anything foolhardy, and perhaps that's why airlines are backing their airspaces. Let's try and look at the maps and the recalibration of, and it's just addition of more locations. Total 9 targets. Now we're getting some more new names that have come in. 9 targets. They were breeding ground for Afghan terrorists and also by the being trained by certain terror tanzeems. There are 9. Overall, 9 targets. We had earlier got 4 locations. That was Muzaffarabad, Kotli, Muridke and Bahawalpur. Now let's add Chak Amru there. Sialkot has now found mention. Bhimbar has found mention. Gulpur has found mention. So now we have about 9 locations which have been targeted. These are all terror bases. Bahawalpur particularly, why there are 2 sites. 2 sites in Bahawalpur. The reason being for them is because Bahawalpur, the Jaish has a huge spread. The Jaish headquarters in Bahawalpur, we are given to understand, and we've broken this here on CNN News 18, that it spreads over 18 acres. So to target that kind of an area and specifically target the key seminary madrasas where the Jaish cadre was being trained in those 18 precise locations, there are two locations here in Bahawalpur. Muridke is a smaller group or a smaller Lashkar headquarters which is spread over about 2.5 to 3 acres. So Muridke has been targeted. There is Sialkot, Chak Amru. These are all terror camps and there are multiple terror tanzeems. Muzaffarabad, which also acts as the capital of Pak-occupied Kashmir, has a huge hub where the annual jihadi conference also happens, about 300 jihadi tanzeems.
Yeah. On this name of the Operation Sindoor.
So Operation Sindoor, yeah.
Deep meaning, we're getting sources telling CNN News 18 that it was approved by Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself, who has of course been monitoring this entire strike. Sources said that the way terrorists had wiped off the sindoor of multiple Hindu women in Pahalgam by killing their husbands mercilessly and by targeting them for being Hindu, India has taken revenge for them and got justice for the Pahalgam victims, women and children. An image was tweeted by the Indian Army depicting Operation Sindoor. So that's really...
this is the sentiment, if I could say in Hindi, and this is very core to it, कि जिन्होंने तुम्हारी मांग का सिंदूर उजाड़ा, उनके establishments को ही हम पूरी तरह से तबाह कर देंगे. We are going to destroy the from where those perpetrators originated, who widowed you, who robbed you of your sindoor, and this is to claim back and to bring back the honor. So to the widows of those who perished, who were singled out and gunned down, this is an ode from the Bharatiya government and from the forces. So that's why it is Operation Sindoor. That's the raw emotion behind or the thought behind Operation Sindoor.
To the map, and I want to get Wing Commander Sahai if he's there with us. You know, out of these 9 locations, 2 happen to be in Pakistan, Punjab proper. One is Bahawalpur, of course, the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. The other is Muridke, which is the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. In fact, they have the big thing called the Markaz-e-Taiba, which is their big headquarters. It's barely, both of these places are barely 30, 40, 50 kilometers from Lahore, the heart of Punjab. How may this be viewed again in Pakistan? Because Punjab is the very heartbeat of Pakistan. How may this be viewed in general headquarters in Rawalpindi by General Munir? Because he's the one who really ratcheted up with those comments about Kashmir being the jugular vein and Hindus and Muslims are essentially 2 different people and 2 different nations, etc.
Yeah, certainly, because the very fact that this time we have decided to enter deep into Pakistan and especially close to Punjab, it's a clear-cut message from India to Pakistani establishment that your doctrine of bleeding India through thousands cuts will not work now. We know, we have decided that we will not only hit the terrorists, we will hit the people who have been supporting it. The establishments, generals from Pakistani Punjab regions are responsible for this, and Indian armed forces is well aware unless we inflict damage to their establishment deep inside Pakistan, this will not work as a deterrence. So this time India has put a strong message across that if you hit us, we will not only hit the terrorists, we will not hesitate going deep into your territory and hitting the targets of our choice.
Wing Commander Sahib, what do you make of this attack? The precision, what do you think are the munitions that were used, etc.?
As far as the informations received now during the earlier stage, we have used a scalp and hammer missiles. We have also taken the help of the drones, the sophisticated drones which India has developed. We have been tracking down the movements of shifting of these terrorists from their camps to different locations. We have been monitoring the changing location of Hafid Saeed, and we have selected our target after careful monitoring.
Wing Commander, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm very sorry to
Marco
interrupt.
Rubio.
The first tweet coming in from a US official, Secretary of State and Acting NSA, Marco Rubio, has just tweeted, and I quote, "I am monitoring the situation between India and Pakistan closely. I echo POTUS, President of the United States, his comments earlier today that this hopefully ends quickly and will continue to engage both Indian and Pakistani leadership towards a peaceful resolution." So this is the first statement explicitly from a US official saying that they want a peaceful resolution and that hopefully this ends quickly and will continue to engage both Indian and Pakistani leadership. But I think, India is also echoing what the US is saying, that India does not want to escalate this either. The only party that may have an interest in escalating this is Pakistan, if they choose to respond.
And Zach, look, I mean, this is by the playbook. We were expecting visible action against Pakistan on Pakistani soil. We've done it. But we also made it very clear. The Prime Minister has been extremely responsible. From day one, in fact, many people were quite disappointed that he didn't name Pakistan, this, that, the other, but he was very focused in his messaging. He said that there are individuals who are a threat to India's territorial integrity. We are going to strike those. There will be unimaginable punishment for those. And obviously, there was hype and hoopla in the Indian media suggesting that this would be an attack on the Pakistani state.
If I can quickly just ask Glenn Karl for his thoughts on what Mr. Rubio, the Secretary of State, has put out. Is it also a message to Pakistan that, look, don't escalate this further. Let's leave it at this. Let's resolve this peacefully. And let's hopefully end this quickly.
I agree. Yes, I think that's the primary message that one should take from the Secretary of State's comment. There's no criticism whatsoever, which is actually tacit acceptance, or if not approval, of India's action. And there is a statement, as you just said, okay, enough now, let's not have this escalate. And clearly the initiative or the response, the next step that needs to come from Pakistan, and they have a decision to make. Do they want to escalate matters or not? And the U.S. there was saying, well, don't do that. It's not in anyone's interest to do so. So de facto support for India's action and a caution for everyone, but in particular for Lahore, don't take any escalatory
But Glenn, what's your reading? What's your reading? Do you think the Pakistanis are going to back off, or should Bharat be ready for some kind of a counter? And does that then mean there will be a step up on the escalation ladder?
I would anticipate that Pakistan will take some sort of a step because honor and image and self-regard with respect to one's public tend to drive policy more than reason. So someone's been hit.
There's just this one thing that we should all note and to our viewers, that this is what my net takeout of that Pakistani press conference is. They have tried to make it about mosques and Islam. Bharat has very clearly said that we have targeted terror. It's a war on terror. It's not a war against Pakistan or Pakistan's military or people, civilians. I think we continue to underline that. But their messaging has been, they're trying to drag it towards the religion aspect. They're trying to highlight mosque was targeted. This is an attack on Islam, not on Pakistan. That's the effort at the narrative. And General Narasimhan, if you're there with us, what does that then mean? Because we have named this operation as Operation Sindoor. So clearly because Hindus were targeted out, there were women who were widowed, their loved ones, men were singled out, they were gunned down. There's a deep meaning to Sindoor as per as our culture, and that Sindoor ki laaj rakhi hai, that's the message that's come from the Prime Minister when he's himself approved this name. The armed forces back that sentiment. A nation, the world backs this sentiment. But the Pakistanis, if you read their messaging, are trying to drag it away from terror towards Islam and mosques and Islam, etc. Now, how will that mean Asim Munir and his ilk will respond?
You see, this is not again new. When we were doing things against terror, they were always dragging us towards religion and other issues. This is not new. So basically what they would do, like I agree with Carl when he said that, there will be, I think the Pakistani Prime Minister has called for a meeting at 10:30 today morning. So he will probably try and do something to save his own reputation and the army's reputation, something he has to do. So we need to expect some kind of a reaction. They may divert it towards Islam and people, etc.
I request your thoughts on this. Manoj Kumar Gupta, our group editor, Security Affairs and Investigation, is getting us these details that NSA Ajit Doval, along with a special team, actually spearheaded this entire operation and he was present. That's why the multiple meetings, perhaps on hindsight, we can understand with the Prime Minister. There were no missiles used. There was loitering munition used, but no missiles that were used. The story behind Operation Sindoor, I think we can all understand where it comes from. The sentiment was Mang ka Sindoor Ujada, and Operation Sindoor is to take the badla or the revenge. It was an intelligence-led operation is what they're saying. NTRO played important role with initial targets. All the targets that were chosen were selected, very carefully selected. Each one was monitored for a second round. Then it was decided to hit only the terror targets. So the 9 targets have been specifically chosen after multiple iterations. Final call taken by the NSA. Prime Minister was briefed after the final work and the NSA got the go-ahead to do it. Small group was aware of the task and there was a small control task and control group that was set up.
Anand, just give me one moment.
Yeah.
Sri Thanedar is a US congressman. He's joining us. I want to get a quick reaction from him. Mr. Thanedar, your first reactions are also Marco Rubio has just tweeted saying he's carefully watching what's happening between India and Pakistan and urge both sides not to escalate further. Your thoughts?
Well, look, India has done what it needed to do. India needed to respond. Those were barbaric terrorist attacks. Terrorism must never be tolerated. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has done the right thing. He has done this with a lot of restraint. They have chosen the sites, infrastructure that these terrorists used. So I applaud Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji for having a very measured response, a very calculated response, and a just response. It is time for the United States government to stand with India, support India in this India's hour of need. Just like we have been supporting Israel, our friend Israel, our ally Israel, we must also support India as India fights terrorism. These terrorists chose to murder Hindus. Hindu men specifically, that needs to be addressed. I think Narendra Modi and India has done the right thing to take action.
Congressman Thanedar, how concerned would America be and the Trump administration in specific be if this were to spiral out of control, if Pakistan were to retaliate? And what may be the nature of conversations that are happening right now between Washington, Delhi, Washington, Islamabad to try and, rein things back?
Look, I have asked the U.S. State Department to give us a briefing on this. The U.S. must ensure that there is an independent investigation. Early indications are that this is a Pakistan state government supported terroristic act. If that comes to be true, then the United States must use its power, use its relationship with Pakistan, use its economic relationship, use its military sales relationship to bring pressure on Pakistan, demand that Pakistan stops this kind of support of terrorism. And U.S., if necessary, must use economic sanctions, stoppage of military sales, whatever it takes to stop Pakistan from participating and supporting terrorist activities against India or anywhere else in the world.
Sri Thanedar, that's a very important sentiment you have reflected. But I just want to ask you a couple of things. Over the last few years, obviously, Pakistan has drifted closer into the China sphere, and I wanted to also bring that to Glenn Carl in just a few moments. How much real leverage does Washington have over Pakistan right now? Number one. Number two, as perhaps an Indian origin legislator in the United States, how much pressure are people like you and those part of the Indo-US caucus willing to bring upon Trump to intercede in a manner that stills Pakistan's hand and intentions?
Well, look, there is a lot of military cooperation between United States and Pakistan. There's a lot of economic activity between United States and Pakistan. So United States have a lot of leverage, a lot of power over Pakistan. It must exercise that because it must finally see it that Pakistan is the one that is harboring terrorism. Pakistan is the one that has been supporting terrorist activities. And there has been atrocities against the Hindus in Pakistan. And now these terrorists have come.
And in the past, you have moved
attacked.
resolutions to this effect. Will you be moving a resolution against Pakistan, perhaps in the House of Representatives or even other bodies where you can bring pressure to mount on the American administration right now?
Yes, I would use everything in my power because, I strongly believe that terrorism must be defeated across the world. What happened in Israel was atrocious. What's happening in India here, India has suffered at the hands of terrorism, and it is important that Pakistan be questioned, Pakistan be punished if Pakistan is really involved in this terrorist attack.
All right, Mr. Tanida, thank you very much for joining us at this early morning hour here in India. Thank you for joining us with your thoughts and perspectives. So once again, bringing you up to speed, if our viewers are joining us early this morning, India has had precision strikes at 9 different locations across Pakistan. Some of the exclusive details of what has been codenamed as Operation Sindoor. The National Security Advisor and his special team was shepherding the entire operation. This was an intelligence-led operation. All 9 targets were chosen carefully, deliberately. These were terror launchpads and terror headquarters of certainly the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Muridke and the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur, both of which these organizations have carried out multiple terror strikes in India over the last 20-30 years. And this was carefully chosen. The Prime Minister was given the operational details and he gave the final go-ahead. And it happened on the intervening night of the 6th and the 7th of May. Early morning, 7th of May at 1:44 a.m. is when the Indian Army tweeted that it had hit these multiple locations. I want to go back to General Narasimhan, Mr. Kal, and also Group Captain Vinod, who are all still with us. General Narasimhan, now the ball has to be set rolling. You're already seeing Marco Rubio's reaction. You're seeing reactions from the US. Presumably now we will see reactions from the other Western countries as well. What is going to be the #1 priority now for the rest of the world, for India certainly, and how may we view what is going on, the thinking in Pakistan right now?
First thing is, I think we have taken all our friends on board. I mean, I'm sure you all would have noticed in the last about a week or so, there's been a lot of efforts to get our friends on board to what we are thinking and what we are about to do. I'm sure many of them would have known what we are doing, and I think they were on board with us on this particular thing. And the reactions from US is an indication of what has been happening and the kind of contact that has been established. That is #1. #2, we need to look at the kind of reaction that will come from Pakistan, and that is, I think, we are mentally and physically both prepared. Not only the armed forces, as I mentioned, even the civilian administrations all over is also well prepared for that. So that is the second thing. Third thing is, we need to keep this on for some time. We don't know when Pakistan will react, when, if at all they react, and what time they will. We took 14 days. They can take even more. That is the third point that I'm sure you mentioned that the NSA, Mr. Ajit Doval and his team was working together. You all have actually put those photographs on the media. NSA, CDS, all the 3 chiefs meeting the Prime Minister, and number of meetings have been taking place. CCS met, Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs met, CCPA met after a very long time. So all these preparatory measures have been going on one after the other to cater for all eventualities that could come after this strike. So I think we are both mentally and physically well prepared.
What do you make of the timing? So in the first 2 instances, Uri, Balakot, 10 days, 12 days, now, on the 16th morning, so to speak, of the Pahalgam tragedy, we've had this. So Clearly, some time has been taken. What do you make of this and all the individual meetings that took place between the Prime Minister and the chiefs of the various wings of the military, as well as the NSA? If you remember, just 2 days ago, many people sort of mocked the Prime Minister for holding these meetings, saying that this is all just optics and all of that. But we were not expecting a strike so soon. A lot of military experts had said that we should take our time, should plan it, because we need to keep this pressure on Pakistan.
So the thing is, all those people who are mocking at those meetings that actually don't know how systems work. So this is typically how you plan. Step by step, you have to close all the loopholes that you may have for a plan is something that we need to do. I think the Prime Minister, as well as the NSA, as well as the EAM and others, everybody who was involved in this, are actually doing a proper kind of planning. The timing, I think I was on your channel some time ago to say that, we should not act, we should not react, we should act. Reaction is something which Pakistan would have expected immediately after that incident. I think we took our time to plan correctly. I think we closed all the loopholes that could happen in those planning. And I think we went in at the right time. The timing of 12 days, 14 days, 16 days doesn't matter. I think we need to deliver the message correctly at the right time with the correct scope and the correct measure. That is extremely important. I think that is what we have been doing in the last 15, 16 days.
Okay, let me quickly... Yes.
Out one aspect, there has been a called out at some of the fake news that's being spread by the Pakistani propaganda machinery led by the DG ISPR has been called out by army sources itself. They are saying one of the claims that they are putting out is 15 locations have been hit inside India by missiles as retaliatory strike by Pakistan. That is fake. Srinagar airbase struck by Pakistan Air Force, again fake. Brigade headquarters of the Indian Army has been destroyed. That is also fake. So these are all claims that are being pushed around, that are being peddled. Viewers, please exercise discretion. Trust CNN News 18. Trust us here. We're putting out the actual correct information. If you see any of such claims being floated around, please remember that this is all fake. This is all propaganda from a rattled enemy who did not know what struck them in the dead of the night. 9 targets deep inside Pakistan have been targeted and with precision strikes, and that's what perhaps surprised them, and this will happen.
They've been sort of indulging
it's been happening. A MiG-29 that crashed 2-3 years ago has been peddled as a Rafale being struck down, etc., etc.
Not only that, they have been mentioning that, some Su-30 has been, 2 Rafales have been shot down. This
Sir, it was a MiG-29 picture, sir. It was a MiG-29 picture.
I think
this is a Pak Army Air Force handle which was peddling video game picture footage sometime 3 days back, 4 days back, and they got called out by the likes of these video game manufacturers and also by X for saying you're pushing out fake videos.
If I can just bring in Mr. Glenn Carl for just about a minute or so. Glenn Carl, we're all looking at Washington and what Washington can do to still perhaps Pakistan's hand. How much influence does the Trump administration actually have on Islamabad, given the fact that Pakistan has veered very firmly into the Chinese sphere of influence? And we haven't heard from China. We've heard from the Global Times, the mouthpiece. We haven't heard officially from China even now.
That's a significant point. And the United States has less influence than it did before. It's easier to support India, but because the U.S. is less intimately involved with Pakistan because of our involvement in Afghanistan, we have less leverage than we did before. On top of that, the Trump administration is clearly more isolationist than previous administrations, so relatively little. And the objective of isolating Pakistan will always run up against the problem that China is a significant part of the global economy and geostrategic equation, and is an ally of Pakistan. So we all cannot really succeed completely in isolating Pakistan. I think there's a significant point in the somewhat farcical announcements of the Pakistani military blowing up half of India in retaliation successfully and stealthily. All of the statements that are false news. That actually is significant because the primary objective for Pakistan is to appear to be strong and defending its honor against the enemy India. For Pakistani population, the domestic audience is the key one here. So if Pakistan were wise, what is their primary objective? It should be to avoid escalation, because what benefit do they have from that? They'll have zero, even if they have relative success militarily. So the way to do that would be to take a page out of Iran in the last 2 years which, when it was going to retaliate, so they said, against American forces in Syria, told the Americans offline and in public, we will retaliate and we're going to attack this specific area at this time. And then they blew up a bomb essentially in a field hours after the Americans had a chance to take shelter and to avoid the attack. The Iranians did the same thing twice with Israel.
All right,
Now,
Mr. Khan, I'm
Pakistan
sorry to
feels
interrupt.
that-
I'm really sorry to interrupt. We're joined by one of the family members of one of the victims who was killed in Pahalgam, Aarti Menon. She's spoken to us before as well. Ms. Menon, thank you very much for speaking to us. Your first thoughts, your first reactions to what India has done now in Pakistan in retaliation for what happened to your father and to 25 others in Pahalgam.
Yeah, actually, I was watching the news right now, and whatever loss happened to our family or any family of the victim, it's like it's a loss. Like we are trying to overcome, and I don't know whether we will overcome it. But this is a very comforting news that what I can see, very comforting at this moment of grief. It's a very comforting news, and I was thinking, like, when we went to our own country to enjoy our nature, to enjoy India, and the innocent tourist, innocent fathers, innocent brothers, innocent son was killed brutally in front of the daughters, mothers, wives, and therefore the Operation Sindoor, the name itself says it, isn't it? And the India attacking only the terrorist camp right now, focusing on it without attacking the civilians or the innocent tourist or anybody there. I'm being very proud, and I'm very moved at this moment. And I think all Indians who are watching this should be proud and will be proud of it. That's it. Jai Hind.
Jai Hind, Aarti ji, amazing sentiment that you have expressed, and thank you for putting it into words. One cannot even express or feel the kind of pain and loss that you would have felt. I know your entire case study, but were you also waiting for this response? And do you
Yeah,
believe?
we were. Yeah, we were. We were like, we had the trust in the government, and we knew, like, everybody as an Indian would knew something is gonna come up, right, and waiting for the right moment. So we were closely watching the news, and we knew something would happen, and this is a very comforting news, as I said before.
You mentioned Operation Sindoor.
Yeah,
There is a
of
reason
course.
why this name
It,
was chosen. You understand the reason why?
the reason, who can more understand the reason, as a daughter who saw the encounter or killing of my father in front of my eyes, in front of me, when I was holding his hands, who can more, and then covering it up from my mother, because I didn't want to make her realize she's a widow, and I have to come from all the way from the north of Kashmir to south to the Kerala to Kochi. So I can understand the pain. A big salute.
Would you want to say something to our Prime Minister, to the Prime Minister of our country, and also to the Indian
Of
Armed
course,
Forces?
I just want to fold my both hands and say thank you to our Prime Minister Modi ji. A big thank you and big salute. And the trust we have always been built, like, it's more stronger than ever.
Aarti ji, I would like you to stay on with us, because we also have R.K.S. Bhaduria, former Chief of Air Staff, who's also joining us at this point. R.K.S. Bhaduria ji, Jai Hind, can you hear me, sir?
Jai Hind, I can hear you.
And I hope you heard Aarti. Aarti is the daughter of
very
Mr.
much so.
Menon, who was one of the 26 who was gunned down in Pahalgam. She was rare. Her father was more than 80 years old, and you heard her sentiment. What would you like to say?
It was just a matter of time. Prime Minister's directions were very, very clear. We have to inflict unimaginable punishment to these terrorists and their network. And I think Aarti should be very happy and proud that what happened was absolutely heinous, absolutely barbaric and shameful from the terrorist side. But they must get a clear message that they cannot now ever get away with even the smallest of such acts. Zero terrorism policy of the government would be followed totally. And as per Prime Minister's directions, 9 targets striking 9 simultaneously and all terrorist sites or their infrastructure, all as per reports emanating from Pakistan itself, indicate heavy damage, terrorist casualties. So it's a great achievement. It's a
How would you
befitting
evaluate
response.
the action, Air Chief? How would you evaluate this action that was taken by the forces today?
No, overall, looking at the situation, I think firstly, choice of targets, all terrorist targets, sites itself or their infrastructure. No, there was no military target. So in itself, it is a very clear message to Pakistan, to terrorists, and to the world as such that one, we are striking the terrorists and their network, and it was said upfront by Honorable Prime Minister. This is what we are going to do, and that is exactly what has been done. Then the magnitude of the operation undertaken, the kind of spread, the kind of weapons and used overall, the attack itself has taken a lot of
All right.
precaution. It's very effective, measured. Collateral damage is likely to be absolute minimum when you use such precision weapons.
Air Chief, just one more question to Aarti Zaka. Yeah.
Yeah, no, Aarti, I just hope that you feel today a sense of justice. There'll never be a closure, like you said. No one can replace a father who's been killed in the manner in which your father was. But I hope there is a sense of justice that at least the wheels of justice have turned in your case.
Yeah.
I want a final comment and then I'll thank you after
Yeah,
that.
obviously there is a spark of justice there, and I wish and I pray that likewise any terrorist attack or any terrorist camp anywhere should be attacked in the same way. The reply is very much comforting, and this is what India is.
All right. Thank you very much, Aarti, for joining
Not
us.
being
Thank
very being covered and attacking the civilians who cannot defend them back. So this is what India is.
All right.
We are
Thank you,
more
ma'am.
courageous.
Thank you. You're very brave.
Thank you.
Aarti, you're very brave.
Thank you.
This is
Jai
just the
Hind.
beginning.
And
We will always support.
Yeah, and I think Aarti,
thoughts must also go out to our civilian brothers and sisters along the LOC tonight and this morning.
Yeah.
Because there has been cowardly shelling of the homes of some of the residents there by the Pakistanis. We've got visuals coming in of that. So three homes have been demolished and a couple of people have been injured. Forest
This is
rangers,
happening
etc.
after about 4-5 years in
Yes.
that region, largely
So-
peaceful. But I think people would understand, and let's hope, we pray for the safety and well-being of everybody. And a lot of them have already been moved to bunkers and safety
All right.
shelters. Lieutenant General Devendra Pratap Pandey is with us. General Pandey, namaste, former GOC 15 Corps. This is Anand Narsimhan with me, Rahul Shivshankar and Zaka Jacob. Jai Hind, your thoughts on this calibrated strike, 9 targets selected and with pinpoint precision demolished, damaged. Bahawalpur, we are given to understand the Jaish headquarters is totally smothered, totally damaged, destroyed.
Yeah, so
Operation
firstly,
Sindoor.
once the air chief has said, I got hardly much to say. But let me point out one thing. I've been in somewhere opposite Bahawalpur for a couple of tenures besides my Kashmir 7 sojourns. And I used to always imagine, when are we going to hit this? Because essentially with POK, POJK, trans-border, trans-LC engagements were very, very norm. But in my mind, I always thought when this thing will be the heart and soul of the Lashkar and in Muridke, both Bahawalpur and Muridke is going to be hit, because essentially this is the place where the largest training camp, rest, relief, coordination happened for both these things. And Muridke being very close to Lahore. Lahore is actually, jinne Lahore nahi dekhya, wo jamme nahi or something, those kind of stories are there. Was always very, very difficult to mind how the forces are going to actually wrap around this challenge and hit very, very precise targets, because they are very close to also the habitation. They are very smart. The Pakistanis are very smart. They will build up the infrastructure, terrorist infrastructure, military infrastructure, surrounded by built up areas and this thing. So it becomes, they know we follow ethics. And it is great that we, over a period of time, especially the Air Force, Army and Navy, have developed instruments to apply in which we can actually pinpoint targets. And we were actually hoping, and yesterday, in fact, I was very fortunate that I had shaken hands with the Prime Minister. We are actually hoping that he is going to announce something And the way the whole thing has been raged out in the sense that today was a day when we are supposed to have carried out practice and
drills, yeah.
rehearsals.
Yeah.
So anybody would have thought that tonight, seventh night is night, or maybe here and after. But this whole packaging, if you look at it, is that even the Pakistan army was fully aware that the movements were taking place. They were fully cognizant that we are going to come in with some sort of a form to punish them.
But
it
General,
happened
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. You know, everyone's concern right now is what happens next. Let's war game this out. Do you expect a retaliation from Pakistan? B, what may be the nature of that retaliation, and then what happens? How does India respond?
I feel, look, the nature, firstly, the nature of retaliation should be symbolic. There are a number of tools from zero to the ultimate use of systems. We have an escalatory ladder which is always applied in a control because we are a responsible nation. We will always tell not only the world, even the Pakistani public, that look, this is the punishment for your leadership to have done something wrong, and herein we are willing to stop. Now it is up to your leadership to take it on. So this happened in Uri surgical strike. It happened in Balakot, where symbolism of touching beyond the IB was done. So, you know, every time you do something, we are not getting after the public, which you will unfortunately see what will happen. When they will fire, they will attack our built-up areas, they attack our civilian areas, and they will avoid hitting our military targets. So that's the difference between the two of us. The escalatory ladder will be controlled by us and not with this thing.
But General Saab, how does the attack in your book, how does it sort of, what do you make of it? Given the fact that we've been able to attack in Pakistan proper, not just in POK, and the Pakistani army, you know, and the forces are supposed to have been on extreme alert, etc., etc. So it's very strange that they completely have been caught napping. And can you explain that? How did that happen?
You know, it is not exactly they have been caught napping. I guess they were quite aware. Their all AD systems were up. They have been flying sorties over sorties to protect. But this packaging by the Air Force has been done to suppress. Their systems have been suppressed. It is a standoff attack from within our own the weapon systems which Air Force, and thanks to Air Chief Marshal Baduria and his team, that over a period of time they have got the packaging done so right that we can strike anywhere in the depth of the Pakistan. Pakistan is a state or a nation or wherever we want. We can fire at will.
I'll take a question with the Air Chief. This time, one is the statement is that it's a collective work of the entire armed forces. The other thing is no missile has been used, Air Chief. Loitering munitions is what's been indicated too. So is this a new the tool in the arsenal for the armed forces? Can you explain the loitering munitions, please, Air Chief?
Yeah, we've had loitering munitions sometime. We have inducted the advanced versions now. But to my mind, it will be some combination of loitering munitions and standoff precision weapons. So I don't have the details myself, but I would expect if 9 targets are chosen, it will be some combination. Some standoff weapons would have been used, and looking at some pictures that are coming up from Pakistan side in the social media, to me it is an indication that
General
there is a
Pandey, are you surprised by the choice of tactics that were employed?
I think having been there while I've just retired, we had all these systems in place, but the manner in which we have been also talking of the year of in immersion of technology has been going on. So it's also an indication of technological superiority in terms of application of force this time. So this is something very new which has come about, and without having crossed the line, technically we have been able to hit range of targets, but mix of weapon systems or systems which have been applied. So it's something very unique, and while the Americans have done, the Israelis have done, possibly in our subcontinent, this is the first time such an event has been carried out, and it's a great action.
General Saab and also Air Chief, request your indulgence, please, another 5 minutes with us, because we're going to now list out, Brajesh Kumar Singh is with us to list out the 9 targets and why they have been chosen. So we've put this out, Brajesh: Muzaffarabad, Kotli, Gulpur, Bhimber, Sialkot, Muridke, Bahawalpur and Chakamru. Please. Why?
Let me explain that all these 9 locations, were selected after very careful planning and based upon the very precise intelligence input.
Okay.
So one by one, I will explain the details about all these 9. For example, we all know that the Bahawalpur facility of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, that is known as the global headquarters of Masood Azhar, Maulana Masood Azhar. It is also known as Markaz-e-Subhanallah. This facility got created in 2015. It has been attacked. Right. Then the second facility, Markaz-e-Taiba. It is part of the Muridke. It's very close to Lahore. It is known as the Lashkar-e-Taiba global headquarters. Mufti Shaheed, Hafiz Shaheed, he operates from this place only.
Right.
The third place, that is very interesting. The third place is Sarjal. And Sarjal, you know, it's a very unique facility because it runs into a PHC, the primary health center. So how the terrorist organization backed by the ISI and the government of Pakistan, the Pakistan army, they use the health facility, the typical civilian facility. So this facility in Sarjal is a primary health center. It is part of the Tehra Kalan village, and this is again a major training launch pad plus camp of Jaish-e-Mohammed. This one is the third facility. The fourth is Mahmuna Joya facility. It is in Sialkot. We have already discussed the role of LET and Jaish-e-Mohammed. But this facility, this belongs to Hizbul Mujahideen.
So this is HM. So this is Hizbul Mujahideen.
Exactly. So the fourth facility, it belongs to Hizbul Mujahideen. The fifth facility, that is known as Markaz-e-Ahle Hadith Barnala in Bhimber. This facility is again a Lashkar-e-Taiba facility. It is in the POJK and it's a launch pad for all the terrorist activities in Punch, Rajouri, Riyasi sector.
Yeah, because Bhimber is right on the other side of Punch.
As you know, in last 3 years, there have been several attacks in this area. So this facility is very, very important from the terror angle. So this has been also attacked. The sixth facility is known as Markaz Abbas. It is in Kotli. This facility belongs to Jaish-e-Mohammed. One of the prominent operator of Jaish-e-Mohammed, Hafiz Abdul Sakur. This facility is the base of Sakur. The seventh facility, Maskar Rahil Saeed, it is again in Kotli. This facility belongs to Hizbul Mujahideen. So all 3 terror organizations, Hizbul Mujahideen, Lashkar-e-Toiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. So also we talk about last 2 facilities. The Sawal Nala camp, it is in Muzaffarabad. It is precisely on the Muzaffarabad Neelam Road in POJK. It is very important. And why it is so important? If you remember the 26/11 Mumbai attacks, you know the Azmal Kasab. Azmal Kasab, he got his training from this center. So it is very, very important.
He's from Muridke, but he trained here in this
exactly, in Sawal Nala camp, Muzaffarabad. The last facility, that is known as Markaz Sayyidina Bilal. Again, it is in POJK, just bang opposite the Raid Fort in Muzaffarabad. Again, this facility belongs to JEM, Jaish-e-Mohammed. Basically, his operational commander, the agency operational commander, Mufti Asghar Khan, he operates from this facility. So basically, this is attacks the precise 9 location that is attacked by the Indian Armed Forces. It is based upon the precise inputs given by the Indian.
Now here is the question: when these targets were selected, Brajesh, the viewers would want to know: were the terror akas? Were they occupied by these operational commanders and their cadre? Are the casualties far greater than what the Pakistanis are accepting?
Yes. Because as per the inputs given by our intelligence, all these facilities are very, very major facilities where in any normal time, 50 to 5,000 terror operatives as well as the trainings, the guys who are getting trainings, they are normally camped there. So obviously, it's a huge devastation for as far as the terror infrastructure.
Right. So there you go. So General Pandey and also to Air Chief and to our viewers, Zaka and Rahul. So very clearly, this has now been explained why these targets were selected, the importance behind these targets, and what in these areas, which precise locations have been targeted, and the reason why they have been targeted. General Pandey.
So absolutely, I think the choice or selection of the targets the mix, but more importantly, they were larger in number. Initially, or even during the surgical strike and this thing, the places where we were hitting were quite close to this thing, which is generally the launch pads. So the numbers were very smaller. They were about at times 4, or in some cases they're about 10 to 12. But these are the places where more than hundreds of people operate. This is the place where the operational commanders or the head of the organizations were operating. And symbolically also, you imagine when they were knowing that some sort of an attack can come, but they could not have vacated it. The moment they would have vacated it was always a given that they were scared of the retaliation from Indian forces, and possibly they were occupied with the adequate numbers. And I'm not very sure of the intel on whether commanders were in these locations. But
what would you think, General Saab, right after the attack in Pahalgam? Would some of the top leadership had been moved out? There was talk that there was movement there. What do you think has happened?
The leadership of the Pakistan military and the terrorist leadership, they're quite akin. So when the time comes of trouble, they will always move out from the respective headquarters and locations and hide. And the others, the lower rung, are expendables for them. They don't care how many trainees have been hit, or how many the lower rung terrorist cadre have been, hit or destroyed.
Yeah, but the only difference being, General Saab, that being a visible strike, and this time in Pak Punjab, which is really the epicenter of the military terror network, this would have a salutary effect on Pakistan.
I am actually really salute to the political dispensation and of course the military leadership to have taken the call to hit where it mattered. So I'm actually telling you, I've been there a couple of tenures opposite the same area, somewhere in Rajasthan and all. And I used to always wonder, how are we going to hit? It is so suitably located within the township of Bahawalpur. And by the way, Bahawalpur is actually one of the southernmost area where even the people are not very happy with the camp, because those are Saraiki people. They are very different people. They speak a different language. And certain degree of unhappiness was always there. This hit is going to actually play out in the psychological mindset as well, to divide the local population, that you don't keep these guys here with us.
All right, General Pandey, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate you joining us early on in the morning. It's 6 a.m., a little past 6 a.m. Good morning to all our viewers. In case you're just tuning in to CNN News 18, India has launched Operation Sindoor, in which 9 different terrorist locations and headquarters and launch pads were hit from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir as well as in Pakistan proper, deep inside Punjab, including the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur, the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Muridke, and of course the headquarters of the Hizbul Mujahideen. Good time to welcome Captain D.K. Sharma, his former spokesperson of the Indian Navy. Mr. Stephen Golub, international affairs expert, is also joining us. We'll also be joined in a moment by Abhijit Iyer Mitra from the IPCS. But Captain Sharma, let me ask you, the statement that was put out by the Ministry of Defence saying that all 3 tri-services were used, Indian Army, Indian Air Force and Indian Navy. There were loitering munitions that were used. These were all hits from this side of the LOC, from Indian territory. We didn't cross the LOC. What are your thoughts, firstly, this morning on the 7th of May 2025, when India has successfully executed what is now being called Operation Sindoor?
Very good morning, Zaka, and very good morning to all my fellow Indians. A great news is trickling out that India did what we all were waiting for. So, very precisely, our actions, though very patient, have been very focused, measured, and non-escalatory in nature. I'm repeating this word, non-escalatory in nature, because as you listed out, all these attacks, the simultaneous attacks which have been carried out presumably by all the 3 services with various kind of ammunition from various axes and various fronts, have only targeted where the terror infrastructure was there, established and targeted now. So, and what I understand, that none of the Pakistan military facilities have been targeted, because that would have caused escalation. Today, right now, as we are speaking, as the news is coming out, it is all on pointed targets which were, doing all these activities which were hitting us, bleeding us by 1,000 cuts. So, and as the leadership of the country had said, कि चुन चुन के मारेंगे, ये चुन चुन के मारने का एक बहुत बहुत clear जवाब है that it has not been pointed towards the civil population, towards anybody else, but to the people who have been, doing all these nefarious activities. And the latest of the thing which happened on the 22nd April, that is the Pahalgam attack. So a great step taken by us. And let's see now how it pans out. But as it seems now, a simultaneous, saturated, multi-pronged, multi-directional attack has been carried out, and that has been given out by our government also.
All right, Stephen Golub is also there with us. Abhijit Iyer Mitra is also joining us on the broadcast. Stephen Golub, the international ramifications of this. Secretary Marco Rubio has spoken with National Security Advisor Doval. He's also spoken to his Pakistani counterpart. He's put out a tweet about half an hour back saying that he's watching the situation in India and Pakistan very closely and would urge both sides to resolve this quickly and peacefully. What's the big concern right now in Washington?
Oh, the big concern is that this could escalate when you have two nuclear powers, I believe, with 170 or more nuclear weapons between them going at each other. There's a very great concern that things can spin out of control. And sometimes things spin out of control literally in the sense that neither side wants a major escalation, but things happen anyway. Mistakes are made, intentions are misinterpreted, someone lower down in the command chain does something they're not supposed to. So there's a great concern regarding that. What I might add as an additional concern is that as opposed to India's civilian government, you have in Pakistan a military government that not only is military, but that's led by quite an ideological religious zealot, or in effect de facto led by the army chief. And to have that kind of individual who's evinced hostility towards India in recent weeks and months in his statements with his finger on, to be frank, the nuclear trigger, is an additional source of great concern.
All right, Stephen Golub, thank you very much for joining us. Before I come to Abhijit, Arun Danta, my colleague, is joining us live from 7 LKM right outside the Prime Minister's residence. Arun, what's the mood right now there? The Prime Minister, I believe, was fully briefed and watching the Operation Sindoor as it was unfolding. What can you report for us this morning?
Well, that's right, Zaka. Prime Minister Modi was awake for the entire night, and he was monitoring the the attack from this place. Right behind me is the 7 LKM, the official residence. That he's still monitoring the situation from inside. In fact, the officials are also inside. He's also in touch with NSA Ajit Doval, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Union Home Minister Amit Shah. All of them are in touch with Prime Minister Modi. And in fact, as we've seen in last couple of days, the build-up which was in fact taking place, the rounds of meeting which were taking place here in the country, and also the way, whether it is External Affairs Minister or Prime Minister Modi, they were discussing with the foreign leaders about this. And today, when this thing happened, when few areas in Pakistan and also in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir which were attacked by our forces, it is something which is very, very significant. And perhaps in some time from now, we will see some sort of movements here at Prime Minister Modi's residence. Cabinet meeting is also plotted to take place today. CCS Cabinet Committee on Security will also take place here at 11 a.m. So very, very significant, day-to-day, a huge attack that happened
Well, this is Operation Sindoor. There are many reactions that are coming in from the families, those who lost their loved ones on the 22nd of April, and they are thanking the Indian Armed Forces and Prime Minister Narendra Modi for going ahead and destroying these terror hubs from where this proxy war has been waged against Bharat for many decades by Pakistan, which is a state sponsor of terror. General Sanjay Kulkarni is with us. We also have Abhijit Iyer Mitra. This is precise targeting of all locations that have happened. Captain D.K. Sharma is also with us, and there is a reason why. So there is not just the Jaish headquarters that has been totally destroyed, reduced to rubble. That's what we are given to understand in Bahawalpur. Muridke, again targeted because it's the Lashkar's Markaz. There is Sialkot, where the Hizbul Mujahideen are headquartered. Even in the name of a medical center, they were running a terror camp. That's been targeted too. Muzaffarabad at the Red Fort area and also near the Bilal Mosque area, there are huge terror bases, camps where the likes of Ajmal Kasab were trained. That has been reduced to rubble. 9 precise targets have been taken and the death toll is far greater. The damage caused is far greater than just infrastructural damage. That's what we are given to understand. Abhijit Iyer Mitra, can it be more precise? Can it be more sharp? And can it be more lethal than this? And the Pakistanis currently, the cowards that they are targeting civilians. There are civilian casualties that are happening on our side along the LOC. They are shelling civilian establishments. This is what they will come down to.
So first of all, Anand, we need to understand, we have images coming out of Bahawalpur and Muridke. First, let's understand the psychological impact. You know, in Balakot, they could claim a victory because it was a very remote location and they said we shot down crows. Now with the visuals coming in from Bahawalpur hospital, you know, there's no way they can claim that it was only crows or chickens or whatever we shot down, number one. And, you know, for Pakistan, a defeat in private doesn't count as a defeat at all. You have to have a public defeat, a public sort of, you know, humiliation in that sense for it to count. Number one. Number two, what has been happening is you're looking at the hospital visuals. These are all fighting age men. Pakistani Twitter is trying to show that some kid died. That image, we don't know where it's from. We don't know what its provenance is. All the videos that we're looking at clearly show fighting age men with long flowing beards having been badly injured in this strike. What is even more curious is, so far we have seen absolutely no visuals for the other 7 targets. Why is that? Because Pakistani Punjab has declared a state of emergency right now. They've cut off all the phone signals and everything. Now, why do you do that? When you do that, it means you clearly have something to hide. Right? Because especially when things have been struck, people need their mobile phones to call ambulances, to coordinate with relatives, to coordinate finances and things like that for treatment and so on and so forth. You don't cut off, you know, this is like cutting off communications after a tornado has hit or after a hurricane has hit. You don't do it. The only reason you do it is to suppress information. So with the other 7 targets, we really don't know what the extent of the damage is. We'll have some satellites flying over there in the next 2-3 hours. When I manage to get a look at those images, I'll be able to tell you. Third, if you remember on the 5th, my colleague Detresfa, he tweeted out images of the exact Bahawalpur seminary that has been targeted.
Yes.
It had training grounds, it had badminton and tennis courts, it had a swimming pool which thankfully had been filled in. Have you ever heard of a mosque and a seminary attached to have a swimming pool attached to it? You know, these things don't happen. This was very clearly a training camp of some sort. That is beyond doubt. Now, I'm sure we're going to hear propaganda stories now about how this was some, you know, lots of very pious students. What was the term New York Times used for Osama bin Laden? Pious preacher or something like that. That lots of hundreds of pious preachers have died or whatever. Let's not take that seriously.
Abhijit Iyer Mitra, I'm interrupting your flow of thoughts, but we have Sanjay Dwivedi, Shobhan Dwivedi's father, who's joining us. Sanjay ji, namaste, Jai Hind. भारत ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर रचा है. 9 टारगेट्स हैं जो ध्वस्त हुए हैं पाकिस्तान में, टेरर बेसिस. आप क्या कहेंगे संजय जी? आप क्या कहेंगे? ऑपरेशन सिंदूर भारत ने लॉन्च किया है, टेरर एस्टैब्लिशमेंट्स को ध्वस्त किया है.
मैं इस कार्रवाई के लिए अपने देश की सशक्त सेना और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को बारंबार धन्यवाद देता हूं और सैल्यूट करता हूं अपने देश की सेनाओं को, सशक्त सेनाओं को, जिन्होंने इस तरह के दुष्टों का, राक्षसों का विनाश करने का प्रण लिया है और उसको अंजाम देने का कार्य किया है. मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को बारंबार धन्यवाद देता हूं. देश की 140 करोड़ जनता के दिल की आवाज को सुना माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने. निश्चित तौर पे आज मेरे पुत्र ने जो शहादत दी थी, जो बलिदान दिया था 22 अप्रैल को, निश्चित तौर पे आज उसकी आत्मा को शांति मिल रही होगी. आज मेरा पूरा परिवार रात 2 बजे से लगातार उस जो कष्ट को पिछले 15 दिनों से झेल रहा था, उस कष्ट में निश्चित तौर पे मरहम का काम हुआ है. आज मेरे दिल में बेटे के जाने का गम तो है, लेकिन आज गर्व है मेरे देश के, मेरे प्रधानमंत्री पर, मेरे देश की सशक्त सेनाओं पर, जिन्होंने समय पे जाकर के कार्रवाई की, सटीक कार्रवाई की और आतंकवादियों के समूल नाश के विनाश का काम शुरू कर दिया है।
हिंदू बेटियों का सिंदूर छीनने की जुर्रत की थी उन्होंने, और इस ऑपरेशन को सिंदूर कहा गया है।
आवाज नहीं आ रही सर।
संजय जी, हिंदू बेटियों का सिंदूर छीनने की हिम्मत की थी उन्होंने। 26 पुरुषों को चुन चुनकर मारा था। आज इस ऑपरेशन का नाम ऑपरेशन सिंदूर रखा है। क्या सिंदूर की लाज रखी है हमारी सेना ने?
जो मेरी बहू का सिंदूर, जो माथे का सिंदूर छीना था 22 अप्रैल को, बहुत ही अच्छा निर्णय लिया है। इस ऑपरेशन का नाम ऑपरेशन सिंदूर रख करके उन शहीद हुए मेरे पुत्र के साथ शहीद हुए देश के विभिन्न भागों के उन 27 वीरों का, बलिदानियों की, धर्मपत्नियों के सुहाग की जो कीमत थी, उसको सुहाग की रक्षा का जो सुहाग छीना गया था, उसके लिए जो प्रतिशोध लिया है माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, माननीय हमारे देश के गृह मंत्री जी, माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी, मैं सबको बारंबार धन्यवाद देता हूं। और देश की सशस्त्र सेनाओं के अदम्य साहस और वीरता के लिए मैं उनको बारंबार सैल्यूट करता हूं।
इतना काफी है कि और भी सबक सिखाना जरूरी है संजय जी।
जी 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 जी। अभी आतंकवाद पे जो कार्रवाई शुरू हुई है, ये इसका शुरुआत है। हम ये चाहते हैं और पूरा देश ये चाहता है कि अब आतंकवाद का माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी समूल विनाश करें। अगर अब भी कुछ कमी रही हो तो निश्चित तौर पे उसको इससे भी बड़ी कार्रवाई करके उसका समूल विनाश करें।
संजय जी धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। जय हिंद।
थैंक यू थैंक यू थैंक यू।
So that's the sentiment of a father.
Mr. Iyer Mitra, if he's there. Mr. Mitra, first of all, good morning. This is what we were working up to. The fact of the matter is you were there last night on our show. We weren't expecting perhaps a strike this early in the day, but we hadn't ruled out the possibility. How do you assess what has transpired over the last 7 hours? How do you assess it? Is this going to enforce deterrence? This is something that you've been talking about. And do you think that this is the first of many steps? It's the first of a phase?
I think this is the beginning of a series of strikes. We have to understand Pakistan has a security cabinet meeting at 10 a.m. They'll decide what course of action they want to go about after that. Depending on how much they want to escalate it, let's see where it goes. I think the reports coming out of Pakistan right now claiming that they've shot down 5 fighter jets may be a face-saving device. They claim that they've shot down 5, therefore, it's a big hurrah. If you remember in Balakot, they actually did shoot down one of our fighters, and they claimed to have launched missiles just to warn us. They claimed they launched expensive Brazilian missiles which never exploded on target as a warning to us. And they claimed victory. And if you go to the Wikipedia page on Balakot, it actually makes it seem that Balakot happened in a vacuum. It had no connection to Pulwama and Pakistan. Nothing was hit at Balakot and only India suffered casualties. But it gave us a 6-year breathing period, 5 to 6 year breathing period, if you count the Riyasi attack as well last year, of deterrence. Now, deterrence doesn't mean that, small 1-2 people killed. It's the big attacks that it deters, because 1-2 people killed attacks are, they're targets of opportunity decided at a local level. It is the big attacks which the orders come cross-border, and that is what you're out to deter.
Abhijit Iyer Mitra and General Kulkarni and Captain Sharma. Captain, we'll try and go to Captain Sharma.
Wants to make a point.
Yes, sir.
Patience was running out. But solid, saturated, multi-pronged, coordinated precision strikes have happened over the last 3 hours, and I'm sure they are going to continue.
Well, I'm not sure he's speaking with us right now. I think he is I don't think he's with us. We'll try and just connect that and see if he's speaking with us directly. He was looking elsewhere, so I'm not sure. So we'll just confirm that. But General Kulkarni, Rahul and Zaka and to Abhijit Iyer Mitra, the fact is, ये पाकिस्तानी है, ये पलट कर आते हैं. They come back. Time लेके आते हैं, but they come back. 6 years is not deterrence enough because when they come back, they hurt again. And so what is it that we are going to do so that they never dare to do this again?
No, General Kulkarni, I think, you know, the question that everyone wants to ask is twofold. Obviously, look, this is not going to be the end of terrorism. I don't think this as a deterrent thing, which Rahul was talking about. You know, after Pulwama, we thought there will be deterrence. After Balakot, we thought there will be deterrence.
Yeah, that's why
it happens after a bunch of years. The most pressing and most immediate question is, what is the thinking right now in GHQ in Rawalpindi? What is the thinking of Asim Munir? He has articulated his very vile and visceral thoughts about Hindus and Muslims and jugular vein and so on and so forth. This is a direct hit at his authority, the authority of the Pakistan army. So how does India prepare? A, will there be a retaliation? And B, how does India prepare for that retaliation? How does India respond to that retaliation?
See, Zaka, what really now at this point of time, we have noticed that however much all of this has been war game, we know exactly what we would have done and how Pakistan will retaliate. There is no denying the fact. That is why, to begin with, in the escalation ladder, only the terrorist camps have been hit. There's 9 of them. Of course, most of them are in POK, but one of it in Bahawalpur is in Punjab. That's where the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters are. So, indicative. Now maybe another half an hour to 1 hour, we'll really exactly know the damage caused. Maybe 24, 30, 40, 50, 100 people would have died. And though it was absolute total secrecy, I think it was beautifully managed, very well executed for a very simple reason, that you had the mock exercises being given to understand in India at this point of time that today, the 7th of May, there will be mock exercises. You had the Raksha Mantri say...
General Saab, there was secrecy, and one has to hand it to the Indian government that there was secrecy. But I have to ask you, there was anticipation also. We knew because the Prime Minister had laid it down and the parameters he had defined very narrowly. Why was Pakistan caught so flat-footed? Or indeed, have they been caught flat-footed, or it is just our genius that we have been able to penetrate their... I don't know, maybe their systems are very...
If they're caught flat-footed, frankly, if they're caught flat-footed like this every time, perhaps they should be caught like this every time.
I'm very interested to know, how is it that these people who claim to be such a professional, such a powerful army, have been blown out of the water pretty much in main Punjab?
Yeah, they may be strong, but we are more powerful, we are more stronger, we are better.
What happened is, you would have noticed, Pakistan was expecting the retaliation, or otherwise, their chief, the jihadi, I would call him Hafiz Munir, would not have dispatched his family. Most of the people had over there, the generals have dispatched their families abroad, number one. Number two, aware of what the civil administration might just do, he appointed his DG ISI as the NSA to know exactly what the Prime Minister of theirs is thinking, and they should not, take some decision which may just go against the army. So everyone, he had full control. He knew, and he has prepared himself. I hope some good sense prevails, because he knows. Probably he may have thought India may not retaliate. India might just say something and we don't do. But he knew that India will retaliate. He had seen the leadership in India, and he knows this strong leadership in India is bound to come very, very hard, because that's what we did after Uri, that's what we did after Pulwama. But, well, Pakistan didn't seem to understand that here also it will be done. But definitely,
the symbolism, Anand, the symbolism of targeting close to Lahore in Bahawalpur, Mr. Iyer Mitra, this is important. This is an important visible action that India has taken beyond POK.
Look, it's Balakot was also beyond POK. That precedent was set in Balakot itself that we will not restrict ourselves to POK. The majority of targets are in POK, yes, but there have been significant targets outside POK because, there is this sort of equivalence in the Pakistani mind that, in the 1960s war, they only attacked in Kashmir, and India declared the war because we attacked across the international border. Somehow this, they've tried to reinforce this narrative that Kashmir actions should be restricted to Kashmir and should not go outside of Kashmir. Now, this is ludicrous. We have broken that. We had for a long time accepted that principle. We have broken that with Balakot, and this time it's been very, very significantly reinforced just because of the scale and nature of the attacks that have taken place outside of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir.
No, but Abhijit, also the fact that Punjab has been hit. I mean, Muridke is barely 30 kilometers from Lahore. And you know this. I mean, hitting Punjab is like hitting at the heart of Pakistan.
No,
it's not just hitting at the heart of Pakistan, it's hitting at the heart of the Pakistan army. We all know what headquarters are there in Muridke exactly. So, it's also saying that, we just hit about a kilometer.
If he can hit you, if he can hit these terror headquarters, we can hit the air bases and we can hit the military installations, and we have chosen not to. That's the message the Indian Armed Forces are giving. Bahawalpur has an air base.
Yeah, it's actually much more than that, because you're hitting the political power center of both the army and the Sharif family.
Yeah,
that is a humiliation that they can't live down.
So 10 a.m. there is going to be a press briefing. So here on CNN News 18, it's continuous coverage. We are live with the coverage, with the updates. 10 a.m. is the official media briefing at the National Media Center. We've just got confirmation. National Media Center, that's where there will be a press briefing on Operation Sindoor.
Do we know who's going to be leading that?
No, we don't know who's going to come to brief.
So if you go back to the surgical strikes, at that time I think it was the head of the Northern Command.
Yeah.
Then I think the DGMO.
General Huda, I think.
Yeah, I think General Huda had come out first.
Yeah, but it's been sent out by the army. It's been sent out by the army PRO and PRO army. That's where they are the ones who sent out. So we'll see if it's a military briefing or not.
It likely would be, yeah.
And this time around, General Kulkarni, it said it's a collective armed forces. It's not said that it was only the Air Force that did it, or the army that did it, or the Navy that did it. It's a collective Air Force, connected armed forces strike. My question is also, if the Pakistanis decide to respond, they may immediately respond, or they may respond in a different manner, in a non-state act manner also. So how do we measure our calibration? Is this message very clear that any act of terror on our soil now will be a punitive cost on Pakistanis? Secondly, if you escalate, we will go escalate further.
Pakistan will retaliate, but Pakistan knows the after effect of retaliation, and that is what is most important. Pakistan realizes it, that attack on the Indian soil, because Indians don't have any terrorist camp. Since we have no terrorist camp, the attack is going to be in the Indian soil, whereas we have only hit the terrorist target. So Pakistan knows what India is doing. Now, should Pakistan retaliate in a haphazard manner, knowing fully well, let's see what happens. We are ruined, we'll do. But at this point of time, I don't think, because Pakistan knows fully well that India is prepared. For the last 12, 13 days, India was preparing for it. India has now retaliated, and any further, I would say, retaliation by Pakistan might lead to Pakistan getting into trouble. Because Balochistan ex-chief minister has been talking rather ill about Pakistan and very clearly stated that, look, and he has also told them, don't forget, you've had 93,000 PWs in 71
But that was in 71, sir. After that, the messaging has not cost them. The messaging from the Indian response or the Bharatiya response has not cost them. It's not cost Pakistan acreage, nor has it cost them personnel, loss of face. Captain Sharma, agree, disagree? And is this messaging enough, or has this got to be harder?
Just, Zaka, this is just the starting. Oh, sorry, Anand.
Yeah.
This is just the starting of the whole thing, which was, waiting for something like this to happen. And it has happened at the right time, as decided by all the three chiefs and the top leadership of the nation. Very precise attacks, very potent attacks. And let's see now, what is the next step of Pakistan? As General Kulkarni is saying, there will be some retaliation, but we are prepared for it. It is a multi-pronged attack. Everybody is at standby. So there is nothing to worry, because anything now coming out from there will have
but
a
Captain,
kind of...
when you say that there is going to be a retaliation, I'm sure people in the Indian military establishment have done a bit of a game theoretical analysis.
Rahul, every action of theirs has already been, I'm very sure about it, it has been simulated and we know what is our reaction to it. So just don't worry about it. Every step of the escalation ladder has been well thought out. And who will address it? Which part of the Indian Armed Forces will address it? In what manner and with what kind of might? All this has been done.
They don't deter Abhijit Iyer Mitra and Captain Sharma and General Kulkarni. They don't deter from attacking civilians. If you look at the pounding around the LOC, it shows that they are capable of the most vile act. And if we look at Pahalgam, they're okay with that. That was also celebrated somewhere. So if they end up doing something foolhardy like that, that they target a civilian establishment or a military establishment, then the graded response, how does it change? And does that
Anand,
give us a toehold or a reason to perhaps charge them acreage? I hope you understand what I'm saying.
We are now going towards the routes from where the launch pads are. You are talking about they will attack on the civilian areas. They can do whatever, foolish activities they want to do. But here our focus is very clear. We are going, as the Prime Minister said, we will go to the root of the problem. So now we are attacking from where the artillery is kept or where the missile launching pads are kept and where all this activity was taking, it was starting from there. It was finally looking for a target across the border this side. But now when all our forces have got all the targets and coordinates in position and we have decided that we are ready and the kind of attack which has been carried out within a matter of seconds and minutes from various directions, this is going to baffle them. This is going to, really...
one other factor which I think is important in whatever response Pakistan may choose is in 2 days' time, on Friday, they have this all-important meeting with the IMF in Washington where I think it's $1 billion tranche of the $7.5 billion that was approved as the bailout package. That is due. So if they choose to attack or retaliate in the next 48 hours, that will have down the line implications as well for Pakistan. But I do want to say a couple of things. I don't think the Pakistan army, if it chooses to retaliate, and I think the messaging from the Indian armed forces, even from the very first statement that was put out by the ADGPI, was that, look, we're not targeting military installations, this is non-escalatory in nature, and we're only targeting the terror infrastructure. So basically a signaling has gone to the Pakistan military that, look, we're not hitting your military installations and we do not want you to escalate. Of course, Pakistan and the Pakistan army will have to decide what they have to and how they have to respond. The second thing and the important thing is the conversations, the first set of conversations that have happened are between the National Security Advisor of India and his counterpart, the acting counterpart now, Mr. Rubio, who's also the Secretary of State. And immediately after that, Mr. Rubio has spoken to the NSA of Pakistan, the NSA who also happens to be the DGISI. And he has clearly said, we don't wish both parties to escalate. We want a quick resolution to this. So really, the stakes are very, very high for Pakistan if they choose to respond to this.
I agree with you. Obviously, this is something that the Pakistani leadership will have to balance. But I want to bring in Iyer Mitra on this. There'll be expectations now, and we're already seeing a large number of videos coming out of Pakistan where people are asking, "Tum kya so rahe the?" And they were asking the Pakistani army. So there's a meltdown happening in Pakistan. The Pakistani army wants to save face. There are a couple of things now that I want to bring to your attention. Number one, given that the political imperatives, can Munir, who has talked himself into, jihadi A+, can he now sit quiet? One. Two, how much leverage does Washington actually have on Pakistan, given the fact that Pakistan has moved very closely and quickly into the Chinese arc, and the Chinese actually haven't responded?
Yeah.
And this I find quite strange. Something is happening in their backyard. Chinese are completely silent.
So to answer the first part of the question, remember, we've had reports since Pahalgam happened. We've had a lot of indications that there is discontent among the corps commanders. Some of the things Pakistani broadcasters and major personalities have been saying against Asim Munir, they won't have the guts to say that unless they had the protection of some corps commander happening out there.
Right.
The most common refrain I'm hearing right now is, where has Asim Munir been for the last 10 days? He was actively promoting that ludicrous speech of his on Twitter where everybody was saying, Asim Munir hits it out of the park, whatnot, etc., etc. Where has he been? He's been completely missing in action, no photos of him or anything. And again, we see there is a very systematic attempt from Pakistani Twitter to ask those questions. How far it will go, I don't know. How far will the corps commanders take it? I don't know. To answer the second part of your question, Rahul, sorry, if you can just remind me again, I lost.
The second part is the China angle and the lack of, or perhaps, I don't know, Washington's influence.
This is actually, something we've seen for the last 3 years. Chinese support to Pakistan. First, China doesn't do allies. America does allies. China does free radicals. They use North Korea to bog down East Asia. They use Laos, even though it doesn't have nuclear weapons or any military really. They use Laos to, sow discontent within ASEAN. They use Pakistan to bog down India. These are the kind of, malignant free radicals they like. Now, what ends up happening out here is the deal is always based on the fact that you can actually hold down the regional competitor. Pakistan used to get very good deals as long as it was running a true two-track insurgency, one in Punjab, one in Kashmir. Once the Punjab insurgency ended, it could still get discounts claiming a Kashmir insurgency. Now we know the Kashmir insurgency is over. And if you notice, for the last 9 years, Rahul, since I've been appearing on your programs, you remember I've been talking about Chinese internal documents, actually local publications, which keep saying, how Pakistan's military and feudal system has gone out of its way to sabotage the Pakistan-China economic corridor. They were still willing to tolerate it. They were still willing to tolerate Uyghur terrorists being found in Pakistani terror camps and things like that. What they are not willing to tolerate now is all the same things happening when Pakistan is not bringing any insurgency on the table that's able to keep India off balance. That is the main reason China is not really being as supportive, because Pakistan is no longer an asset. As for Washington, Washington can wield influence. The question is, do they want to wield influence? It's the same way we can wield a lot of influence on Russia. We really want to use that influence for something like Ukraine, which is totally peripheral to us.
But has Bharat been very smart about it again this time? Because 10:22 p.m. last evening, President Trump confirms that India has removed all tariffs on US goods. So there has been a big offtake there. So there is a whole of government strategic maneuver with key parties who are integral to whatever Bharat was planning, and that's happened.
No, but I just want to add to the US question. I mean, look, Trump, I think to be fair to him, has been very, very clear. He is an anti-war president. He has never, in fact, he's said very proudly on the campaign trail that in his first term, not a single war started. And he also made it a big campaign agenda point that he wants to end the Russia-Ukraine war. He said, famously, he'll end it in 24 hours and so on, but that hasn't happened. He also wants to put an end to the Israel-Gaza war as well. But here's the thing. The incentive or the leverage that Washington had 5 or 6 years ago, let's say, for example, when Balakot happened, because Washington was very much invested in Afghanistan, very much invested in this region, they had leverage over Pakistan. Today, that is significantly decreased. So it really boils down to what the Pakistani military
Trump's
leadership
point of view
wants to do.
Even in Trump point 1, Trump 1.2, Trump was very clear about what he thought about Pakistan. And the billions of dollars that had been given by the US to Pakistan. So clearly those monies were not coming. They only have 40% of operational capacity of their fleet, which is all US airplanes. A lot of their guns and machinery they need servicing, and that all spare parts have to come from the US. So that's not happening. So there are different ways that Pakistani response, military response can be choked by a friendly ally or a friendly nation. And in this case, the US.
In February, Trump had actually lifted the sanctions and had said that we are going to give you parts, etc., as well as monies to maintain your F-16s, as long as you don't use them against India.
Correct. So the condition itself, now the Saudis have parked $9 billion in their reserves, but you can't touch that money.
I mean, did you see the president's statement?
Yeah, the Americans
He's talking about some historic fight that goes back 2,000 years and centuries.
He's talked about the time of invasion and all of that. They're clearly not involved. And here they said, see, Bangladesh and Pakistan, he's left it to Modi to handle. So if the Americans are given that. But I'm just going to go back to what Abhijit Iyer Mitra very interestingly pointed out has immediately happened post these strikes by Bharat in Pakistan. All of Punjab has gone into a blackout area.
It's
in the Pak-occupied Punjab. The Pak region, the Punjab region in Pakistan has been blanked out in terms of communication services, airspace band, sab kuch band. Why is it? And there is only visuals, details that have come from Bahawalpur and also Muridke. The rest of the regions, what has happened is been totally blacked out. Even in Pakistani media, they don't have enough of information except for the claims made by the DG ISPR as far as their press conference was concerned. Now, would you attach reason behind that there is a deliberate attempt to try and blank out because the damage is so heavy. And if those details were to surface, it will be far more embarrassing for the Pakistanis, because these are all the terror hideouts, the terror tanzeems, and perhaps there is a huge loss.
So this is a very interesting visual. By the way, I'd heard this visual as I was coming in tonight, this morning. And these are individuals sitting in a car and they're having a chat and they're talking some...
And there you go, right in front of them on the camera.
Talking some lurid stuff, and suddenly they say, "Oh beta, ye kya ho gaya? Oh boy."
We can hear the audio.
Yeah, the audio is a bit risky.
Risky.
It's a bit risky.
Video catch ho gayi? Cool. That's what they said. Cool, and the video catch ho gayi. So, and then they don't even know what's happened. But look at that precise moment when the strike has happened. They don't even realize what's happened, but there is a huge strike and there is an explosion and this is somewhere in Bahawalpur. See, they are saying video catch ho gayi.
I mean, they think it's actually, I think it's now dawning on Pakistan, because I'm seeing a lot of reactions on Pakistani social media handles where they're abusing their leadership, and that's the reason I asked that question. Because they're all saying, "Tum to soye hoye ho." When are you going to wake up?
This pressure can
India has walked straight into Punjab.
Can push them into doing something quite foolhardy. Push them into doing something very foolhardy. I just want to go back and try and let's revisit where all they have targeted, and there is some very specific information that we've got. I'm just going to read that out as we're getting it. Why these regions have been targeted, these locations have been targeted. Let's try and understand this, viewers. So there are 9 locations in all, starting with Muzaffarabad. This is in POK. Now, in Muzaffarabad, there are 2 locations that have been targeted. In Muzaffarabad, the 2 locations that have been targeted is the Shawai Nala. If I can write this, let me just do this. So, it is the Shawai Nala. So, this is Shawai Nala here in Muzaffarabad. And there is also the Red Fort area. So, that is Markaz Sayyidna Bilal. So, Markaz Bilal. So, Markaz Bilal is another area which has been targeted. Markaz Bilal. So, which the Pakistani media or Pakistani ISI claimed that it is the Bilal Mosque. No, this is the Markaz Bilal, this region, which are 2 terror training camps in Muzaffarabad that have been targeted. Let's understand Markaz-e-Taiba. So, Zaka was saying this is the Lashkar's headquarters. So, Markaz-Taiba. So, this is what LET's headquarters. This has been targeted. This is the LET HQ.
Wow.
So, this has been targeted in Muridke very clearly. This is the Muridke one. Bahawalpur, there are two locations. So, Bahawalpur, there is Markaz Subhanallah. So, this is Markaz Subhanallah is again the Jaish HQ. So, this is JEM HQ. Totally destroyed. So, this has been targeted. And then there is Markaz, and then in... there is in Chakamru, this is this area called Serjal. So in Serjal, there is actually a health center, which is a training camp. So that's been targeted. Then in Sialkot, this is Sialkot. In Sialkot, you have Mehmoon Joya. Now Mehmoon Joya is the HM, Hizbul Mujahideen headquarters. So
you're saying
Mehmoon Joya
Jaish and
Hizbul, all three have been targeted. Then you have in Bhimbar. Now this Bhimbar Gali, remember we always talked about this Bhimbar Gali and this area.
Yeah.
So here in Bhimbar, you have this area which is called Markaz Ahle Hadith. So Markaz Ahle Hadith, again Jaish.
Yes.
So Markaz Ahle Hadith is again, so you have the JEM being targeted, JEM operations here. Then there is Markaz Abbas in Kotli. So this is Markaz Abbas in Kotli.
So you're saying that the
all
backbone
of these are terror camps. Now
of the jihadi infrastructure has been hit out of the water today.
Correct. And here, this one, the Muzaffarabad Shahi Nalla camp. Now, the Shawai Nalla camp, this is where this guy, Ajmal Kasab, had trained.
I see.
Ajmal Kasab had trained here. This camp in Muzaffarabad, he hails from Muridke and he trained in Muzaffarabad. So there is also the Markaz Rahil Sharif. So there are two locations here in Kotli. There is one more. This is Markaz Rahil. This is Markaz Rahil Shahid. This is also in Kotli. So this is how these locations have been targeted. All have significance. There is the Jaish operations in Bahawalpur and in Kotli. Gulpur also. This is one of these is being clubbed with Kotli, but this one of these camps is in Gulpur. Chakamru comes with the Sherjal. So
from Lahore.
All these camps.
Muridke, 30 kilometers from
Muridke is
Lahore,
30 kilometers from Lahore.
which is really the citadel of Punjab.
Absolutely.
Pakistan, Punjab, that is.
I mean, the last time there was a direct hit in Punjab was actually in the 1965 war.
Exactly.
So this is something that hasn't happened in the last 50 years.
It has more.
If you drive from Lahore downwards towards Faisalabad and then you go down, in this region is where Muridke comes.
Right.
And when we passed, in my previous avatar as a sports journalist, I've gone to Pakistan. And when we passed that, we were actually pointed out and said, "Ye Lashkar ka headquarter hai." So at that time in 2007, they used to openly flaunt that this is the Lashkar headquarters. Bahawalpur, where these two camps are, 5 kilometers from here is the airbase.
But just think of this.
So just 5
Anand,
kilometers from here is the
I have to ask
Bahawalpur
you this
airbase.
question. Just think of this. Today, Hafiz Saeed is sitting in his little launch pad, having his chai this morning. And he knows that he's in the crosshair too. Imagine the psychological impact of the Dawood Ibrahim, who has been probably eating his biscuit this morning, will also be saying that, okay, I'm probably next. I hope we behave ourselves. This is what the message is.
But my point is, frankly, I'm moving across here. But Zaka and Rahul, as we go across back to our guests, Hafiz Saeed and Dawood Ibrahim are no longer the operational heads. They are just figureheads. What we need as a nation and our armed forces need to target are the operational commanders.
True.
Hafiz's brother Talha
degrade
Saeed,
that,
Rauf
but
Asghar, some of the others who we have named here on the channel, these are the people who are present at these training camps who are radicalizing minds and training.
No, but
along with them are these mullahs who are so radicalized.
No, but even
who are the
Osama
ones who are
bin Laden,
brainwashing
but
them.
hang on, even Osama bin Laden, by 2010, 2011, 2010, had become a completely sort of, disconnected, discombobulated figure from the Al-Qaeda.
was leading the Al-Qaeda.
But the symbolism
of
nailing him is very, very important. So let's not forget that.
I think these are very, very targeted precision strikes. The message is very clear from the Indian military establishment and the political establishment. The three terrorist organizations that have been a thorn in India's flesh for the last 30 years, the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Hizbul Mujahideen, their headquarters has today been hit. And I think it's an unambiguous message from the Indian establishment that these are the three organizations that have really been responsible for a majority, more than 90% of the terror acts that have happened in India, whether it's in Kashmir, whether it's in mainland India from 26/11 to Uri, Pulwama, and the latest, of course, in Pahalgam. But at the same time, if you were to look at the statement put out by every official in the government of India, from the army, PRO to the Ministry of Defense spokesperson, it's very clear three things. Number one, this is non-escalatory in nature. India does not wish to pursue the escalation ladder if Pakistan does not retaliate. Number two, all of these hits happen from inside Indian territory. The LOC was not crossed, the international border was not crossed. And the third and most important thing, these were simply terror launch pads or terror infrastructure. No military installation has been hit,
This
and that's a
puts
signal.
Pakistan in a huge bind.
Yes.
Because look, we've targeted legitimate targets that are non-state actors, and I'm not using Indian government language, I'm using Pakistani government language. They say these are non-state actors, they're out of our control, etc., etc. Where does Pakistan hit?
Well, look,
I mean, it can't. If it hits the military establishment in India, that's a declaration of war. I'm talking very legalistically speaking now. It's a declaration of war. Defense Minister, I think the Defense Minister has put out a statement, or maybe he's speaking to all the three chiefs, perhaps congratulating them on the success of this. Big breaking news coming in. Rajnath Singh, who had said just a few days ago that our action will be what you desire, that is the public of India desires. Today, speaking to all the three service chiefs, he has also been extremely, extremely involved in all the planning that has gone on. I'm not just saying it because, obviously, that would be because he is the defense minister, but in the past we have seen a large number of people Anand, saying that everything is dictated by one part of the establishment and not the others, etc. But this time it's been a very concerted
and the 10 a.m.
effort.
presser, Rahul, is going to be forces and the MEA.
There you go.
So it's a whole of government approach that we are seeing. Yes. Payal Mehta is with us. Yes, Payal. So Rajnath Singh ji has spoken to the 3 service chiefs. The press conference will be a combined press conference with all the forces and also the MEA together. So a whole of government approach on Operation Sindoor is being witnessed.
It has been a whole of government approach from day one, hasn't it, Anand? The way in which the Prime Minister met the leadership, first at the CCS, that's where the ball really started rolling, after which his individual meeting with service chiefs, his meeting with all of them, with Rajnath Singh, that message coming in clear and loud that, you decide which is the place you want to target, what is the time you want to really target. And I'm currently at the official residence of the Prime Minister. All action from 10 o'clock onwards will be moving here, because 11 o'clock you'll have the all-important CCS meeting which will take place, followed by the Union Cabinet. And of course, it's going to be a very, very confident cabinet, especially the alliance partners who are in the Modi government for the first time, and they would have seen his decisive leadership from very, very close quarters now. So obviously, all the development will be here. But yes, a whole of government approach. What is India's, story behind the strikes that we've really done? The fact that we are only targeting.
Yeah. Has anybody?
Yeah. Just one very quick question. In the run-up to this particular event this morning, the Prime Minister has never named Pakistan. Now, that was obviously a deliberate, very clearly deliberate choice of words that he has used in the last 14 days. Can you build on that a little bit? Because it assumes significance. Because whatever the Pakistanis are going to respond to now will, from India's point of view, be, if they're going to strike on India in any capacity, they will be breaking international law, because the Prime Minister was extremely measured.
Well, that's typical Narendra Modi style. Rahul, in the past also, when he's spoken about China, he has never named China, he's never named Pakistan in any of his, comments as well. In fact, last night when he was speaking at a private channel summit, even then he said, हमारा पानी किसी और देश में जाता था, अब हमारा पानी सिर्फ हमारे देश में रहेगा और हमारे लोगों के लिए रहेगा. He has chosen not to name these enemy nations at all. And I don't remember, in the distinct memory that I have covered his government for the last decade plus, has he ever named any nation, which also includes the likes of China. It's a typical Narendra Modi style of telling people where they really belong, to give them the kind of respect that in terms of where they really belong. That's been Modi's trademark style, if I'm not wrong.
But are we expecting any of the netas to come before the CCS? Any reaction, any movement at the PMO right now at 7 LKM?
Well, it's lesser than 7 o'clock right now. No movement as such that we can witness over outside the local and marked residence. But the whole of government will be here at 11 o'clock, Anand.
Right.
All the cabinet ministers will be here as well. The CCS leaders will be there. We have to just wait and see if the service chiefs are called to the CCS meeting to brief the Prime Minister in person. Those visuals are going to be extremely significant. Those are going to be extremely important. Those are going to be extremely satisfactory for the people of the country to see what our service chiefs have really been able to achieve, what our forces have been able to achieve.
And very important, Anand, there is a PIB fact check that has been put out.
That has already been...
If I can just hold this up to the camera, and it says the claim that Indian brigade headquarters have been attacked by Pakistan is a complete fake news. So a large number of Pakistani handles have been putting out this kind of rot since the morning. In fact, since about 2 in the morning, they've been talking about how an Indian aircraft was downed, a fighter aircraft. It turned out to be some very old incident. And there have been other claims by Pakistan about attacks in Srinagar, etc., etc. All of this is fake news. Yeah. So please make sure, and I'm appealing to all our fellow Indian citizens, our patriotic Indians, please make sure that you don't fall to this Pakistani propaganda. This is absolute Pakistani propaganda, unmitigated propaganda.
We should have more of this, because there are three pieces of fake news that have already been called out. One is that Pakistan is claiming 15 locations hit inside Bharat by missiles as retaliatory strikes by Pakistan. It's fake news. A Rafale jet or 2 Rafales were brought down, again fake news. Srinagar Air Base has been struck, again fake news. And right now, like the PIB has also confirmed this, brigade headquarters of the Indian Army again destroyed or attacked or bombed by the Pakistani forces, again fake news.
In fact, the news was spread by Pakistan Information Minister Ataullah Tarar.
They are actually masters at misinformation. So
disinformation, actually.
Disinformation.
It's not just misinformation.
Yeah.
This is disinformation.
Disinformation. Let's just quickly go to Akash. Akash, the Raksha Mantri has spoken with the 3 service chiefs.
Yes, Anand, we are learning that 3 service chiefs have briefed Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh about the operation as to how it was conducted and, what was the kind of success that they have received. In fact, Raksha Mantri Singh was briefed about the sort of, platforms, in fact, all of what was used. And in fact, the assessment that they are going to come up with at 10 a.m. today in the press conference, Raksha Mantri has been briefed about it. And also, Anand, as far as, you were discussing about the brigade headquarters. Yeah. I have checked all the brigade headquarters and, I have got several inputs, credible inputs. None of the brigade headquarters has been attacked by Pakistan, and it is confirmed all the structures of Indian Army are safe. All the structures of Indian Air Force here in Jammu and Kashmir are safe, Anand.
Right. So no military establishments, installments have been affected or touched by the Pakistani military or the Pakistani forces, nor have anything material been done, damaged been done to any of our resources or arsenal. So clearly all fake news, fake propaganda in perhaps a certain level of retaliation because they were caught napping. Aman Sharma now joining us with how it was the Pakistanis were caught napping with Operation Sindoor. Many would have thought कि mock drills आज हो रहा है तो 7 तारीख की रात या 8 तारीख को कुछ करेंगे. And it all happened on 6 तारीख की रात and 7th morning. And that's where the Pakistanis got caught unawares, Aman. And the significance of this operation being called Operation Sindoor and it being approved at the highest level.
Absolutely, Anand. The Pakistanis have been completely blindsided, and this again speaks of, the Modi-led government acting with complete precision, stealth, and the element of surprise. This whole announcement about the mock drill, which was to happen today, it came, yesterday, in fact, the day before night, and entire media was full of mock drill stories, yesterday. And it seems that Pakistan also assumed that India is preparing for this mock drill, which will happen today, and the strike will only happen later. One of their ambassadors, in fact, former ambassador Abdul Basit had tweeted that maybe this will happen after the Russia Victory Day parade. India surprising everybody. And now it's very, very clear that India had always planned today morning to be the time, because PM Modi had given the operational freedom to all the 3 forces. And when the 3 chiefs had met the PM separately last week, we are told now by reliable sources that the options were already put on the table, that how these strikes are going to be done. So completely blindsiding Pakistan. Its defenses were low. It was casual. It thought India is going to come only after 2-3 days. But no, India has struck when it wanted to strike. Also, this information that we're getting, that Operation Sindoor, this particular name was approved at the top level. There is a lot of emotional, messaging also behind this name, because the Prime Minister and the other senior ministers in the government were very, very clear that this was a deliberate, targeted attack. The women victims who were left, unharmed in a way, but they were told that, go and tell Modi. It was a thing that, Sindoor of Hindu women had been wiped off by these terrorists, by specifically targeting the men, the husbands, the fathers. This is what India, that's why the code name of the operation was named like that. There was a message behind that as well, Anand. But India taking Pakistan completely by surprise, and some voices in Pakistan, Anand, are now asking the Pakistan government that how could this happen? And how could this strike happen? What were our defenses doing? Pakistan had made tall claims of mobilizing forces on its borders in the last 10 days. But when the strike ultimately happened, India has acted with complete stealth and caught Pakistan completely unawares. Anand.
Important points that you're making, and I appreciate the facts that you are putting out here, because yes, there is a deep symbolism behind the name of the Operation Sindoor. But I just wanted to ask you, because we've just had statements come out of Ajay Rai, a person who was taunting, a Congress leader who was taunting our forces for not doing very much, and the Modi government also for sort of sitting on their hands. That's what he implied. Now he's come out to say, I congratulate the Modi government, I congratulate our forces, etc., etc. How many of the opposition leaders have actually spoken up? Because they were bitter critics of the Prime Minister, even putting out posters like Gab. I don't want to make this political, but it's an interesting thing that I wanted to understand from you, since you follow politics so very closely.
Well, Rahul, yes, if there was one egg on the face moment, it is Ajay Rai's moment. Just 2 days back, he was mocking our Air Force, mocking our Rafale jets, saying that there is still Nimbu Mirchi on those jets, and when are we going to use them against Pakistan? Well, Mr. Modi has shown, such operations, Rahul, are tactical operations, as I said, with stealth and the element of surprise. Sometimes the planning takes time. After Uri, we had acted within 11 days. After Pulwama, we acted on Balakot within 12 days. Now we've struck within 14 days. So within a fortnight, this big strike has happened. And we have to also understand that the nature of this strike, the scale of this strike is much, much larger than Uri and Balakot.
Yeah.
You look at how multiple 9 targets, the headquarters of Jaish and LET being targeted. Imagine, had anybody thought that such a big strike can be carried out in Balakot? We had only bombed one camp of Jaish. Still there was a massive casualty there, but now you are actually
my
attacking
mind
the
goes
headquarters.
back to Chandrababu Naidu's statement. If you remember, just a few days back when the Prime Minister went south and he said, I saw the pain in the Prime Minister's eyes, and you have been mentioning that the Prime Minister was monitoring this all night, this operation, perhaps has not slept. It was a very long day for him, wasn't it, yesterday, in any case?
Yes, absolutely, Rahul. In fact, the Prime Minister had a series of meetings yesterday also. That's what I'm told. He was at a media event till about 10 in the night yesterday. And, after that, shortly after midnight, we see this operation happening. I think the Prime Minister, was very clearly monitoring this operation, and he was tracking every part of Pahalgam since day one. From the point he was in Jeddah, when this operation happened, he immediately called up Home Minister Amit Shah to rush to Jammu and Kashmir.
I have to interrupt you there because it's also deja vu. 2019, Rising Bharat and Balakot happens, and again it was a private media event that Prime Minister addressed, and the night then Pakistan was punished. Aishanya Dwivedi is with us. Aishanya ji, namaste. ऑपरेशन सिंदूर पर आप क्या कहेंगी? 9 टारगेट्स पाकिस्तान के अंदर जो टेरर हब्स हैं उसको ध्वस्त किया है भारतीय सेना ने।
सर, मैंने ये न्यूज़ जब से देखी है, मैं तब से यही बोल रही हूँ कि आज मोदी जी ने और जितने भी लोग इस ऑपरेशन में इन्वॉल्व हैं, हमारी आर्म फोर्सेस ने आज कहीं ना कहीं उन 26 लोगों की फैमिलीज को दिखा दिया है कि हम आपका बदला पर्सनल लेवल पे हम आपके लिए खड़े होके बदला लेके वापस आए।
इसको ऑपरेशन सिंदूर नाम दिया गया है शन्या जी।
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर नाम देके ना उन्होंने कहीं ना कहीं बहुत पर्सनल लेवल पे हमें टच किया है कि हाँ, आपका सिंदूर गया था और हम जितनी 26 औरतें हैं उन सब का सिंदूर नाम देके उन्होंने यही प्रूव किया है कि दिस इज वेरी पर्सनल, एंड हम एक एक लोगों की डेथ पर्सनल लेवल पे लेके पर्सनल तरीके से लेके उन पर अटैक करेंगे।
आपके मन में थोड़ा सा इम्पेशंस या डाउट था कि इतना समय क्यों ले रहे हैं, कब जवाब देंगे, कब बदला लेंगे, या फिर आप वेट कर रही थी कि जब होगा तब होगा, पर होगा जरूर?
आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ ऐश्वर्या जी, क्या आप थोड़ा व्याकुल हो रही थी कि बदला प्रॉमिस किया था, कब करेंगे, ये ऑपरेशन कब होगा, या फिर आपको भरोसा था कि इट इज गोइंग टू हैपन?
Can you repeat the question? I cannot hear you.
Yeah. Can you hear me now, Aishanya ji? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Did you have any doubts about retribution, बदला, और या ये ऑपरेशन, या आप थोड़ा सा व्याकुल हो रही थी, were you getting impatient कि क्यों कुछ नहीं कर रही है सरकार?
तो मैंने ये कई बार इंटरव्यू में बोला था कि मुझे विश्वास है कि कुछ तो होगा, मुझे विश्वास है कि कुछ तो करेंगे। वो शायद मैं इम्पेशेंट अगर थोड़ी बहुत हो रही थी वो इस रीजन से क्योंकि मुझे डायरेक्टली ऑब्वियसली इतना बड़ा ऑपरेशन है वो मुझे क्यों बताएंगे, और मुझे इस चीज का इल्म नहीं था कि ये 14 दिन में 15 दिन में ये ऑपरेशन होगा, ऐसा कुछ होगा, तो इसलिए थोड़ा बहुत इम्पेशेंट हम सब हो रहे थे। पर मोदी जी ने सबको शांत कर दिया है, हम सबको उन्होंने दिखा दिया है कि हम एक एक का बदला लेके दिखाया है उन्होंने। I'm really thankful to him. I'm really thankful to all the armed forces.
What the loss that you have suffered, the family has suffered, can never be replaced. But somewhere, do you feel there is some solace?
I think she's. I think the line has gone.
I'm just going to check if she's still there. But I think that sentiment, Zaka, that's coming from all the families, is that calling it Operation Sindoor, the Prime Minister, the government, the forces have made it personal. They have said, when you've lost someone, it's as good as us losing someone and we losing someone, and that's how we are going to seek retribution.
I think
somewhere that
significant,
messaging is very clear, very
Let's
strong.
also play out the map, and this is the first pictures that we're getting of the damage. This was in the early morning hours, about 3 a.m. or so. This is in Bahawalpur, is what I've been told. So the biggest hit, the 2 hits that have happened in one location, that's in Bahawalpur, which of course is the seminary and the big headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Masood Azhar and gang, as it were. And then the second big hit was in Muridke, the Markaz-e-Taiba, which is the big seminary of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. So these are the two terrorist organizations, and of course there is the Hizbul Mujahideen's seminary that's been attacked as well. So the three terror organizations that have wreaked havoc here in India for the last 20-30 years, their headquarters, their fountainhead has been hit. But at the same time, and I want to keep going back to this,
Right.
India has put out a very responsible statement, whether it's the ADGPR, whether it is the Ministry of Defense spokesperson, that look, India is not escalating this, no military targets have been hit, and the idea was that this is avenging what happened in Pahalgam. Now, if Pakistan so chooses to respond, then of course India will also be forced to go up the escalation ladder. But here are the moving pieces that are happening now. In case you're just joining us at 7 a.m., 4 minutes past 7 a.m. on the 7th of May this morning, this Wednesday morning, India has carried out Operation Sindoor at 9 different locations in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir as well as in Pakistani Punjab. Two major headquarters, one in Bahawalpur, that of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, and two in Muridke, the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Both have been pummeled to the ground. And India has clearly said that it's non-escalatory in nature, the LOC has not been crossed, and most importantly, this was in response to what happened in Pahalgam. Let's go across to some more
We got
breaking
more
news.
news coming through as far as Pakistan is concerned. Some details that are coming out on Operation Sindoor. Pakistan has grounded all its aircraft after Operation Sindoor. After Operation Sindoor, Pakistan seems to be in complete panic and disarray. They are having closed-door meetings on what they should do. But right now, they have grounded all their aircraft. There are no aircraft that are in the air as far as the Pakistanis are concerned. Punjab is actually, the Pak province of Punjab is on a blackout. There is a communications blackout altogether. There is no information coming through. Only pictures of Muridke and Bahawalpur are out. The rest of the 7-8 targets that have also been struck by the Bharatiya Armed Forces, there is no information that's coming through at all except for claims. And
What this also means, if they're grounding their aircraft, it also means that if any retaliation happens, it's not going to be via air, at least not in the immediate term. Akash is there with us. So Akash, what's the import of this breaking news that we're running? That Pakistan, in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor, has grounded all its fighter jets. We know at the same time there is stepped up activity, ceasefire violations along the LOC. There is now heavy machine gun fire. There is artillery fire that is happening. So for the moment, the risk of any retaliatory airstrikes, are we ruling that out, at least for the moment? Akash, what's your reading?
Right. So, Zaka, initially we were learning that they had scrambled their fighter jets, after the strike. And in fact, there were some sort of claims that were coming from Pakistan. But Manoj Gupta is now suggesting that they have grounded all their aircraft. In fact, after the sort of, developments where there were claims that they have downed several aircraft of India. Now, it is possible that they want to send a message that they are not going to escalate it further because they are now back in their bases
Or is it a smoke screen? Is it a smoke screen? Is it a smoke screen? Are the Indian authorities, are the Indian forces going to lower their guard because Pakistan has grounded its aircraft, or will they look at it as a smoke screen? Because that's a big possibility.
No, of course not, Anand. Of course not. We are not going to lower our guard because of the fact that air defense system is always active. We have got S-400 very much active, catering to the western borders and also the northern borders. And as far as the Indian forces are concerned, so, before the operation, in fact, it was planned that after operation, how they are going to deal with the situation. So, of course, they are not going to, let their preparations go in vain. And, of course, they are waiting for some sort of action that Pakistan may take now. But, yes, they have grounded their aircraft, especially after scrambling their jets and, after claiming that they have downed several fighter aircraft of Indian Air Force.
Well, all news, of course, coming from Pakistan and, being put out by Pakistani sources. We need to add caveats here because, who knows? Who knows what they're trying to quote and pitch?
Frankly, would not want to believe a single word coming out even from the Pakistan official medium or from their media, because it's all a lot of it is bluster and the other part is all blatant lies. Let's just go across to Anshul joining us from right outside Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh's residence. The Raksha Mantri has spoken to the 3 service chiefs. Is he still at his residence? What's going to happen next in the next 1 or 2 hours? What is scheduled? And will he be there in that press briefing? Is it expected?
So it is unlikely at this point in time that Rajnath Singh himself will be a part of that press briefing, but I'll just move out of the frame and try and show you the visuals over here. There is absolute calm outside the residence of Rajnath Singh at this point in time. He has spoken to all the three heads of our armed forces, and in fact has congratulated them on this successful operation. In fact, the first tweet that came in from Rajnath Singh, in which Operation Sindoor was mentioned, he said Jai Hind, and this one Jai Hind was something that the entire country was waiting for. So definitely in the next few hours we can expect that Rajnath Singh would leave from here and then eventually could go ahead and carry on with his meetings, but he will not be a part of the press conference that will happen. And that will happen around 10 a.m.
There is a CCS plan. General Pannu, General Shukla are joining us. But Zaka, when the netas in the build-up, last 12 to 14 days, when the leaders of the country, including the Prime Minister, the Raksha Mantri, were saying that the way you want retribution, we will get it for you. Yeah. It was not just to calm the nerves or to temper down the expectations. They actually were playing the bluff right out in the open.
No, and I want to go back to what the Prime Minister said in Bihar. He said two things. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth, and he said there will be unimaginable consequences. I don't think...
Punishment.
Yeah, unimaginable punishment. For what they carried out. The fact that 9 different locations have been hit simultaneously, it'll go down in the annals of military history as a huge, not just a success, but there will be, I mean, people will now start talking about pre-Operation Sindoor and post-Operation Sindoor. We've not undertaken this kind of precision strikes from this side of the LOC at 9 different locations.
You know, this is a very important point that Zaka has made, because I'll tell you one thing. Pakistan is a nuclear weapons power. So there's a threshold. You see, every time the Pakistani establishment has turned around and said, hey, don't you dare, we're a nuclear weapon power. This will go down also as a textbook example, a template globally of how to actually second guess, outflank, outsmart a nuclear weapon power. So all global militaries, especially the top ones, you know, America, Russia, this is not insignificant. This is not Israel going into, you know, the Gaza Strip and taking out Hamas, or even taking on, you know, the Iranians. This is a massive strike against a nuclear power that is quite high up in the echelons of military professionalism,
Pakistan's nuclear bluster has already been called out, not just with Balakot, but many nations today, and in a position where Pakistan is, if it even touches or moves, takes 3 steps towards that nuclear button, it may be called a rogue state, etc. There is the world around which is going to smother it. The world around is going to turn out against it. It needs at least 1 or 2 people in its corner.
You know,
the Chinese and the Turks will not be in their corner at all.
No, but you know, the Cold War was between nuclear powers, right, fighting proxy battles.
But Russia, he makes a fantastic point, Zaka, that Operation Sindoor, pre-Operation Sindoor, post-Operation Sindoor, the Indian Armed Forces and Bharat's whole of government approach, there will be a different outlook altogether. The worldview will perhaps change, General Pannu.
Yes, the way we have taken action against Pakistan, it is in response to a terror attack which came with much announcement and forewarning by the Pakistan Army Chief. The Pakistan Army Chief has been the DG ISI, of course, who was sacked after Balakot. He has also been the DG MI. He was also trained in a madrasa in his initial days in schooling. His father was an imam in a mosque. So during the time when Islamization of Pakistan was happening, during General Ziaul Haq's tenure, he is the one who got recruited under that scheme that you must get some radicals into the Pakistan army. Now he's risen to the point that he's become the chief. Now over a period of time, if you've been hearing the statements from various ministers and generals, that they have always maintained that terrorists are a strategic asset of Pakistan. Over a period of time, it is not only that they have stated, they have also proved that they are the global hub of terrorism. They were also involved in the bombing of World Trade Center. If you really ask me, 9/11, it is the ISI's funding which had caused concern in USA. And it is on 2nd of May 2001 that we saw in, 2nd of May 2011, that we saw in Abbottabad, the Americans went and killed the global terrorist who was being harbored by Pakistan. So many times Pakistan has been proven as a rogue state, as a terrorist state. Now the next escalation happens is that they go in for a big psychological disinformation campaign by the ISPR. And the third thing is that they will start separating about the nuclear weapon. The Indian nuclear doctrine says that no first use, but it does not mean that India is not prepared for a nuclear strike. No nation ever strikes the way India has done now without preparing for war. While we are saying that there would be no escalation, we are saying that we have not hit any military cantonment or installation. These are only terrorist camps. But it does not mean that India is not prepared fully for all the escalations in one go.
In fact, General Saab, there is talk that this particular military operation, you also had the downing of a Pakistani JF-17. Now, in what scenario could this have taken place, if at all true? This is what we're learning. Unofficially, all of this will be confirmed.
I think we should caveat
so
that.
We should caveat it.
We should wait till
if it is indeed true, under what circumstance would that have happened?
See, the point is that, again, going back to the Pahalgam episode, before that, the Pakistan army has been preparing, and they actually wanted this kind of a scenario where Pakistan army, which was actually being attacked over a period of time. Even I'm told that Imran Khan has been attacked inside the jail. Imran Khan was the only politician who had challenged the army. The supporters of Imran Khan and largely population of Pakistan has been so fed up of the army that they started attacking the military cantonments. They also, while Pakistan can keep talking about their own internal problems of terrorism and all that, but Pakistan Awam is absolutely fed up of the Pakistan military. So only to save himself from the wrath of the politicians who are in jail and their supporters who are outside and prevent them from attacking the military cantonments, the military had to declare an emergency like this. How would the Pakistan army chief prevent or protect his own self, because he's going to retire very soon? And I think this is what he wanted, that he would now escalate. If you really go back to Kargil war happened when Nawaz Sharif had no idea what was going on. So today it is again the same party, Nawaz Sharif and Shahbaz Sharif.
And they had no idea what is going on.
No, they have no idea, or even if they have an idea, they have parrots of the Pakistan army.
But you would also admit that they are deliberately trying to cover up the damage that's been inflicted upon them, because they have put out a total blackout in the Pak province of Punjab, and also there is very little information that's being allowed out of POK and POJK. Now we have to wait and see, because the damage inflicted is severe. Brigadier Datta, would you concur with Zaka that post Operation Sindoor, the worldview about Bharat's capability and its entire political position itself will change? Because we now have said not only are we capable, but we also have the political will to go ahead deep inside enemy territory and destroy terror bases and terror camps, and we'll call out bluff from the enemy and bluster from the enemy.
Yeah, Anand, I would like to compliment you for the kind of reporting which is being done. And secondly, yes, the very important and the underlying statement which you made is that the political will. India has really gone about in a very systematic and a very, in a 360-degree manner while tackling this terror attack. Initially we garnered the international support, then we struck some economic sanctions, and now it is a kinetic operation which has been, these strikes which have been, heavily inflicted on Pakistan. If you see that the kind of free hand which has been given to the army, and I wish it continues, because the real impact is when you strike back within 24 hours. The moment the TRF had taken the responsibility, we should have retaliated. Because having served in that area, I know there are so many other places like Bagh, Domel, Chakoti, and various other camps which are there. The markers, the centers which have been attacked, like markers Taiba, markers Subhanallah, which can train about 600 cadres in Bahawalpur, LET markers. So this is really a death blow to the terrorism in Pakistan. It is also a tight slap on the Pakistan army that you have been sponsoring this. And General Parvez Musharraf used to always say that, "Ye hamare jabaz hain." It is there on the YouTube. He has been always considered them.
Look at the number of markazes or centers that have been targeted. Out of the 9 targets, 7 of them are markazes or centers. There is Markaz Subhanallah, Markaz Taiba in Muridke, Markaz Subhanallah, Bahawalpur, Jesh, Muridke, Lashkar. Then Markaz Ahle Hadith in Bhimbar, Barnala. There is Markaz Abbas in Kotli, Markaz Rail Shahid in Kotli, and there is Markaz Sayyidna Bilal in Muzaffarabad. So out of the 9 targets, 7 of them are markazes or centers of big centers of training
or training grounds for breeding these terrorists.
I also has more than 600 to 700 capacity.
To Payal Mehta, who's joining us from 7LKM, and Pallavi Ghosh is joining us from the National Media Center, where there will be a joint briefing, I'm told, Pallavi, of both officials from the Defence Forces as well as officials from the Ministry of External Affairs. Do we know who these people are going to be who will brief and give us an idea of the contours of Operation Sindoor?
Well, yes, absolutely. But most importantly, something which the PIB and the government sources are telling us very categorically is that please just go by the official version. There's going to be a lot of fake news which is going to be peddled by Pakistan, and lots of PIB fact-check units have now been activated consistently that all the real news goes out. So that's the most important thing. And I think the focus of the Operation Sindoor press conference is going to be precisely that. What we are being told, of course, is that both the Army and the Air Force chiefs are actually going to be there at the press conference, awaiting that final official word right over here at the National Media Center. 10 a.m. is where all the nitty-gritty and details. The reason why it's been kept at 10 a.m. also, what we have been told, Saka, and the reason is that these are security concerns. These are security details. We also wanted to ensure that all those involved in Operation Sindoor are back to base safely and there is no casualty at all. That is exactly what government sources have been telling us consistently. So at 10 a.m. when the press conference begins right over here at the NMC, all the details are going to be given about the planning which went behind it, but none of this is going to compromise our security concerns. But apart from that, how the Operation Sindoor was worked out, but most importantly, the kind of fake news which Pakistan is now going to be peddling and already has been peddling will be busted very, very categorically.
In fact, I just want to bring our viewers some information. Pakistan's Defence Minister, Khwaja Asif, has rolled back from his earlier statement. He had come out and claimed that Indian soldiers were taken prisoners of war. And he had said this, and it was widely quoted and established. Now he's come out and said none have been captured or taken prisoners. And he said this, he clarified this to Ari News. The Defence Minister of Pakistan has been fact-checked live on Sky News by the Sky News anchor. So a lot of that is happening.
So I'm just saying, I think collectively it's only fair that we don't try and give too much of consideration to what the Pakistani media and the Pakistanis are claiming, because a lot of it will be bluster and braggadocio. So I don't think we should focus. We should focus on what Bharat is saying, what the official word is, and what confirmations we are getting at our end, and that's what we are going to responsibly try and put out here on the network and on the channel. Payal Mehta is also with us. Payal, what's the latest that you're hearing? This briefing, is it going to be the MEA plus the forces, and also are the fact-checking wings of the government going to be now on overdrive, given what's being disseminated on social media? There's a lot of fake news doing the rounds.
Well, of course, the whole idea is to make sure that no fake news trickles in, because, even yesterday when India was preparing to do the mock drills, all kind of fake news was circulating, whether India would go into war or not. That is something which India certainly doesn't want. It wants to educate its people, and therefore all wings of the government are active currently. The fake news department has been working, the anti-fake news department has been working from the wee hours of the morning. They've been pressed into service. In fact, Information and Broadcasting Minister Ashwini Vaishnav is monitoring all the details himself, is also what we are given to understand. And of course, like I said, all attention will soon shift to the 10 a.m. press conference, where we will officially not just tell Indians, but we will tell the world what our forces have been able to do, what have we achieved, what was the target. And like it was reported by government sources early in the morning, Anand, that 9 out of 9 targets have been successful. So all the details will come out as well. There is nobody whatsoever, even if you are an opposition leader right now, even Assaduddin Owaisi believes that the Indian forces have been able to do what they've really done. So of course, it's time for us to not just tell India, but tell the world what exactly the details really are.
I think the Department of State has also put out an official tweet now. This is part of their official communication. Earlier this afternoon, which is the middle of the night for us, Secretary Rubio, who happens to be both Secretary of State as well as the acting National Security Advisor of the United States, he has spoken to the National Security Advisors of both India and Pakistan, Mr. Doval and General Malik. He's urged both to keep the lines of communication open and to avoid escalation. So all of this will be pressure that will be brought to bear on Pakistan, not to retaliate, not to escalate.
And right now their aircrafts are all in their hangars and they're all being kept on ground. They've been grounded for now. I'm just going to read out some comments. India's commitment to eliminating all sources of terrorism in Pakistan and POK has necessarily to be uncompromising and always be anchored in supreme national interest. This is a time for unity and solidarity. Right from the night of the 22nd of April, the Indian National Congress has been categorically stating that the government will have our fullest support in the nation's response to the Pahalgam terror attack. The INC is standing firmly with our armed forces. So that's the official position of the Congress party. There is also, I welcome the targeted strikes by our defense forces on terrorist hideouts in Pakistan. The Pakistani deep state should be taught a lesson that it never takes another step again. Pakistan's terror infrastructure should be destroyed. Jai Hind and hashtag Operation Sindoor. This is Asaduddin Owaisi. And now we are given to understand that the Shiv Sena has also congratulated. They have also come out. They have said that this is the NDA, this is the Shiv Sena coming through. AICC is going to do a press conference at 9 a.m. But more importantly, I think it's a whole of Bharat approach in terms of saluting the armed forces for what they've been able to effect on the intervening night of 6th and 7th of May. Meanwhile, Asawari Jagdale has hailed the Prime Minister for naming the Operation Sindoor.
असावरी जी, आपकी पहली प्रतिक्रिया, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर आपने देखा है, भारत ने पाकिस्तान को पूरी तरह से नेस्तनाबूद कर दिया है 9 जगह पर एयर स्ट्राइक करके।
मुझे लगता है ये भारत सरकार ने जो लोग वीर मरण जिन लोगों को वीर मरण प्राप्त हुआ 22 अप्रैल की तारीख को, उन लोगों के लिए ये आज श्रद्धांजलि के रूप में मुझे लगता है समर्पित किया गया है ये आज का एयर स्ट्राइक। और मुझे लगता है कि जैसे मैंने पहले भी बोला था कि टेररिज्म को आप फ्रॉम द बॉटम ख़त्म कर दो, पूरी तरह से ख़त्म कर दो, जहाँ से वो शुरुआत होती है वही ख़त्म कर दो। मुझे लगता है शायद ये एयर स्ट्राइक उसी का जवाब।
हम नाम पहली बार जब आपने सुना इस ऑपरेशन का, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, जब आपको ये पता चला, क्या पहली रिएक्शन थी आपकी और ये नाम कितना ऐप्ट लगता है आपको, कितना सही लगता है इस ऑपरेशन के लिए? काफ़ी सोच समझकर ये नाम दिया गया है और
मुझे लगता है नाम बहुत सही है। जब हमने ऑपरेशन का नाम सिंदूर है और वो पूरा देखा तो उसमें हमने देखा कि वो लाल रंग के इससे वो लिखा गया है और सिंदूर इसलिए ही लिखा गया है कि जितने भी स्त्रियां वहाँ पे थी उस दिन, उन सबके पतियों को मारा था, क्योंकि हम लोग भारत की बहनें हैं ऐसा वो कहते। तो जिन भी औरतों के पतियों को मारा उनके लिए ही शायद वो नाम रखा गया था कि तुम लोगों ने उन लोगों के सिंदूर ले लिए, वो औरतों के, हमारे औरतों के, तो हम उससे ही वही नाम लेके तुम लोगों को मारेंगे।
I think that significance of the name Operation Sindoor is not lost on anyone, not least on the victims, the daughters, the wives, the sisters who ended up losing their male family members, who were singled out, identified by religion and then shot dead at point blank range. I also want to go across back to our reporters. Payal and Pallavi are joining us from 7LKM. Payal is there, and from the National Media Center, Pallavi is there. One good thing we've also seen is a degree of political unity, Pallavi. The Congress has put out a statement welcoming the strike. I believe Mr. Owaisi has also put out something similar. Most opposition parties also seem to be on the same page that we are with the government in this hour and our full political support with the action that the government has chosen to take.
Well, Zaka, I guess today is not the day to talk about all those multiple occasions on which Congress leaders have not saying one thing and doing completely different. But yes, today I think that message needs to go out not just to Pakistan but to the world, that they may have the political differences ideologically but at the same page, on the same page. At 9 a.m. Pawan Khera is going to give the first official reaction coming in from the Congress party. But you just have to scroll through the social media to see that almost every political party, and I would say all of them, have really clearly been supporting the government on this. But to talk from the point of view of the government also, Zaka, I think they have been going step by step from holding up all-party meeting in which the voice was put forward by the Defence Minister himself, and consistently the Prime Minister's office, the Prime Minister himself, and all the senior leaders. In fact, what we picked up yesterday also was that the Prime Minister, the Defence Minister were the only ones who were being authorized to make any kind of comment as far as the Indo-Pak issue is concerned. So no off-the-cuff remarks, nothing out of line. That was something which the BJP and the government was very categorical about. Look at the first big press conference which we are going to be looking at today at 10 a.m. It's not coming in from anyone from the government. It is coming at the National Media Centre, but it is going to come in from the representatives of the Air Force and the Army. So giving the credit to the Army is the first big, our armed forces is the first big step which the government wants to send out a message. The Prime Minister, after the closed-door meeting, had made it very clear that the scale, the timing will be left to our armed forces because they know the best. So I think all those nitty-gritty, all those details will be put out at the 10 a.m. press conference. And today, of course, I think we are going to also put forward this whole issue about that entire country being one and the entire political class also being one. So this is a messaging which goes to the world, to Pakistan, that we are a vibrant democracy, and over here all stakeholders, all political stakeholders cutting across party lines have been taken on board by the government at every step. Of course, there are security details, there are security concerns which are never shared publicly beyond 2 or 3 of those people. Apart from keeping those factors in mind, by and large, I think the government has shared all the information, and also the political parties today will be defending the government.
All right. Now the question is how to manage the fallout. The fallout of the military operation, whether there will be a military retaliation by Pakistan. How do you manage that? Number one. Number two, the diplomatic fallout. It's not just the United States, but also the Indian External Affairs Ministry officials have spoken to their counterparts in Saudi Arabia and UAE, and I think that is extremely important. These are very, very important Islamic countries, influential members in the Gulf region, have influence and leverage over Pakistan as well. So representatives of Saudi Arabia and UAE have been spoken to. I believe they've also spoken to the UK authorities, as well as the important sort of diplomatic power capitals in the world which have some degree of influence on Islamabad. I think the idea right now, even from India's point of view, and it's very clear in the army statement, that India does not seek any further escalation, that India is not wanting to take this into the military realm. Whatever has been hit, and Anand will walk us through the various markazes and the various terror infrastructures and the launch pads that have been hit in these 9 different locations, the Indian authorities, the government and the political establishment and the military establishment are really drawing a line in the sand saying this has nothing to do with the Pakistani state, nothing to do with the Pakistani army. These are purely out and out terror establishments, and they're hitting those terror establishments.
Targets, and allow me to please get back up and take our viewers through this. Let's talk about one of the biggest targets. The biggest targets for us has been Bahawalpur. So Bahawalpur is the JEM's HQ. So this is the JEM HQ, and what has been targeted here is the Markaz Subhanallah. So Markaz Subhanallah, what is the Markaz Subhanallah? Let's try and understand that in detail. Markaz Subhanallah is spread over an acreage of about 15 acres. This is the Jaish headquarters in Bahawalpur. It is located around the NH5 Karachi-Torkham highway on the outskirts of Bahawalpur in Karachi. And it is the main center of Jaish, and it is spread over 15 acres of land. It is spread over 15 acres of land. This markaz serves as the operational headquarters of the Jaish, and it was associated with the Pulwama terrorist attack that happened on the 14th of February 2019. The markaz also consists of residences of Maulana Masood Azhar, the de facto chief, and also Mufti Abdul Rauf Asghar, Maulana Anwar, and other family members. Masood Azhar remains the de jure chief of the JEM. In 2022, he was seen at this area, in this place, during the festival time. The Jaish conducts regular arms, physical and religious training for its cadre at Markaz Subhanallah. Senior JEM functionaries like Rauf Asghar, who's the de facto head of JEM, Masood Azhar, his brother-in-law Yusuf Azhar, Ustad Gauri, they are all people who reside here. The Pulwama perpetrators were trained here. The complex houses more than 600 cadre. Maulana Rafiqullah, former religious trainer of Markaz Usmanu Ali, is the chief instructor of this Markaz since 2022. Markaz Subhanallah was built with the help of provincial and federal governments of Pakistan. Apart from funds raised by JEM from Gulf and some African nations and also the UK, it is operational since 2015. Also, Markaz in 2018, a gymnasium was established inside the Markaz. It has a swimming pool in July 2018 for imparting rigorous swimming and deep water training. JEM imparts 6 days archery training to its cadre and Shura members. In 2019, the new Al-Hijama Center was also established here. It was established inside this Markaz. Horse stables and riding grounds were built in May 2022. On November 30th, 2024, Masood Azhar addressed the JEM cadre at Markaz Subhanallah after a gap of 2 years. Anti-India rhetoric was raised, including taking revenge for Babri Masjid demolition, etc., etc. The event was attended by Talha Saif, younger brother of Masood Azhar, Mohammad Abdullah bin Masood, and other JEM operatives. And before this, the last reported appearance of Masood Azhar at this camp was in February 2022. So 2 saal baad wo dikha tha. It's located at an aerial distance of about 100 kilometers from the IB, that is in Rajasthan, Bikaner, Rajasthan. So this is a 100-kilometer distance from Bikaner, Rajasthan, Bahawalpur. So that's the reason why this target was very, very important. The huge terror tanzim, Jaish, the entire family, its operational commanders were all found here. And Jaish has been proscribed as a terrorist organization under UAPA 1967 in October 2001. The organization has also been designated a terrorist organization by various nations, including the US, UK, Australia, Canada, UAE. This organization also banned by Pakistan in January 2022 under international pressure by the FATF, but they continue to get state backing. They continue to be hosted and taken care of by the Pakistani state. The Bahawalpur airbase is not so far away. Ishan is with us.
So I'll go to Ishan. I think one important thing that needs to be underlined is, so Jaish had no operational role in the Pahalgam attack. So I think what is important is Operation Sindoor is actually avenging a lot of attacks, not just what happened in Pahalgam. The 2019 Pulwama attack, of course, was carried out by the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Balakot was in response to the Jaish-e-Mohammed. But now to hit the very nerve center, the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, where their seminaries are based, where their training centers are based, where Masood Azhar used to live for a large part of his life. Let me go across to the father of the Kashmiri pony rider who had been killed. नमस्ते, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए. आपका पहला प्रतिक्रिया ये सैयद आदिल हुसैन जो मर गए थे पहलगाम के जो आतंकवादी हमला हुआ था, आप बताइए उनके पिताजी होने के नाते आपका क्या पहला प्रतिक्रिया है ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, जिसमें पाकिस्तानी दहशतगर्दी जो साइट्स हैं वहाँ पे इंडियन आर्मी ने ऑपरेशन कैरी आउट किया है.
जी, मैं तो इससे ये बता रहा हूँ कि जो वो 26 लाशें वहाँ पर गई, जिनकी जानें गई, तो इसका बदला फौज और नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने और गवर्नमेंट ने जो किया, हमारी हुकूमत ने, तो इस पे मैं बहुत खुश हूँ कि उन लाशों को भी, उन शहीदों को भी शांति मिली. इसमें मैं बहुत खुश हूँ.
सैयद हैदर साहब, जिस तरह से दहशतगर्दों के इन ट्रेनिंग कैंप्स को ध्वस्त किया गया, आपको लगता है दहशतगर्दी को पूरी तरह ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए?
जी, दहशतगर्दी को तो पूरी तरह ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए, क्योंकि जो हमारे मुल्क को तोड़ फोड़ कर रहे हैं, इनको पूरा ख़त्म कर दिया जाना चाहिए. ये मेरी गवर्नमेंट से अपील है.
और जो आदिल के साथ इन्होंने किया, आपको लगता है कि इस कार्रवाई से थोड़ा सा आपको सांत्वना मिली है?
जी हाँ, इससे तो हमें शांति मिली है कि इनका बदला भी हुआ है, तो इससे हमें शांति मिली है.
आपको क्या लगता है आगे और क्या करना चाहिए मोदी साहब को?
मोदी जी को जो है आगे भी ऐसा मतलब करना चाहिए, कंटिन्यू करना चाहिए ऐसा. ये जो मतलब दहशतगर्दी है, इसको पूरा जड़ से जो है ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए.
ये पाकिस्तानी ये कहते हैं कि ये सब दहशतगर्दी वो इसीलिए कर रहे हैं क्योंकि वो कश्मीर के लिए कर रहे हैं और कश्मीरियों के लिए कर रहे हैं। आप उन
नहीं
लोगों को
सर,
क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
ये गलत बात है। वो किसी के लिए नहीं कर रहे हैं। अगर वो ऐसा कर रहे होते फिर कश्मीरियों को नहीं मारते। हर हर बार जो है कश्मीरी जो है मरता है। मासूम कश्मीरियों की या मासूम मासूम लोगों की हर बार जो है जान जाती है सर। ये दहशतगर्द को जो है दहशतगर्दी को जड़ से ही जो है उखाड़ देना चाहिए, इसको खत्म कर देना चाहिए।
आप आदिल के भाई हैं, मैं आपसे भी जानना चाहूंगा इस वक्त आपको क्या लगता है कि यहीं तक कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए कि और भी ज्यादा करने की जरूरत है, पूरी तरह इसको खत्म करना चाहिए?
नहीं नहीं, इसको जो है पूरी कार्रवाई करके इसको जो है पूरा खत्म कर देना चाहिए, ताकि आइंदा मतलब कभी ऐसा ना हो। हमारे जो है निहत्थे लोग, हमारे मासूम लोग जो है आइंदा कभी मतलब हमारे टूरिस्ट लोग आए थे यहाँ पे, हमारे मेहमान लोग आते हैं या हमारे लोकल लोग या मेरे भाई, आइंदा कभी ऐसा किसी बाप का सहारा जो है उससे ना छीने, किसी भाई का सहारा जो है उससे ना छीने, किसी माँ का बेटा उससे ना छीने। इसको जो है जड़ से उखाड़ देना चाहिए सर।
ये सब वो इस्लाम के नाम पे करते हैं ये कह रहे हैं, क्या इस्लाम ऐसी
नहीं
चीजों
नहीं,
की
ये
इजाजत देता है?
इस्लाम, ये किसी कोई भी धर्म हो, कोई भी धर्म ये जो है इस चीज की इजाजत नहीं देता है कि आप निहत्थे मासूम लोगों का कत्ल करो या मासूम इंसानियत का कत्ल करो। ये कोई भी धर्म जो है, इस्लाम धर्म को छोड़ के आप कोई भी धर्म देखो या इस्लाम धर्म देखो, कोई भी धर्म इसकी जो है इजाजत नहीं देता।
मैं आप दोनों का शुक्रिया करता हूं हमसे बात करने के लिए और इस सपोर्ट के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर।
जय हिंद।
All right, we've got some experts also joining us now. Rajiv Dogra is former diplomat. He's been Consul General in Karachi. Brigadier Vinod Datta, retired, is a Kargil War veteran. He's also there with us. We're also joined by Lieutenant General Raj Shukla, defense expert. Rajiv Dogra, let me ask you. I mean, this was something that had been talked about for the last 2 weeks. In fact, for a number of years now, how Pakistan needs to be taught that there is a cost, there is a pain for these repeated terror attacks. Now that the headquarters of the Lashkar in Muridke, the headquarters of the Jaish in Bahawalpur, the headquarters of the Hizbul Mujahideen has also been struck. What are your first thoughts on Operation Sindoor? Der aaya, durust aaya?
Well, the first thoughts are as are the thoughts of every Indian. You had an extensive interview with the father and the brother of the Kashmiri victim, and I think he expressed it very well, that these do not think that anyone from Kashmir to Kanyakumari is not one. I think that's a brilliant message, and that needs to be reinforced. The second, the second important thing which I want to emphasize is the way government has gone about in consulting everyone nationally and in consulting everyone, keeping them in confidence, taking their views into the picture outside the country. Otherwise, Trump would not have spoken immediately after the strikes. There are two other things. Prime Minister Modi spoke to President Putin just a day or two before the strikes. He spoke to the Qatari Amir just a day before the strike, yesterday. Qatari was important because Qatar, as you know, has been host to Taliban, has been host to Hamas leadership. So it has a certain sort of nuance in the terror world, and also an attachment to...
But Dogra Sahab, how do you see China's role now? It hasn't spoken officially, no reaction has come from China at all. What do you think they're going to do?
Well, you brought in the big question into the picture. I hope China has no role to play, period. But China being China would want to, have a role, definitely. And it depends on how the situation develops.
Dogra Sahab, just give me one moment. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we've got the first reaction from Israel as well, one of the first countries to come out and openly support India, saying that India is fully within its right to defend itself. There is no place for terrorists to hide. There should be no excuses that anyone makes for terrorists. So I think just like India was one of the first countries after the October 7th attacks, came out unequivocally supported Israel. Now Israel is returning the favor in that sense.
But the interesting thing is that they mentioned again terrorists.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the
Israel stands with India. One of the first reactions that came.
Action has been extremely focused because the Indian side and the Indian establishment has made this very clear.
This is a war on terror, and terror establishments have been attacked. One more thing.
Talk a little bit about the Chinese matrix.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that the Qatar endorsement that Ambassador Rajiv Dogra was talking about came on a day when the OIC statement had come. So it was a timely counter to the propaganda that was trying to be pushed by the Pakistanis, that the Qataris came out and openly endorsed Bharat's right to respond to any act of terrorism. Air Marshal Kapoor is with us in the studio. I'm going to request our team at the back end to also get the audio up on the foldback so everybody in the studio can hear what our guests who are joining us from outside are saying. Yes, Ambassador Dogra, the China angle. Yeah.
Well, China, as I said, has made statements even before the strike, which were clearly pro-Pakistan. And in fact, they were provocative in a way. Provocative, perhaps preventive also of Indian anticipated action. So China, I think, will initially watch the situation, see how it develops, and then decide on its action, whether it is kinetic action or supportive action in international fora. That remains to be seen. But China, let's not forget, has already supplied Pakistan with a lot of equipment, both air equipment and the land means and so on. So China is not going to be a well-wisher of India. Point number one. China would also be watching its flanks because it knows that America is watching China's action and China's reaction in case it comes about. So let's assume that China is not on our side and proceed from there.
All right. I also want to go to Siddhant, who's joining us on the Israel story. So the Israeli ambassador has just put this up on Twitter saying that Israel supports India's right to defend itself. Siddhant, what more has Ambassador Azhar said? And I think, you can also capture for us how India and Prime Minister Modi were the first to react to Israel's attack on 7th of October 2023. And now Israel is sort of complimenting India for what it has done, Operation Sindoor.
Well, that's right, Zaka. In fact, Israel has always supported India, perhaps stood with India when it comes to India's fight against terrorism. In fact, as you rightly said, when 7th October happened, Prime Minister Modi perhaps was the first world leader to in fact, speak to Prime Minister Netanyahu and express his condolences and support of India to Israel. And perhaps the same is being reciprocated at this point in time. And in fact, Zaka, also, since last 2 weeks, Israeli ambassador has given multiple interviews, in fact, to our networks also, confirming the support of Israel. And perhaps, there were a lot of similarities also, the way 7th October happened and the way Pahalgam happened. Perhaps, on the basis of religion, the civilians were targeted. And that perhaps gave a kind of a personal touch to the Israeli government. And in fact, I have been speaking to Israeli friends in the Israeli government. And, each day they were keeping very close eyes on the developments, perhaps from Prime Minister Netanyahu to their senior ministers, to the ambassador, all have, extended full support. And now Israel is the first few country to react or rather give full support to what India has done by doing Operation
Sindoor. He has hashtagged it as Operation Sindoor. So Operation Sindoor is something that resonates with a lot of people. I'm just going to quote what one of the viewers has sent me. It's a small poem that they've written saying, Sindoor bana hai lahu dushman ka, ab garje hain veer ambar se, na chetavni na maafi ab, napaki kaapenge is manzar se, Jai Hind. And Payal Mehta is just sending us some more inputs. We're going to check if she's there. That the reason why this operation was termed Operation Sindoor, extremely pained by the death of the civilians, especially men of the house. During one of the meetings, the Prime Minister came up with this name, suggested this name as Operation Sindoor. So this had the ratification or suggestion and imprint at the highest levels of the government. It once again highlights the significance of Sindoor and what it means to Indian women. That's how the image or the entire shape of this operation actually took, the contours of this operation took shape. That's what they are saying. And if we look at the map that's drawn, this is also somewhere symbolic that this is a vermilion mark or there is a sindoor. So there is a shape of this. Payal Mehta joining us with more. Yes, Payal. So the Prime Minister himself endorsed Operation Sindoor, the name itself.
You know, Anand, if you observe Prime Minister Narendra Modi's career as a Prime Minister, you will know that any scheme or any project that he names is not without a reason as well. We are given to understand, I've been able to speak to multiple sources, both in the establishment, in the government, as well as, people in the military establishment as well. They're basically saying that Prime Minister Narendra Modi was extremely pained by what had really happened, especially the fact that, you will understand what the Sindoor means to Indian women in particular as well. For them, Sindoor mit gaya, Sindoor chala gaya, that's a very, very deeply emotional state as well. So depending on, what really the sentiment was, in one of the meetings that the Prime Minister had possibly with the military establishment, he came up with this.
Payal, yeah, the Minister of External... Yeah, and he's put out the image of Operation Sindoor.
Again, the word is terrorism. Must show zero tolerance for terrorism, because that's what India has struck. We have struck the terror infrastructure in Pakistan. We haven't struck the Pakistani state.
So, Payal, just a quick word on Dr. Jaishankar. So, you have the Raksha Mantri who has tweeted. He has simply said, Bharat Mata ki Jai, nothing else. Now, the External Affairs Minister has tweeted saying Operation Sindoor. Also, walk us through the various conversations that have been happening, both in North Bloc and in South Bloc, because ultimately India also has to manage the diplomatic fallout of this. So conversations have happened with the Americans, with the Saudis, with the Emiratis. Just walk us through, what has been going on in the wee hours of this morning after Operation Sindoor was concluded.
Well, we do know that there were a small team of people who were actually up all night monitoring the situation. One of those people who would actually be watching this very closely would be Dr. Jaishankar, because, Anand and Zaka, he would have to work around a lot of phone lines. That's what he's been doing, for the last 2 weeks, essentially reaching out to all the leaders that we can, all the leaders who have expressed support to India in this fight against terrorism as well. That is something which has been happening as well. All arms of the government have been working. Dr. Jaishankar has also not just been working on this, but also have been helping the Home Minister and the Jal Shakti Minister on, fine-tuning the abeyance of the Indus Water Treaty as well. So obviously he's had his hands full as well. But India will have a lot of response to give. What we're given to understand, and I can say this now, to our viewers, I've been interacting with a lot of ministers who have been part of these meetings with the Prime Minister, Anand and Zaka. The thing is that, the Prime Minister has always been of the opinion that our enemy are not the people of Pakistan. We need to teach the terrorists a lesson. We're not here to teach a lesson, to the people of Pakistan. The normal people of Pakistan have no fault of their own to deserve a leaders or to deserve a set of leaders like this. That is something which has been communicated in as many words to all the departments that have been, working on this economic, war against Pakistan.
Right. Interestingly, everybody in the government is tweeting. The cabinet ministers are all tweeting. Prime Minister has not tweeted yet. The Prime Minister's handle is silent right now, because I think everybody else and the actions are speaking much louder than words. To those who are taking jibes at the Prime Minister a few days ago saying he is ghayab, where it is, and those who are trying to show, toy planes here and there with Nimbu Mirch and all of that, I'm sure they've all been put in place. The Congress party officially is saying that they back Mallikarjun Kharge. Is also the Congress president has also now tweeted saying that we unequivocally back the Indian armed forces and national unity, take supremacy and war on terror.
We are all together on this.
Yeah.
Well, in the past, the Prime Minister also sort of held in abeyance his commentary till the army actually came out and made the statement.
Yeah,
so I think
Balakot also till the briefing happened and till
very correct,
that's
right
when he spoke about it. But the Prime Minister was there in the war room right through the night. Marshal, your reaction on Operation Sindoor, the name itself, how significant it is, and is it a strong message?
Yes, of course. It is an unprecedented kind of an operation that has been planned and executed this morning. Surprise is the key element, and it came at a time when the nation was to practice the safety drills today. And of course, those drills would be as applicable now, even more, once we have taken this action. We may expect some retaliation from the other side. And let's not forget, the enemy is a professional armed forces. They would also like to take revenge on the called the attack which we have done to take out their targets, but obviously they would be planning, and we should be ready in the escalatory ladder to take where this operation goes.
Hey, Marshal, but you look at the statement, and I'll get General Shukla also to weigh in on this. The first statement that was put out by the ADGPR, the publicity wing of the armed forces, the army, clearly said that A, this is non-escalatory, we don't want to escalate. Two, that this was within the line of control on Indian side, the LC or the IB were not crossed. And most importantly, it also specifically said these are targeted at terror launch pads and terror infrastructure. No military installations have been hit or targeted. I mean, what do you make of that? Why have they said that?
See, this is basically what we call in simple language, a rap on the knuckles.
Okay.
You wake up. So this is basically the message from our government to them, that this is just a rap. So we can do much more, but we will now for the first day not cross the IB, not escalate it by targeting the military targets. And secondly, the main the hub centers from where the training is done and the people are launched, those have been targeted, indicating to them that we are aware that this is the place, we are aware how to strike. And from our side, we have used beyond visual range weapons that have taken them out.
Right now, defense sources are telling us that Army, Air Force played an important role in the strikes, with both conducting the strikes in a coordinated manner. Loitering munitions were mainly used by the Army and the Indian Air Force. By the Army, the Indian Air Force used standoff weapons. Akash is joining us with more, and then we'll request our guest to elaborate on this and explain this further in context to our viewers. Yes, Akash.
So Anand, defense sources are telling us, that this was a coordinated operation, of course, and Indian Army and Indian Air Force, both played an important role. Indian Army, in fact, engaged with the targets, and we have been given to understand that more than 60 to 70% of the targets were engaged by Indian Army, and remaining 30%, were engaged by Indian Air Force. Also, we have been told that loitering munition, were mainly used by Indian Army, and as far as Indian Air Force is concerned, so this force was basically using standoff weapons. Though, at around 10 a.m. we have this official briefing. We'll be getting details of the sort of platforms and weapons that were used in this particular operation. But this is one of those operations where we have seen the coordination and in fact integrated efforts by the forces.
Right, thank you for that. General Shukla, loitering munitions, could you elaborate how this could have been given effect? We have both the Army and the Air Force with us in the panel, so please take this forward. Yes, General Shukla. Or we try and go across to General Raj Shukla in a bit. Yes, Air Marshal, yeah.
See, India has developed in last 6 years, especially after Balakot, our indigenous capability. So the weapons that our DRDO, especially the BrahMos variants, may have been used for the strike. That is my guess. So we have BrahMos, we have Scalp, we have Hammer, and associated weapons which may have been used for this strike. The point to note is that we have different variants. We have certain Russian aeroplanes, we have certain Western aeroplanes, and we have like LCA indigenous aeroplanes. The same weapon has to perform in a similar manner in all the three different platforms. So the integration is what is the most time consuming thing which has been done. So now we are in a position to use these weapons from any of our strikers.
No, but what does it mean when the Air Force is in a one question? So when Balakot happened, I believe it was 12 Mirage 2000s that were used, I think about a dozen, and it was the Spice munitions that were used. How is this different? You reckon that, for example, the Rafales might have been pressed into service, or the other newer aircraft?
I'm not privy to what was the package. I'm not privy to the operations.
No, but in 9 places being hit simultaneously.
So it would have been a massive package. It would have been a package of large number of aeroplanes, and all possible platforms in our inventory would have been pressed into service. And it would have been planned considering the air defense setup across in mind, because the hostility can immediately escalate at this stage. So they, and in situations like this, their aircrafts are always airborne, protecting their assets. So any of them can engage this side. So, how much to stay inside, how much to go across, where is the line you have to do. So, this is all split second.
So,
kind
Air
of.
Marshal, I just wanted to ask you this because you made an interesting reference. You said, the Pakistani army is a professional army. You expect them to now hit back, etc., etc. So, what do you think is the likely scenario that is going to emerge? Do you think they're going to try and cross the LOC, or because I'm getting a lot of reports here from different people who are saying that there's quite a bit of shelling going on at the LOC. And there's some posts that have been destroyed on that side, not on our side, but that side. So I'm trying to understand what's going on.
The narrative which they have been able to put across to their people for last 70 years is that they are the saviors. They have won all the battles. There is no mention of 93,000 prisoners. There is no mention in their stories about Bangladesh creation. There is no mention about how they lost in 71 and other places. So even the previous Balakot strike, they have emerged victor. And they have been portraying Abhinandan's picture, and they say that we have shot down this thing. Wherein as per the input says that Abhinandan shot through R-73, one of their F-16s. But and the Pakis used an AMRAAM, which as per the contract by the Americans, they were not supposed to use during Balakot strike. Now, the Indians did give the proof after this strike to them. But with time and passage, the usage of F-16 and AMRAAM was never discussed beyond a particular stage. They would not like in any way to portray to the world that a modern aircraft of theirs was engaged in a combat with a 60s aeroplane of Russian make. So that may be one of the reasons. Now, coming to the specific question which you just asked, we must be ready. I'm sure the things would be put in place, because their masses, their public, their own countrymen is going to ask that if our targets have been hit, what have you done? So shelling, of course, will continue. Now the size of the shells and the caliber will increase. They'll start going more in depth, and they will start to target some military installations, because we don't have any terrorist hideouts at our end.
Lieutenant General Satish Dua, retired former GOC, General Officer Commanding of the 15 Corps, is joining us. Good morning to you. Jai Hind to you, General Dua. Your first reactions on Operation Sindoor. 9 different terror locations, terror launchpads and terror infrastructure places have been hit in a simultaneous operation.
Jai Hind, everybody. It fills me with professional pride, first of all, and I'm sure it does the nation, that we have actually managed to, not managed to, we've actually done what we wanted to do to bring closure to those 26 lives lost and perpetrators of terror. And this time round, we have given a very befitting response, because this time, unlike Uri surgical strike, or unlike the Balakot precision airstrike, they were announced after they had been carried out. This time round, the Prime Minister, the Defence Minister, they had announced to the country, they had announced to the world that we will go after the terror, not only these terrorists, but also their backers and the terror ecosystem that supports them. And we've done precisely that, because these are the those hubs of terror that have been hit, especially the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed. So this is for the first time that we have struck deep, struck precisely, and I'm sure it will have a telling effect, both in terms of
will Bharat's military posture
neutralizing the terror, and as well as last sentence, as well as a statement.
General Sahab, will Bharat's military posture be redefined or looked at differently pre and post Operation Sindoor? Zaka made this point some time back. I just want to know your views. And in the operation details, we also have got to understand that the army used loitering munitions with the Air Force in a standoff position. So 70% of the targets decimated by the army, 30% by the Air Force. Can you explain this a little bit tactically for our viewers also? Ji, two questions, 2 parts to the question.
So, firstly, as to the details, I don't have full details. What I'm hearing from you and what I'm hearing from media since last few hours is that it is a combination of all three services. Like you use precise words of loitering munitions. So, target designation is done as per the suitability of the target and of considering the range, and a precise target to mission allocation is done as per the requirements of the target and capabilities of the munition, oblique rockets, oblique missiles, or whatever. So that details, I'm afraid, I don't have. But what I can tell you, in answer to your question, is that the right assigning the right target at the right time is the correct thing, and I think that has been done very precisely.
All right.
Because we also have to ensure that there is no collateral damage. We are hitting only the target that we want to, because we want it to be non-escalating.
All right. Just give me 1 second, General. We also have Mr. Vikram Sood, the former chief of the Research and Analysis Wing. Thank you very much, Mr. Sood, for speaking with us. Jai Hind to you. It must be a good morning. 7th of May, 2025 is a red letter day. It'll be etched in the history of India, in the military history of India for sure. 9 different locations, terror launch pads, terror infrastructure, including the headquarters of the Lashkar in Muridke, the headquarters of the Jaish in Bahawalpur being hit. As someone who spent a whole career talking about this, what do you feel on a day like today?
Well, actually, this was something one sort of expected would happen. When it would happen, one wasn't sure, because there are lots of things to be considered by the government before they go into this. But it's happened, and it should have happened many, many years ago. In fact, it should have happened, something like this should have happened after 26/11. But that's history now. And I'm glad it has happened, and it's necessary, but we have to be prepared for a counter. That is their DNA. They want to do it, and unless somebody can put pressure on them and not to do it. I heard in some other channel this morning that, I think some American channel, CNN probably, that the Americans should tell the Pakistanis that that's it. Now you did something wrong in India. Now this is the apt reply. Now keep quiet. I don't know whether they will be able to do it, because the army would have a lot at stake. Will they agree to the American suggestion, well, not officially, but otherwise, that Imran Khan should be released, elections should be held, etc., etc. I don't think Asim Munir has the capacity or the desire to do all that. He's playing a different game for himself. He wants to, probably is seeking a second term or a third term as chief.
No, but you said there will be a retaliation. What form or nature would that retaliation be? And what might possibly be the off-ramp? Because, at the front and center of all of this is Asim Munir. A week before Pahalgam happened, he made those comments, pretty visceral comments, and then Pahalgam happened. What is the off-ramp for him here?
I don't know. I think he would want to make a strike. I've heard that they're sort of alerted and moved their armored dips. I'm not sure whether that's right or wrong. This is all news that's coming in. So there has to be, there will, as I said, the DNA says we must attack, we must retaliate. Whether that happens or not, if they stand down now, then maybe that's the de-escalation.
But Mr. Sood, what was the calculation then? I mean, why was this done? Pahalgam is clearly an act that was supported by the Pakistani establishment. There's no doubt about that. It wouldn't have happened if there wasn't full backing. So what is the end game? The Pakistanis have done Pahalgam and they're looking poorer for it. So where do they go from here?
My assessment has always been that terror won't stop unless you hit the source. And we haven't hit the source yet, in the manner of speaking, because the source is the Pakistan army. These are the carriers of the instructions, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba and their successors. They are only doing what they've been told to do. They're not independent bodies. So how are we going to hit the Pakistan army, squeezing it, make sure they don't get supplies from elsewhere, or make it unpopular in that country. Make the hold of the army unpopular in the country.
Okay, so you're saying that perhaps could be done non-kinetically. I just wanted to bring in General Dua on a point that he had made. Do you believe, General Dua, that we have crossed a new threshold? This is one nuclear power striking on the land of another nuclear power, albeit on terror targets, terror infrastructure. That I don't think has happened in recent military history at all. Two nuclear powers exercising kinetic options, or at least one.
Absolutely right. You see, for long, Pakistan has used the nuclear card. And in Kargil conflict, we saw how the world, led by USA, especially USA, mediated to make sure that two nuclear powers, it doesn't escalate out of control, and so that leads to bigger things. But then in 2016, because Pathankot terror-based attack happened and the Uri attack happened after that. In fact, I was the corps commander that time. When we went, it was a shallow strike, multiple raids. But we actually called the nuclear bluff, especially in Balakot in 2019, because it was a deep precision airstrike. But again, at terror camps, we were ensured not to, we took care of not to engage with the military targets. So there, I think we found a little space below the nuclear threshold. And this time around, again, like I said, we are trying to make it non-escalatory, striking only at the bases, as I can see, the terror infrastructure. So, like Mr. Sood said, I agree that we would actually have to make sure that these terror camps are not resuscitated again. For that, something else would have to be done. But now we have done a much bigger strike. We have done the strike at the terror base headquarters. So I think that we are trying to keep the escalation matrix under control.
But Vikram Soodji, one thing with the Pakistanis is, Vikram Soodji, if you're still there, that they are willing to play the long game with respect to terror. This bleeding, they are somebody who are able to take a nikat ka nuksan for a dur ka fayda. And here they will also have the non-state players in play. They can go back and tell the Jaish, tell the Lashkar, tell these Tanzeems, take your time, go back and bleed again, go back into Bharat and bleed Bharat again. So what should we wait for? Will it be only an immediate military response, or do we now have to be on a heightened alert with respect to internal security?
This is a question too?
Yes, Vikramji, aapke liye. This is Anand here, sir. Namaste.
Yeah, this is for me.
Yes, sir.
You ask me. Well, if we have to, when you sit down and do these kinds of strikes, you do your SWOT analysis and work out what the enemy is going to do. So I'm sure the government has thought through all this, the possibility of the Pakistanis attacking somewhere else. I wonder if they would be bold enough or stupid or foolish enough to strike a civilian target now.
No, Mr. Sood, sorry, go on, please finish your point, sorry.
They will have to look for a military target first, I think, because there are no terror camps here. There is no, similarity with the two positions. So they'll probably look for a military engagement, and that would be escalation also.
If that were to happen, what is India's option, or does India then inevitably have to climb up the escalation ladder? Because there is a view, and there's some credence to this view, that India has much more to lose by climbing the escalation ladder. It's a bigger economy. It's 10 times bigger than Pakistan. We're on the brink of these trade deals with multiple Western countries. We're actually the counterweight to China. So getting dragged in this escalation ladder might be more costly for us than it is for Pakistan.
It will be. It will be more costly for us in the economic sense. That if they hit targets that are economic, then we have more to lose in that sense. But Pakistan has more to lose in the sense that if this war continues, then they barely have means to survive, a fortnight or a week, in terms of money and munitions. So what are they going to do with that situation?
So, Shan Sareen, let me weave you into this conversation. The requirement is also sustained deterrence. Now, we've done what we have. We've put out a statement which is couched in legalese. making a distinction between the Pakistani state and the terror infrastructure that we have struck. So we've been very careful. We've also said we haven't crossed the LOC or the border at any length. How do we ensure sustained deterrence?
All that we have put out in our statement, really, it's okay. It's basically at one level, it's virtue signaling. It really doesn't change the dynamics of what has happened last night. And the message that the Indian state has delivered, that we will be going out and hitting these kind of targets, and the fact that we will not be limiting ourselves only to, as we have done in the past, either the shallow strikes that General Dua spoke about, or even something like the Balakot. Now, we are not going to be shy of targeting a terror camp, whether it's on the outskirts of Lahore in Muridke, or in Bahawalpur, or any of the other places that have been targeted. So I think that is the message that the Pakistanis have also got, and that is the message to which they will react and respond. Now, one possible off-ramp can be that, they have claimed a lot of success of having shot down some aircraft, having bombed brigade headquarters. Much of it is unconfirmed right now. And they can take that as an off-ramp. Or they can do what Mr. Sood says that they are likely to do, that they will go up and want to respond much more. At which point of time, I think we will have no choice but to go up the escalation ladder. Now, I agree that in absolute terms, maybe we will have to pay a higher price than the Pakistanis. But if you look at it in relative terms, given the size of the economies of the two countries and the economic wherewithal of the two countries, I think the cost for the Pakistanis will be just as high. Secondly, I think if the Pakistanis were to target any defense installation, then of course all bets are off. I don't think the government in India will have any choice but to start targeting Pakistani military bases. And if they can target our headquarters, brigade or unit level, or even higher level, division level, then so can we target this. So it's not as though their targets, their bases are invulnerable and ours are vulnerable. No, so I think that's the game two can play. And I'm sure the Pakistanis understand that.
Right.
So the question is, what else are they likely to do? Now, one possibility is that they will drop some bombs in some place where not much damage is caused, and they can claim that, these were so-called terror training camps, as they have been alleging for a fair bit of time, of Baloch or some other militants who are being trained in India. We know that's utter trash, but they could use that as a possible thing, or else they could even don't be surprised, and there's pure speculation. They could say that, okay, fine, we've targeted some RSS headquarters somewhere, or some RSS camp somewhere, because we consider RSS to be a terrorist organization. Now that is the kind of scurrilous propaganda that the Pakistanis have been carrying out for a fair bit of time. I'm not saying that is what they will do, but don't rule it out.
But that is something, Sushant Sareen, they don't need to do overnight. Right now, in terms of a kinetic escalation, Pakistan does not have the money in the bank. The IMF bailout is due 2 days from now. There is international pressure to de-escalate. The Pakistanis are masters at playing this waiting game. They're still avenging 71. They're still waiting. Every time that 99 ke baad, they came back 2 years later. Then they came back 5 years later. Then they came back 7 years later. And they come with their proxies. They don't need to come into a direct kinetic engagement with Bharat, because every time they get beaten. This is their mentality. Sorry, Sushantji, I've just come back to you. We've got more inputs coming through. There is firing on from both sides along the LOC. The LOC is hot even after daybreak. Defense sources are saying that the BFS has been put on high alert along the western border. Arunima joining us with more details. So, intermittent firing and heavy arm firing is on even after daybreak. Yes, Arunima.
Yes, sir. So all across the line of control, we've seen firing happen last night, shelling happening in East, where at least 3 civilians have been killed in Pakistan's firing ceasefire violation. It's also happening along the LOC in North Kashmir in Kupwara. Reports are coming in, and this hasn't stopped even after daybreak. Intermittent firing is still going on, is what defense officials are telling me. And this intermittent firing is being retaliated by India as well, all along the western border. While Jammu and Kashmir is at the center of the current ceasefire violation, all along the western border, the border security force is also on high alert. So in Gujarat, in Rajasthan, in Punjab, the airspace in Punjab's border airports have also been shut down. There is an advisory, air advisory, that the Chandigarh airport also may not be functional till the next update comes. In Rajasthan, there is an air exercise, pre-scheduled air exercise that is going on. Border security force is keeping a heightened alert currently in Rajasthan and Gujarat sector as well, because the thing is that even though India says that the action taken was de-escalatory in nature, the kind of statements coming in from Pakistan are very provocative, and India, of course, does not want to take any chances.
They will make only provocative statements, but 100 kilometers across Bahawalpur is Rajasthan. So that's the reason why there is also activity there. And this entire air activity, movement of air fleets towards Bahawalpur, perhaps on hindsight, there was a reason why there was so much of activity that was happening. And it has all happened in such a way, it's caught the Pakistanis unaware. Sushantji, coming back to you. Thank you, Arunima. Sushantji, coming back to you, and we'll take this conversation forward with Air Marshal and also General Dua. This aspect of the Pakistanis ready to play, go down to whatever wild levels of engagement is concerned. They fought this proxy war, and can they take the humiliation in the near term? Because it's in their interest and they can't afford a larger escalation. But should we now have to be perennially on alert? Sushant Sareen and then the others. Yes, please make your point.
You know, Anand, I'm a little surprised that you say that do we now have to be perennially on the alert? I thought that's a no-brainer. I thought that's a no-brainer since 1947. That's a no-brainer since 1965 and since 71, and the terrorism that has been imposed on us or inflicted on us by the Pakistanis for decades now. So yes, we have to be eternally vigilant. We have to be prepared. And yes, now the scale of what things might happen could go up. But the Pakistanis also know this, that if they were to do something like this again, using their proxies, then the reaction from the Indian side will be just what it was last night. So that's not going to be any different. But to come back to their economic vulnerabilities, see, if I was a Pakistani, I would be calculating that as of now, there doesn't seem to be any pressure on me that the IMF or some of the other multilateral institutions are going to hold back on the next tranche that is going to be due to them, and are going to hold this as a kind of a leverage over the Pakistanis to back off, scale down, take the off-ramp. There is no indication as yet. If now that happens in the next day
Sushant, so the next discussion is on the 9th, which is 2 days from now. Yeah. If they were to retaliate between today and the 9th, surely that will have ramifications on the next tranche.
But if they were to retaliate and then say that we are not going to do anything more, then will it have an impact on the next tranche or not? So I think, you know, we are in that gray zone on this particular issue. Unless the Americans or somebody else who holds a kind of a veto in the IMF has already told them that if you were to do anything more than what has already happened over the last, maybe 8-9 hours, that is it. If you are going to go up this chain, then there are going to be serious repercussions on you. I don't know whether the Americans have given any such indication, and they are the only ones who can actually hold back the money and veto what is likely to happen.
I don't think anybody also posing to particular American analyst sometime
the Pakistanis can also come to the conclusion that maybe they can play with this escalation ladder a couple of rungs, simply because the Chinese will supply them, the Turks will supply them, etc., and maybe they can, go up a couple of rungs up the ladder. But I don't think they are also really interested in going in for an all-out conflict. I think what their job or their desire right now would be to make sure that they have shown India that they can hit back. Are they willing to go further up the escalation ladder? Maybe they are. I don't know. I don't entirely rule it out.
See,
but
if they hit back, if they hit,
comes in of empty coffers.
No, but
are you going to
if they hit back, then that gives us sizable ground to. claim acreage, Air Marshal. That means if they hit back at a military installation, it's the Pakistanis who are escalating it. They are responding to a war on terror with a military strike. That gives us more handle to push for acreage and up the intensity, which Pakistan cannot afford right now. Ji.
See, if you see how Israel handled Hamas, if you see how we have handled Pakistan today, this is a sign of a matured nation wherein we do not want any civilian casualties, where we do not want to escalate, and we begin with striking the key people who perpetrated that attack. So we have shown to the world, in my appreciation, today's attack. And one thing is very clear, that 4 cities in Pakistani Punjab have been hit today, which has never been the case earlier. So the 5 cities, 5 targets have been in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, but 4 have been in Pakistani Punjab. So this is where the heart of the Pakistan lies, and when their heart has been attacked, obviously this is going to churn up emotions, it will churn up a lot of thoughts in their CCS meet, which they are going to have in a few hours from now.
Right.
The public will try and come on the roads to put pressure on the administration and the army to take retaliatory action.
Zaka, sorry sir, UAE has responded. UAE has said on India-Pakistan tensions, exercise restraint, de-escalate tensions and avoid further escalation. That is what the UAE has said. And even as you weigh in on it and we take this forward, Pallavi Ghosh is saying that the Army and the Indian Air Force will be present at the briefing at 10 a.m. and it's going to be a statement. Questions are not going to be entertained.
Yeah, which is how it was after Balakot, which was how it was after Uri as well. So this statement that's been put out by the UAE Deputy Prime Minister Sheikh Abdul bin Zayed Al Nahyan, he has called for both India and Pakistan to exercise restraint, de-escalate tensions and avoid further escalation. I think it's important in the context that the UAE is one of the few countries, I think there are about 5 or 6 countries that were spoken to in the immediate aftermath of Operation Sindoor. UAE happens to be one of them along with Saudi Arabia. So I think it's important to underline these are countries that have a tremendous amount of influence on Pakistan. They are key members of the Gulf Cooperation Council. They are loaded, they have petrodollars, they often lend money to Pakistan and have, like I said, leverage on the Pakistani establishment and also on the Pakistani army. So I think the fact that the UAE has also now come out and publicly put out this statement will again add further pressure to the Pakistani military. Pallavi Ghosh is joining us with more details on this. So Pallavi, the NMC briefing at 10 a.m., much like what we saw in Balakot, much like what we saw in the aftermath of Uri, there will be representatives from the defense forces, in this case I believe from the Army and the Air Force, and there will also be a representative from the Ministry of External Affairs.
Hello. Hello. Okay.
Pallavi, can you hear me?
Well, in the meantime,
Pallavi,
the Foreign Minister
Pallavi seems
of
to be
Turkey,
inside the National Media
I don't know if
Center
we've
right now. We'll try and go across to her.
Anand.
Can you hear us, Pallavi? Just quickly just checking.
The Foreign Minister of Turkey has come out.
Yeah.
Hakan Fidan. And he has said that we express solidarity with Pakistan against India's unprovoked aggression, violating Pakistan's sovereignty and killing innocent civilians. Pakistani travel guides, according to them, Ministry of Foreign Affairs statement that Turkey's FM expressed concern over deteriorating regional security situation. However, both the leaders agreed to remain in close coordination on the evolving situation. So Turkey has certainly picked a side here.
Turkey has not only picked a side, they've also sent a plane. I think that's also...
well, that was something that was reported
calibrated. Interesting that after the strike, the only flight over the Pakistani airspace was a plane from Istanbul to Karachi. Yes, Pallavi. So, no questions will be taken. Will the MEA also be present along with the Army and the Air Force spokespersons? Yeah.
So as of now, the details which have been put out by the PIB is, and you can see those preparations right behind me, all the mic testing and all the chairs and all of that have been put here, that representatives from the armed forces and the Air Force are going to be addressing this. It's not going to be an interactive press conference as of now. That has not been planned. It's just going to be a suo moto statement which is going to give out details of the operations, the security operations, the security details, but of course not being compromised. But at the same time, the detail is going to reflect on the fact that there's a lot of fake news which is being peddled by Pakistan with something which has to be outrightly rejected and not reflected at all. Ever since this operation took place, Operation Sindoor, they have been the PIB fact check unit which has been working round the clock, and they have been putting out fact check points. And this is an appeal that they are making consistently to all the channels that please don't fall and don't reflect that fake news. We understand that Pakistan is frustrated at this point of time, so they are going to be putting out these kind of news. They are not to be reflected or believed at all. So in that press conference, if you want to call it one, at 10 a.m., there are going to be representatives of the Army and the Air Force. We haven't been given further details on who else will be sitting there, but they are certainly going to give us all the minute details which the security concerns permit of Operation Sindoor, so as to put it on record how it was conducted, how there was no violations taking place, and how it was done in a very coordinated civil manner.
Sushant Sareen and Air Marshal Kapoor with us. So Air Marshal Kapoor, the other question is, which I was asking General Dua is not there. Zaka had mentioned that Operation Sindoor changes the perception, global perception of Bharat's military posture. Agree, disagree? Pre and post Operation Sindoor, will there be two different dynamics here? Because it's the first time we have done what we have done at such a scale.
Yes, after 1971, the next strike, the aerial strike which we took, which was at Balakot. Now, that was just a singular target, which the next morning they took the media people and showed some shrubs, bushes have been damaged and some craters have been created, nothing much. I've been telling this in all the forums is that they have an exceptional quality of weaving a story to their own masses and to their own public. And they are mastering that. So even after Op Sindoor, the people there will fabricate some sort of a story as to nothing much has happened. There were actually not 9 targets, there were only 2-3 targets. We have put down so many things, and look at the ground, this fire which they are showing is not actual, only this damage has happened, this, and the gullible public will buy that. So that's my take.
Actually, the problem there with the Pakistani state is being centrally controlled.
Yes,
it's not really
the
democracy.
ISPR decides what has to be, what narrative.
People will only get what the official version is.
Yes.
Sushant Sareen, yes, you were raising your hand.
Yeah, not that anybody listens to me, but my own advice to people in the government would be that if you're holding a briefing right now, say at 10 o'clock, maybe you should hold 2 briefings in a day while things are very hot. And please go beyond the normal anodyne kind of briefings that people generally give in government. Give a little more details. Don't try and hide many things. If there are some losses that we have incurred, fine. Frankly speaking, I don't give a damn if we have incurred any losses, because the losses are always part of this game. There is no loss-free or risk-free options, as I've often repeated.
Yeah.
So please don't be shary of that. Please be very transparent and give whatever information you can share, rather than just giving a very trite kind of information which really does not help much.
And so if more questions.
You can do it through these briefings. But please make them a little more detailed, and please, at this point in time, at least have them twice a day.
But Sushant, if I can, you've been tracking and following Pakistan for a very, very long time. This is the first time outside of a war situation where Punjab has been hit. And Punjab is like the heartbeat, the very nerve center of not just the Pakistani establishment, but specifically the Pakistani military establishment. If you were to go inside and gaze inside Asim Munir's thinking process right now after Punjab, multiple locations in Punjab have been hit. What is he thinking in terms of how to respond to this?
Look, I think from the Pakistani perspective, the fact that Punjab has been hit is something quite significant. Even actually come to think of it, Balakot being hit, which is part of Pakistan proper, not part of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Was a significant message. But look, it's not just Bahawalpur which has been hit. You hit Muridke, which is like on the outskirts of Lahore, right?
Yep.
So the messaging is very strong. But the point is, the Pakistanis have already said that we are going to come back very strong. And I think we should take them at their word. Now, like I said earlier, they can say that, okay, fine, you came, we scrambled our guys and we launched certain counterattacks. And yes, that's our off ramp. Will they take that as the off ramp, or will they? And they can, in their own way, they can declare their victory like they always do. And they've always claimed that even 1971 they had won, except for the cunning Hindu who, made them lose, etc., etc. So they can claim victory and say that we've shown the Indians, and fine. I think we've made our point. They think they have made their point, and this can be an off ramp. Or he could scale up, thinking that maybe he can, do something much more to go down in history as somebody who's achieved something against India. But then, I think the serious question will be for the Indian defense planners, and I would imagine that they have gamed it, that they will then need to go up the escalation ladder and use certain other stuff which they haven't as yet used.
General Harimon Iyer is with us. Sushant Sareen, even as we speak, we're going to check with our team to confirm this. The army is saying that some of the shelling that's coming along the LOC and in Punch, some artillery has landed right outside the doorstep of the UN field station there. So they are not even sparing the UN field offices. That's also coming under Pakistan artillery shelling. The other thing is that the Pak military commanders, local operational commanders have visited the hospital in Bahawalpur. What's interesting is what's being spoken and the ambient noise. We'll try and play that up in a bit, where they are saying something about India, but behind that they are saying Jaish Ayo, Jaish Ai. So this whole thing on confirmation of Jaish headquarters being really targeted and Jaish-e-Mohammed being hit is something that is being confirmed in the ambient sound in that video. Now this is again army sources which are claiming this, so we'll try and confirm that and then put it out accordingly. But General Harimon Iyer, the escalation ramp, Pakistanis, will they strike? What are they expected to do? Because somewhere one gets the feeling that they may come back and do something drastic or attempt something drastic on Indian soil.
The first thing is we must understand that escalation will happen because he has to sound his masses that he has also done something. But the larger question is, what is he going to escalate against? There are no terrorist camps for him to target. If he targets the military sites once again, he is going to escalate the entire thing a little further. The very fact that we have given out a very clear statement that this was in response of terror architecture inside Pakistan, and we do not want to escalate any further. This is a clear sign for him to say, don't try and escalate and don't try and hit our military targets. Because the moment he starts engaging anything which is of value to India, the escalatory ladder is only going to go up. And he's going to get a second or third round of a larger dose, something which is way beyond what he got yesterday. So the next few days are going to be very interesting because he has a masses to look at. And like Sushant keeps saying, these people are incorrigible, lot of people. They don't tell the masses the right thing, what is happening on ground. They have to continue showing that they are a superior race, that the Fauj in Pakistan is absolutely the most professional Fauj in the world. And they'll try and play up some story saying that they have downed a couple of our aircrafts, they have hit some. I have already seen some kind of Pakistani noise coming out that they have destroyed a brigade headquarters and so on. It is not so easy to destroy an infantry
That's a fake
brigade.
news.
Yeah.
That's a fake news. That's why I'm trying to say they are trying to sound to their own masses that the army is, giving it back.
Right.
Whereas
General, I'll just come back to you in 1 second. We have some exclusive information by way of our investigations editor, Manoj Gupta. We're flashing that on our screens. The details of Operation Sindoor, the approximate distances from India, the considerations for the potential responses have all been accessed. The Jaish headquarters, of course, was struck, which is the seminary that they have.
Markaz Subhanallah.
Yeah,
Markaz Subhanallah and Bahawalpur.
Bahawalpur.
Approximate distance from the borders is about 90 kilometers, with nearest border in Punjab and Rajasthan with Bharat. Is the global headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed. Bahawalpur is in southern Punjab. Pakistan needs medium-range missiles. Markaz Taiba, Muridke Lashkar, that is 25 to 30 kilometers from the Atari border and is the headquarters of the Lashkar. Close proximity allows for artillery or short-range missiles. Sarjal, Tehra Kalan, is 20 kilometers from Pak Punjab and training hub for Jaish. Akash joining us with more details. So that requires precision strikes via drones or missiles. So clearly how these targets have been attacked or these targets have been neutralized. That is something which is now perhaps we have some details. What kind of weapon systems would have been used? Yes, Akash.
Anand, last time when Balakot happened, I remember that how, the jets of Indian Air Force went inside the Pakistani territory and dropped those bombs. Inside for up to 100 kilometers, in fact. This time around, while it is about the targets, yes, Manoj Gupta is reporting that how, there were targets that are 90 kilometer, away from the LC. And this is the time when, there comes the role of the loiter munitions. I have been, talking about Nagastra and all other weapons, and in fact the, indigenous weapons that we have, the loiter munitions we have. Now, which one was used, is something that we may get, in the press conference that is being addressed by Indian Army and Indian Air Force. But at this point in time, Anand, I'll also try to...
Yeah, the 90-kilometer distance is actually from
Anand,
the international border,
I'll try to show you the
Bahawalpur
visuals
to Rajasthan, Punjab. Yeah, go ahead, please. Yes.
Yeah, there I am showing you the visuals. This is Srinagar airport. Initially the claim was that, they have attacked the Indian Air Force base here in Srinagar. And, we have in fact been informed that all the schools in this vicinity have been closed because of security reasons. And I'm showing you the visuals that in fact the airport has been closed. All flights, that were earlier scheduled from this particular airport have been cancelled. And in fact, there I'm showing you the visuals. No one is allowed. This particular passage is not for common people. And in fact, I have been told that Indian Air Force is somewhere taking the charge here at this particular airport. This is, of course, because of security scenario and for the safety of the citizens here.
Right.
But then we have several sort of schools in this vicinity. Anand, this is the Kashmir Valley School, which has been, in fact, closed, and it will remain shut throughout the day. And in fact, all these schools in the nearby vicinity have been, asked to remain shut.
Exams
and,
have also been
at this point
postponed,
in time, everyone is waiting for that press conference that Indian Army and Air Force, are going to address, because in that press conference, we'll get to know some sort of details of the sort of attack that was carried out. And I'm not sure whether or not it will be, informed that which weapon was used, but definitely this press conference is going to be very, very important.
Right. Just to get some perspective, that Bahawalpur that has been targeted is about 90 kilometers from southern Punjab of Pakistan. It's located in southern Punjab in Pakistan, but about 90 kilometers from Rajasthan-Punjab borders. Now, what kind of munitions would come in place? Short-range missiles will come in. There will be the use of loitering munitions here. Markaz Ahle-Hadith, Bimbar and Lashkar, that's the Lashkar head terror camp. This is in POK. There is Markaz Abbas, that is in Kotli, that's about 10 to 15 kilometers from the LOC. Markaz Rahil Shahid is again about 10 to 15 kilometers from the LOC. The Shawai Nala camp in Muzaffarabad is 40 to 50 kilometers from the LOC. And Sayyidna Bilal camp is about 40 to 50 kilometers from the LOC. So we have the weapon systems, the arsenal to target all these locations deep inside Pakistan or in Pakistan-occupied territory very easily, about 50 to 100 kilometers from the border also, without crossing the borders. General Harimohan Iyer, perhaps that is critical. Even as we are waiting for that briefing that is scheduled at around 10 a.m., this is the critical aspect. We have not crossed the border this time around. We have not had to get into enemy airspace at all.
Yeah, that is the advantage of having a weapon system like the Rafale. We can have long range standoff attacks. Not that we don't have the other systems like the BrahMos and other long-range vectors, but when you use those kind of long-range vectors, the escalatory ladder goes up very fast. So it's very possible that there has been a mix of a large number of weapon systems that have been used. It is not necessary that only one weapon system is used on a particular target. It depends on the size, shape, and the kind of target that is being put up. If it is going to be a large structure like the Muridke headquarters or the Bahawalpur headquarters, I'm sure a much larger sized missile would have been used, along with possibly even a loiter ammunition, which cannot be ruled out. Because the aim is to carry out as much damage as you can in a structure which is of that kind of a nature. As far as those camps which are across the line of control, they are possibly more semi-permanent kind of camps. where the structures are not so strong. So possibly more loiters and other kind of vectors could have been used. So it is something must have been planned based on the target shape, size, and posture.
Well, before I bring in Air Marshal, we also have a response coming in from Pahalgam victim Bharat Bhushan's father, Chinna Veerappa and Preetam Bharat, who are Bhushan's brother. Both have hailed Operation Sindoor.
Army people along the border, and they are controlling all the terrorists, and they fight the hideouts of the terrorists, and really they are bringing peace to people in India.
Sir, do you think this is some form of revenge for the unfortunate death of your son? Of course, no one can replace him, but do you feel there is some form of retribution, some form of revenge, some form of justice for your son's unfortunate demise?
Definitely a lot of justice is there, because the army people and air force people, they have done a lot of work, and they have attacked the 9 terrorist hideouts, and they killed them. That's a good news for all the people of India, because hereafter there may not be any terrorists attacking Indian people.
So, Mr. Preetam, you also saw, unfortunately, you are the ones who also went to Kashmir, ensured that your family came back as safely as possible, and you saw the tragedy that took place there and the pain of many. Do you feel this is revenge for your brother's unfortunate tragedy, sir?
See, he's not going to come back. We have lost him. He's not there. I don't know. I don't want to call it revenge. I don't want to call it anything else. I think looking from a perspective saying, how do we stop this from happening? I think there is a need for us to give an answer to a certain terror outfits in a certain way. Probably that's exactly what the government is trying to do, because some of these terror outfits only learn from such kind of retaliation. There are some people who are peace lovers, they have been advised peace, that kind of an approach has been taken. There are some people where, we need to change the mindset of people as well. I think that kind of approach has been taken. So I think it's different solutions for different category of people, which is exactly what government is adopting to. Hopefully this will bring peace to the nation as well as, for the neighboring nations as well. I wouldn't get into the word of using the word revenge. Is that giving us peace? I don't think so. Let's see now how it goes. I'm worried that now that we have made an attack, I don't know how they will retaliate. I don't know how that will further get escalated. The last thing anybody from any house would want to see is civilians being attacked or army personnel being attacked and people getting killed. We don't want to see those visuals, and we don't want to experience that at all, especially after losing our brother.
Nobody wants to experience this again, but is this a deterrent enough, or does more need to be done? Even as we understand the role that has been played by our forces, targeted and perhaps never before in a long, long time. Sushant Sareen, should we brace for impact, or should we, or are we already at the ready? The civilian commercial flights from Jodhpur upwards all the way up to Jammu and Leh have been temporarily halted. There is, as a precautionary measure, at least till afternoon, if not more, till further notice is what we are given to understand in Jammu Kashmir, Leh, Ladakh and further down towards Chandigarh. But what next? That's a question. And how much are we ready to escalate this matter? Or this time, do you feel the intent is that if they up the ante, we will go up further? It's okay if it is a little long drawn.
I don't know what the government's calculations is. Like I said, they neither listen to me nor am I privy to what their confabulations are. But the fact of the matter is that I think we'll wait and see. In the next maybe couple of days, it will become very clear whether the Pakistanis are going to actually, escalate. Then we go up the escalation ladder and target, because Pakistan is a very target-rich country in terms of targets. So we can always go up the escalation ladder on that count. And in case they are going to be attacking our defense forces establishments, then there are even more targets available to us. So we'll wait and see how that works out and how that turns out. And then, of course, We don't know whether after we do something like that, there are a couple of rounds of exchanges, things calm down, or they further escalate into a full-fledged conflagration. I would imagine that neither India nor Pakistan would really want to go down that road, but then wars very often happen out of miscalculation and also by accident.
But there are many
So
who
we-
believe, no.
One interesting thing is
Fine.
when Abhinandan happened, I think Abhinandan became, that whole episode became the off-ramp, right? Right now, I don't know what the off-ramp is. Two, the players at that time and the players currently are very, very different by nature, by their politics. For example, for whatever it was worth, in 2019, in early 2019, Imran Khan, at the height of his popularity, had just sort of come to power, was seen as a politician who had some kind of heft. Certainly, Shahbaz Sharif, no one in Pakistan right now considers him as a politician who has any kind of heft. So he had some degree of heft in 2019, in February of 2019. Also, the army chief at that time was General Bajwa. He was a very different, person compared to the current army chief, which is Asim Munir. They're cut of two different cloths altogether.
Asim Munir is
so
more referred to
the
as a
nature
Mullah
of the
Munir in
response
terms of
from all of these factors, I wish we can get General Iyer and Sushant also to weigh in on this. One, what's the off-ramp here for Pakistan? Two, the characters involved right now compared to the characters involved in 2019. The nature of response will be different because of the characters who are involved.
See, we are talking about an off-ramp for Pakistan. There is another way to look at it, is that there are many here who believe that we don't give, when I say we, India as a government and the Indian armed forces don't give the messaging strong enough to make it a deterrent for the Pakistanis to turn back and come back. So the messaging is, unless there is acreage that shaved off the Pakistanis, there is something hard which hits them, which they lose. They are not going to learn. This will be nothing but a pinch or a kick on the backside, and then they'll come back and do the same thing again via proxy. General Saab, your thoughts?
Yeah. We should also look at the political structure which is there in Pakistan today. Like Rahul brought out, 4 years back or 5 years back.
Zaka was it? Yeah.
There was Zaka. The political structure was totally different. You had a elected government in place. You had the army chief who was on an extension, and possibly a little more reasonable person than the one which is here today. Today, as people put it. In fact, I was hearing somewhere in the American news setup that they are looking at him as a dictator controlling entire Pakistan. The political structure is just a front face, and everybody knows who's calling the shots in Pakistan. So we are dealing with two different level of things as to what happened in 2019 and what is going to happen this time. The other issue is, if they don't respond and if they don't go down quietly down this lane, the whole whole issue of the Fauj being the savior of Pakistan gets a beating.
Yeah.
So that is something we need to factor in, and I believe that they will possibly go down the suicide lane a little bit, assuming that there could be, their benefactors who are around the world who will come and save them and try and extricate
No, but
them.
if they do that, then is Bharat willing to go and then exact pound acreage from the Pakistanis to further defang the army, because there are many within Pakistan who want their army and their military establishment defanged?
Personally, if you ask me, if the situation escalates to a level that we have a capability to finish this operation completely, I am sure the current government has the resolve to take it the full distance and ensure that the complete Pak army gets discredited. And this is something which I have been, speaking right across the time when this crisis has started. By and large, the Pakistani army needs to be, brought to books, and it has to be a system that has to be changed in Pakistan. Otherwise, small little doses like this, they will come back again after 5 years.
And if there is escalation, does Pakistan face multiple fronts? Is there more that will happen with the Baloch? Is there more that could happen with the Taliban on the other side? Could there more that could happen with the Pashtuns?
Yes. Now, the Pakistan Armed Forces, Army especially, which has been deployed for internal security, large number of them have already been pulled out and brought to their eastern borders. But now with this strike, the remaining also would be asked to augment. So this will probably give an opening to the locals there to venture out. And that must be in the mind of their leadership, how much to leave behind and how much to pull. Second is that the international pressure would now start to mount on the establishments, both the establishments, our and theirs, to contain it to the level which it has gone. Now, this would have been factored into the initial planning. If we want to go up the escalation ladder, the options for us is to strike at the places and open those fronts where they are weak.
Right.
What Pakistanis have basically done is they each and every inch of their Punjab is with canals, which they call ditch cum bun, so that these are natural irrigation canals which act as a barrier for our movement of armor, tanks and BMPs. Also, they have heavily fortified by air defense all the targets in this area. But whereas it is quite thin when you go from Rajasthan downwards into the Sindh area and hardly anything towards Balochistan. So what happens is India has avenues to explore different in case the escalation.
नहीं अभी तो पानी भी बंद कर दिया तो what are those bunds or those canals going to do? So that is also the
yes.
IWT maneuver is also a significant one. But we've got more news before we come back to this conversation. The Congress has struck a discordant note after Bharat strike against Pakistan. While Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi have all hailed the forces, Congress's Jignesh Mewani's post has stirred controversy. In his post, he has said, fight warmongers, religious hatred and fake nationalism, terror will die of starvation. Pallavi Ghosh with us. Yes.
Well, we were just talking a little while back, around an hour or so back, about how political ideologies, differences being there. But today, every political voice seems to be speaking in the right noise and also standing united behind the government. I think we all spoke a little bit too soon. So there you have the Congress at it. The Congress MLA from Vadgaon in Gujarat, Jignesh Mewani, strikes that discordant note. He talks about, as you just pointed out, and this raises a question about is that why is it that many Congress leaders get their timing wrong? At this point of time, even as we speak shortly, the Congress is going to come out with its first official response in terms of a soundbite from Pawan Khera. Mr. Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, just about every top leader of the Congress party have been, kind of lauding the Operation Sindoor and also standing by the government. And they have come out with a detailed statement. Mr. Kharge's detailed statement talks about the fact that ever since the Pahalgam terror attack, we have firmly backed the government. But when voices like Ajay Rai, when voices of Jignesh Mewani, which is just a couple of hours after Operation Sindoor, it certainly does bring out this picture of the Congress party of never being on the right page at the right time. This is the time when we need to show to the world that we are all together, that we all are backing our armed forces. And at that press conference which is going to take place, and in fact it's not even a press conference, it's a statement which is going to come at 10 a.m. This is exactly what they are going to be looking for, a complete unequivocal support, cutting across party lines, every kind of an ideology. But a Jignesh Mewani's discordant note raises this whole horrible question that how can politics be far behind? Right.
We go across to Pile in just a bit now. We've just accessed this. This is what is going to be officially be shown. We are expecting, this is the detail of the 9 terror hideouts. So the 9 terror hideouts have now been highlighted here. So there is Markaz Subhanallah, Bahawalpur, JEM, that's named number 1 and starred. So these are the stars. So this is Markaz Subhanallah. There is Markaz Taiba, that is in Muridke. That's the next one. And there is Sarjal, that is Tehra Kala, that is a Jaish. So these are all the ones that are now being highlighted. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So downward from Bahawalpur upward towards Muzaffarabad. So number 4 is Mehmoona Joya in Sialkot. That's the that's the Hizbul Mujahideen. So confirmation of what we were reporting earlier. That's now come through. There is Masjid Ahle Hadith. That is Barnala. That is again Lashkar. That is the number 5, target number 5 here. That's come through. There is Masjid Abbas, Kotli. That is Jaish-e-Mohammed. This is number 6 here in Kotli. There is also Markaz-e-Rahil Shahid, Kotli. That's Hizbul Mujahideen Center. So two places of the Hizbul Mujahideen have been struck. Shawai Nala camp, Muzaffarabad, Lashkar. Number 8 and number 9 is the Sayyidina Bilal camp, Muzaffarabad, Jaish-e-Mohammed. So Jaish, Lashkar and Hizbul. These are the ones that have been targeted here, even as news is coming in thick and fast. Coming back to the politics, Payal Mehta with us. So we now have the details and confirmation of what CNN News 18 has been putting out. These are the 9 targets and the reason why. So 3 terror hubs and their centers, their markazes have been targeted. Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Hizbul Mujahideen. From Bahawalpur all the way up to Muzaffarabad. Yes, Payal.
Of course, at a time when the entire nation is rejoicing, because Anand, it must have been like the hell of a period for those families who actually lost their loved ones, to go through these 14 days and to actually really wait by the hour to see when the revenge would be taken. But at a time, when the entire nation is celebrating, probably Congress party has decided to play the spoiled sport. Even yesterday, you saw Mallikarjun Kharge also making some comments, essentially saying that, why did the Prime Minister cancel his previous visits to Jammu and Kashmir? Was he aware of any intel inputs? Was he trying to save himself? All of this is not going to make them any stronger in this nation as well. The nation has understood that, who these leaders are and what their politics revolves around as well. So, multiple diktats have been given by the Congress party, which have been broken by our colleagues, but they've come of no avail. So, whether it's the ex-chief minister of a border state like Punjab, Charanjit Singh Channi, Ajay Rai, or now, Jignesh Mevani from Gujarat, it's very difficult for the Congress party to really justify what answers these questions as well. And of course, with the Congress party's handle in Karnataka coming up and saying peace is the only way out, go try telling this to the families who have actually lost their loved ones. Their answer you will see. The response is what the government has really done today, is what people of the country really want. They've been waiting, saying that Modi has struck them in Uri, Modi has struck them in Balakot, so when will the revenge be taken as far as Pahalgam is concerned? So very, very unfortunate, because even the most sternest of voices which have been diabolically opposite to what the BJP's ideology have been.
Right.
Asaduddin Owaisi has also been making a very, very mature statement all through. So obviously the Congress party will have a lot to answer, not just to Prime Minister Narendra Modi or the BJP,
right,
but to the people of the country.
Right. Thanks, Payal. Zaka, more news coming through.
Yeah, top defense sources telling CNN News 18, Zaka Sharma, that the Indian Army played a stellar role, a major role in what happened in Operation Sindoor. It engaged most of the targets. Both the forces, that's the Army and the Air Force, coordinated based on the distance and the vicinity of the target. Some of these targets were almost 90 kilometers inside the line of control on the Pakistani side. The weapons and the weapon systems were also decided based on the input of how far these targets were, these terror targets were from either the international boundary or from the line of control. Akash has more details on this. Akash, so 3-4 things which are important, which are getting underlined is A, none of these flights crossed the line of control or the international border. The weapon systems that were used and which were engaged were purely based on how far these targets were from Indian territory, and basis that these targets were decided and the weapon systems to be used to hit those targets were also decided.
Exactly. Zaka, it was made very clear that none of our jets, crossed the LAC, in fact. And now it is coming to fore that it was a, coordinated effort, of course. But then the targets and, in fact, the engagement was decided on the basis of the distance. And we have been told that distance targets were basically engaged by Indian Air Force. We have been told that at least 2 distinct targets were engaged by Indian Air Force and rest were engaged by Indian Army. And this is the reason why we are talking about loitering munitions, because as far as Indian Army's role is concerned, so of course we know that Indian Army, doesn't operate the fighter jets, and that's the reason why they were using these precise, in fact, precision, weapons, which in fact we will get to know as to which weapon, was used. But yet, Indian Army played a major role with, engaging 70% of the targets. Among these 9 targets, we have been told at least 6 to 7 were engaged by Indian Army in this case.
Let's just credit the armed forces for what they have done. Who played a major role, who played a lesser role is immaterial. The fact is that these targets have been neutralized. Going back to our guest, thanks Akash. Interestingly, there is a reaction of Harshal Lele, son of Sanjay Lele, who was killed in Pahalgam. Sushant Salim and...
All right. So clearly, I mean, what we're awaiting in the next hour at 10 o'clock at the National Media Center, we will have the joint briefing by officials from the Defence Forces and also from the Ministry of External Affairs. Clearly, India is calibrating this response. The first was to put out there the 9 locations that have been hit, 3 of which happen to be the headquarters of the Jaish, the headquarters of the Lashkar, and the headquarters of the Hizbul Mujahideen. Also, the very first statement that the Indian Army PR put out said India does not wish to escalate. It is the terror targets that are being hit. No military installations have been targeted. I want to go back to Sushant Sareen and try and get his perspective. What are you hoping to hear from that press conference, Sushant? Because the Indian armed forces, the Indian government seem to be taking a very measured, very calibrated sort of response, saying that what we are seeing today in Operation Sindoor is simply to avenge or to respond to what we saw in Pahalgam 2 weeks ago.
Zaka, before I answer your question, I just want to weigh in on a couple of things that were being said earlier. I think Mr. Jignesh Mevani, I don't know how much he knows about what happened in this country earlier, but there was a lot of love and a lot of milk of human kindness was flowing between 2004 and 2014. And it wasn't as though terrorism had died a death at that point of time. In fact, we had a lot of terrorism at that point of time. So I really wish politicians would behave much more responsibly rather than, taking digs and making silly comments at this point in time. Secondly, you were talking about the character of the army chief in 2019 and the Pakistan army chief now. While I might agree to some extent that Bajwa and Asim Munir are two separate people, clearly they are. But look, I might want to do whatever I might want to do with the Pakistanis. But at the end of the day, I also have to see what my capabilities are. My intentions could be anything, but what is my capability? Do I have that capacity to carry out a conflict with India for very long? Can I sustain that conflict? Maybe yes, a short, sharp kind of a thing, yes. Maybe 2-3 days, a couple of rungs up the ladder. But beyond that, do I have that wherewithal to do it? Can I really depend upon countries like Turkey and other countries to come? And this is not two small countries fighting. So I think that calculation will have to be made. So that let's not lose sight of it. And finally, I think it is important to understand that the Israelis, for example, have been beating up, and retaliating against terror attacks. But the terror attacks haven't stopped. So we have to start internalizing it, that we'll have to keep at it, And finally, on your main question, after this long detour, what do I expect from the press conference? I would imagine that a certain amount of information will be shared, much more than what is coming unofficially or what has already been released. Something more, not just virtue signaling that we didn't want to do this, we don't want an escalation. Don't keep mentioning we don't want an escalation. You've already mentioned it.
Right. Harsh Shinglaji is with us. Harsh Shinglaji is with us, but we also have Mr. Rajesh Narwal joining us at this point. Mr. Narwal, namaste.
Namaskar.
Sir, your reaction based on Operation Sindoor?
Yes.
क्या कहेंगे आप?
इसके बारे में मैं स्पष्ट रूप से एक बात कहना चाहता हूं कि जिस दिन 22 अप्रैल की वो दुर्घटना हुई, मेरे जहन से एक बात आ रही थी कि ये कभी भी बख्शे नहीं जाएंगे, कभी नहीं बख्शे जाएंगे, क्योंकि हमारी सरकार बहुत ही सेंसिटिव है इन मामलों में और वो अपना काम, कई बार मुझसे पूछा भी गया कि सरकार से क्या चाहते हो, मैंने यही कहा कि हमारी सरकार अच्छे से वो काम कर रही है और मुझे पूरी तरह से इस सरकार पर भरोसा है, अपने लोगों पर, कि वो ऐसा होगा कि कभी इस चीज की पुनरावृत्ति करने की भी कोई सोचेगा नहीं
जी।
और वो हमारी सेना ने, हमारे जवानों ने, मेरी सरकार ने, मोदी सरकार ने वो करके दिखाया और मुझे ये पूर्णतः भरोसा था इस बात का, मुझे विश्वास था मुझे
जी। राजेश जी, हर्षल हैं एक और जिन संजय लेले के पुत्र हैं, सुपुत्र, उन्होंने एक बात कही है, मैं आपसे आपके विचार जानना चाहूँगा। उनका कहना है कि अगर हमें ये सब पूरी तरह ख़त्म करना है तो ऐसे सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक कंटिन्यू होने चाहिए। पहले भी हमने स्ट्राइक किया है पर वो सुधरे नहीं हैं, ये पाकिस्तानी सुधरने वाले नहीं है, ये उनका कहना है। आप क्या कहते हैं, इतना करके हमें रुक जाना चाहिए?
मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, देखो हमारी जो सरकार है और हमारी सेनाएं हैं और उसके स्पेशल जो विंग्स हैं, जो इसके एजेंसीज हैं, वो इन पे हमेशा नजर रखती हैं और कभी ऐसा जरूरत पड़ती है तो उन्होंने किया भी है और भविष्य में भी वो इसको करेंगे। करते रहने का मकसद तो कुछ और हो जाता है फिर, ठीक है। हाँ, इससे उनकी ये जब तक आतंकवाद खत्म ना हो, इस तरह की घटनाएं खत्म ना हो, तब तक मात्र मैं नहीं कहूंगा कि भाई भारत सरकार पूरे वर्ल्ड को ही इसके अगेंस्ट खड़ा होकर के और इनको नेस्ता नाबूद कर देना चाहिए। आतंकवाद की समस्या को समूल नष्ट करना चाहिए, जड़ से पेड़ को ही उखाड़ दो। आतंकवाद नाम का जो पेड़ है, जब उसको उखाड़ देना चाहिए। और बिल्कुल सही प्रिसाइज से एक स्ट्राइक किया है कि टारगेटेड मतलब टारगेटेड सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक किया है। यस, वो कहते हैं कि चोर को मत 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 मारो, चोर की माँ को मारो। बेसिकली हमें वो स्कूल, वो इंस्टीट्यूट जहाँ पर ये तैयार होती है आइडियोलॉजी, और इस तरह से ब्रेन वॉश किया जाता है, इस तरह की बीज बोए जाते हैं, हमें उसको ही समूल नष्ट करना चाहिए। हमें मीन्स पूरे वर्ल्ड को चाहिए,
विनय
हम
तो
शांति से रह सकते हैं।
राजेश जी, विनय तो वापस नहीं आएंगे,
देते रहेंगे।
विनय तो वापस नहीं आएंगे, लेकिन ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, इस ऑपरेशन को नाम दिया है, इस पर आपकी प्रतिक्रिया? आपको लगता है ये सही नाम था, सही नाम चुना है? एक
नाम इससे अप्रोप्रिएट नाम नहीं हो सकता, क्योंकि मेरी बहनें, मेरी बेटियां, इस देश की बेटियां, बहनें, माताएं, उनके सामने इतनी निर्ममता से उनके सिंदूर की हत्या की गई, उनके सुहाग की हत्या की गई पूछ पूछ करके। इससे घिनौना कृत्य नहीं हो सकता दुनिया में कि निहत्तों पर तुम वार कर रहे हो।
जी,
उनकी बीवी के सामने, वाइफ के सामने, बच्चे के सामने आप क्या कैसे कर सकते हो? एक आम इंसान नहीं कर सकता, जिसमें जरा सा भी इंसानियत नाम की चीज है, वो कभी नहीं कर सकता ऐसा। तो उन्होंने जो किया है उसका जवाब देना ही बनता है। और जब तक आतंकवाद नामक पेड़ को जड़ से उखाड़ करके उसकी जल समाधि, अग्नि समाधि ना बना दें, तब तक हमें पूरे वर्ल्ड को ही नहीं बैठना चाहिए।
जी नरवाल जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। थैंक यू वेरी मच। आई ऑल्सो वांट टू गो अक्रॉस टू फॉर्मर फॉरेन सेक्रेटरी Harshpreet Shringla, former Indian ambassador to the United States. Mr. Shringla, thank you very much for joining us. Your first thoughts in the immediate aftermath of Operation Sindoor, the first set of conversations that have happened between the National Security Advisor and the US Secretary of State and now acting NSA, Mr. Rubio. Mr. Rubio has also tweeted and he said he's spoken to his Pakistani counterpart as well. They want to try and resolve this quickly and peacefully. What are the kind of conversations that are happening right now? We believe that your colleagues in the MEA have spoken already with government representatives from Saudi Arabia, from UAE, US, of course. What are the nature of the conversations you think are likely happening right now, and what is the priority and the focus for everyone?
So first of all, I think congratulations and thanks are due to Prime Minister Modi and the brave members of armed forces who really delivered, a response to the Pahalgam attacks with a calibrated and precise sort of strike, targeting terrorists and terrorist infrastructure inside Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. At the same time, I think, I was very touched by what Lieutenant Narwal's father just said, that whatever we do, the pain of that, the terrorist attack on 22nd April can never be fully erased. But we have to do what is very, very much in our karma. And I think we have done what is necessary. And yes, we have reached out very quickly and immediately following the strikes to some of our main partners, the United States, UK, Russia, but also Saudi Arabia, UAE. And conversations have been held at different levels. And I think it's important to immediately brief your partners at the global arena about exactly the nature of your strikes, the intentions behind it,
assessment,
and what could be.
Mr. Shringla, your assessment of some of the responses that we've been getting from the United States, the UAE, and some of our other partners, Israel, do you believe that the world is going to lean on Pakistan now to perhaps pull back, restrain itself, and not go down the path that it has? India has only targeted terror infrastructure. So, first of all, the choice of targets diplomatically, what does that convey? And secondly, how the international community has responded to India's outreach?
So, I think in the first place, all our interlocutors have appreciated the fact that our, response was very calibrated and very precise, that we focused on non-state actors and terrorist infrastructure. at this, and we did not in any way, want this to be an escalatory sort of situation. And I think our interlocutors do understand that they now need to lean very heavily on Pakistan. I don't think this is what we are saying, but this is coming from their side, that they don't want this to escalate. They don't want this to become another confrontational arena. That what had been necessary in response to terrorist attack has been undertaken, and that Pakistan needs to now get its own house in order rather than to escalate matters that for which we are also fully prepared and would be responsive. So this is something that I think at the global diplomatic level, phone lines will be working overtime. I think there will be a lot of calls being made at very high levels, and certainly I think Pakistan would feel the pressure of some of its major international.
I also want to ask you, since you said Pakistan will feel the pressure, obviously the Americans have leverage over the Pakistanis, the Saudis do, the UAE, Emiratis do. What about China? Why are we not hearing about conversations with China? Because if there's any country that can bring pressure to bear on Pakistan, it would be China, right? Even in these last 2 weeks, I've not heard of any conversation between Foreign Minister and his counterpart in China. Why is that?
Well, China has, to some extent, been supportive of Pakistan following the Pahalgam attacks, and we've seen some levels of exchanges, some support in terms of equipment, etc., being supplied. Clearly, China was not willing to leave its so-called all-weather friend, when it comes to an actual confrontation with India. I don't know how much we can rely on them. But I think even China would understand that any escalation of this conflict is not in the best interests of its own best interests and anyone else's interests. So I'm sure quietly they're also doing their bit to ensure that this issue does not get beyond what it has already reached. But I don't think we as a country could count on China to act at our behest, or to act in a manner that would be in the interest of.
Okay, and very quickly, a final word before we thank you. The IMF meeting, the bailout meeting, is happening in 2 days' time from now in Washington. Do you think that will be pressure enough on Pakistan not to climb the escalation ladder, not to retaliate?
That's very important, because I think Pakistan is very heavily relying on the IMF bailout. They've availed of very large, 22 or 23 bailouts so far. And I think it's important that they continue getting that IMF support that they're looking for. I think our approach there will be calibrated by their actions, but clearly I don't think we are in a mode to allow them any more leeway in that area. And our representatives in the IMF, I think, will be acting under very strict instructions when it comes to their
Finally,
responses.
Mr. Shringla, look, the IMF at some level takes its cue also from DC. So is the Indian government, has it been able to impress upon the Trump administration to leverage their muscle, their weight, their influence over the IMF? Because that's an important thing that we're looking at. Also, of course, the FATF grey list.
Yes, so I cannot say with any level of certainty, but I do recall that in similar instances when I was in DC, I had gone across, met the Assistant Treasury Secretary or the Deputy Treasury Secretary, the Minister of State for Finance, if you may call it the equivalent of that, and pressed upon the need for the US to take steps that would be in keeping with responsible actions and our own desires. And the US at that time was very responsive, because they saw Pakistan as a malign terrorist actor and certainly were supportive of our efforts, very supportive. So I have no doubt that they will be supportive even in this instance.
All right.
Harshinglaji, I just have one question, your own personal opinion on this operation being named Operation Sindoor.
No, I think it's very fitting. I mean, nobody better than Lieutenant Nawal's father can tell us, and I think, and all of the others who've already responded, that this is a fitting title, considering that it is the women who were spared, but nonetheless who have to now face the agony of living their lives without their husbands and their dear ones and close ones. And I think Operation Sindoor is a very strong symbol of the country's rage and frustration that has led to the action that we saw in POK in Pakistan earlier this morning. So I think this is a very appropriate sort of.
Thank you, Harsh Shinglaji, for speaking with us. We got news coming through. The stock markets have started trading. The Sensex is down by 460 points. Nifty is down by 80 points. We try and go across to Sharon joining us with more on this. Yes, Sharon.
Yes, the Indian stock markets have opened, and it's good morning. You know, this is a very sort of par for course kind of move as far as the markets are concerned. Clearly, the markets are not reflecting or indicating any kind of capitulation or panic moves at this point in time. So it is a very measured start as far as our markets are concerned. And I would also imagine that given the fact that there was an anticipation of a response, this had already in some form or fashion been factored in by market participants, and that is what we're seeing on the screens at this point in time. The Nifty now down just about 20 points, and similar story playing out for the Sensex. So it is a measured opening there as far as the markets are concerned. But, you know, the markets will track what is going to happen in terms of a response. You know, at the end of the day, as they say, capital is a coward. It moves to where it feels safe. But at this point in time, there are several other factors to contend with as well. In fact, overnight, we had the big India-UK FTA go through. So if you look at the stock markets, a lot of those stocks are reacting positively. The apparel makers and so on and so forth are reacting positively. The defense stocks are, of course, reacting on account of the news of Operation Sindoor as well. A lot of moving parts. In terms of sectors that are likely to see an immediate impact, travel, flight disruptions already a thing that we will need to deal with. So, you know, customers need to reach out to their airlines if they intend to travel. There are airport closures on account of the fact that you are seeing these Air Force exercises underway, as well as the drill preparedness underway across the country. So many airports, in fact, over a dozen or so airports are not open for civilian purposes at this point in time. So that's going to be a separate side of the story to watch out for. Advisories being issued at this point in time, the UK government issuing an advisory. So, you know, we will have to watch and monitor how foreign governments react to this. And of course, the US, you were talking about the IMF, that crucial meeting is on the 9th. Will there be a change as far as the IMF's position on any further loans to Pakistan is concerned? That is going to be the big question. But at this point in time, Secretary Rubio and President Trump both asking for de-escalation. All of that will, of course, play out as far as market sentiment is concerned. And by the way, at this point in time, the Nifty has moved into positive territory. So as I said, it's a very measured reaction by the Indian stock market.
So Shireen, just very quickly, I mean, how much of this is because of the fact that markets had already sort of factored in some kind of kinetic response by India? And also, secondly, you know, the announcement of the free trade agreement yesterday with the UK, I believe there was some announcement of some kind of deal with the US as well that came late night. Again, how do you see that playing out once the immediacy of this operation and possible retaliation by Pakistan, once that cloud passes, do you think the markets will continue on their
They're already in the
upward
green
surge?
now, even as we speak. Yes, Shireen.
Yes, and that's what I was talking about, Zaka, that we've already seen the response from the markets moving into positive territory at this point in time, because, you know, nobody wants an escalation, and certainly the markets would not want an escalation. But was there going to be a response? I think that had already been factored in by the markets, and the hope now is that it will stop here. And you talked about several of the other developments, and I pointed that out as well. The India-UK FTA is a big deal because it does impact you know, a lot of the labor-intensive sectors in India. So you're already seeing, for instance, apparel makers up and running today from a stock market point of view. Those stocks are moving higher. So all of these, of course, will be moving parts. The markets don't like uncertainty, and that is going to be something that we need to watch out for. But so far, as I pointed out, from the way that we've opened for trade today, the response very measured, and there is absolutely no sense of panic on the screens at all when we talk about the markets.
Well, thank you for that, Shireen. We also have Tilak Devasharji joining us. Tilakji, how do you read the situation? Sushant Sareen, General Iyer with us. Thank you for your patience, gents, but this is a long haul, so we all have to dig in our heels and perhaps wait on, because developments are going to happen thick and fast. In about 40 minutes, we should have the press briefing. Tilak Devasharji, Bharat's response, 9 targets on this side. Do we see Pakistan getting stretched if it tries to concentrate too much weight towards its eastern side?
Good morning, Anand, and morning to all the panelists. A lot has already been spoken, and I was certainly very impressed with the name Operation Sindoor. I think it captures, the anguish and the pain and the response of India extremely well. Whoever has thought of this name requires real compliments.
Oh, we are given to understand the Prime Minister thought about this. It was suggested by the Prime Minister himself.
Yeah, so you can well imagine, he brings the weight of the civilization. He brings the weight of Bharat and culture into this one operational word, which signifies what India is trying to do. I think this has been a very, very impactful morning because 9 targets, standoff aircraft not entering Pakistan's airspace, targeting terror camps, including the snake pits of Muridke and Bahawalpur and other associated camps, is a very, very significant strike. And one thing which I want to mention, the kind of propaganda, and this is going to be a war of narratives also. The kind of narrative being pushed out by Pakistan is, in the list they have given, that only mosques were targeted. So in all places, for example, if I can just mention some, like whether it's Bahawalpur, whether it's Muridke, whether other places, they mentioned that mosques were targeted. Now this is being done deliberately. But the fact of the matter is that all these training camps have got either medical centers or mosques in front of where the training is taking place.
They are markazes,
so like in the case,
hubs or centers like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So there it's very easy to then, for propaganda purposes, and the signal that they give that India is targeting mosques, it is trying to hurt the Muslims' places of religious worship. This is something that we have to guard against, and we have to demolish such a narrative that this is not there, that if you have a training center behind a mosque or inside a mosque, but what do you think is going to happen? India is not going to put garlands. So, this is something which is an important factor.
Tilakji, please hold your thoughts. We've just got updates coming through. Prime Minister Narendra Modi continuously monitoring this operation at 7 Lokalyan Marg. NSA Ajit Doval constantly giving information. There is a picture also of the Prime Minister watching the operations from the war room at that when this was happening. So PM continuously monitoring Operation Sindoor. The press conference or the press briefing has been delayed by half an hour. Perhaps some calibration or to ensure that Bharat is ready for a response, reprisal, and all those who are part of the operation are also back in base, safe and sound. The Prime Minister continuously monitoring the operation. That's the update that we have at this point. Going back to our guest, yes, Tilakji, please complete.
Yes. So, and now about Pakistan response. You see, Pakistan will respond within 24 to 36 hours. Make no bones about it. Because it has to show its people that it has the capability and it has the capacity to respond. Now, this could be sheer bravado also, because they know that they cannot continue with it. But you can expect a reaction. The reaction will probably be like in the case of Balakot. It will be using by air assets. They could also use missiles. But a reaction from Pakistan will come. Then the question will become that what does India do? Does India stop at that level?
Okay.
Or you take it one notch higher? You see, my own sense is that you can stop at this level and that this crisis then draws down.
Blows over, yeah.
But what happens 2 years down the road when Pakistan indulges in terrorism again? The sense that you get from what the Prime Minister had to say in Bihar, what the Home Minister, what the Defence Minister have been saying, that you cannot allow Pakistan to continue with this bleeding India. Every now and then when an army chief feels he needs to burnish his image and to show how much of a macho guy he is, to launch another terrorist attack and innocent Indians get killed. So is it probably better to absorb pain once, now, go up the escalatory ladder, continue to maintain dominance, but make sure that the message that gets to Pakistan is so harsh that it will not dare do something like this again.
All right, Mr. Deveshwar, just give me 1 second. We're getting more breaking news and I want to go across to Payal, my colleague. So the Prime Minister is getting continuous briefings about what's going on, the aftermath of Operation Sindoor, how long it lasted, the targets, what the operational details are, the damage that's been left behind, and of course now he has to manage the diplomatic fallout of it as well. Payal, what more details do we have? Who all are there? Who all are briefing the Prime Minister on a minute-to-minute basis of what's going on there, both during the operation and now, of course, more importantly, the aftermath of the operation?
Dhaka, we aren't really sure if it's a physical briefing that the NSA is holding with the Prime Minister. It's probably communication that he's having with the Prime Minister, briefing him about what really transpired, what is the aftermath, how is the world reacting to it, how is, of course, Pakistan also reacting to it, because Ajit Doval is one person who knows a thing or two about Jammu and Kashmir and knows a lot of things about Pakistan as well. But, you know, this is going to be a very, very important briefing that the Prime Minister is getting ahead of the official briefing that the armed forces will be doing at about 10:30 this morning. Of course, the government wants to make sure that they have all the information in accuracy, and it will be important to see if the government also decides to go ahead and brief other constitutional authorities, whether it's the Vice President of India, the President of India, etc. as well. That call has to be taken, but as of now, what we're given to understand that Ajit Doval is briefing the Prime Minister by the second, and we also reported earlier this morning, Dhaka, that the Prime Minister was monitoring the details right through the night, and of course, the War Room also had a small group of people who were monitoring the situation. So whether it's a physical briefing or not, we're not really sure. But we do understand that Ajit Doval is still briefing the Prime Minister, and that is going to be an important briefing ahead of the official briefing that takes place at the National Media Center at 10:30 this morning.
Well, I think there is a reason why this has been delayed. Sushant Sareen, Tilak Devashar with us. Sushant Sareen, do you agree, disagree with Tilak Devashar that this time around Bharat's posture is that we will take the losses at a on hand right now, bear with it, brace for perhaps a certain level of impact, but continue to push through so that there is a long-term breakaway or deterrence for Pakistan in terms of fomenting terror on Indian soil?
Look, number one, I am convinced there is no long-term deterrence. You will have to keep re-establishing the deterrence, and you will have to keep, building up your own defense sinews much more than what we have done over the last many years. Some ways we've neglected it. But I think we will have to go up the escalation ladder. I have no doubt in my mind that we'll have to do it if the Pakistanis were to do something extremely provocative. If they were going to come and do something which, is water off a duck's back, then maybe, yes, we can just let it slide. But other than that, I think we will have to go up the escalation ladder. That's a no-brainer. But look, here is the thing. How far are the Pakis also going to be willing to go? And I think that is a calculation that they will also have to make. Because they also know that there are very serious consequences that await them. All this bravado which they are showing, they can show. And let's also be very clear about one thing, Anand. Even in the past skirmishes and wars and conflicts that we've had with the Pakistanis, invariably what happens is that when this thing starts, they tend to pull a surprise or two over us. It has happened in Kargil, it has happened otherwise on a number of occasions. And then, our guys, they get their act together, they have their feet more firmly planted on the ground, and then they hit back with everything they've got. Now, the Pakis, if they want to go down that road, by all means, be my guest. But they will also have to factor in the consequences of what they will be getting into. So I think this is a calculation both sides will have to make. And my own sense is that we will have to go up, not because that is going to end this menace of terrorism. No, maybe it will give us some relief for a couple of years, and then, as Mr. Deveshwar says, there will be another army chief, if not in the next 3 years, 4 years, then in the next 10 years, maybe in the next 15 years. Asim Munir is not going to live forever, even though he's probably appointed himself army chief for life. But there will be a new army chief, right? And at that point of time, that guy will want to try something again. Or if Asim Munir's position becomes weak in the next 6 months, 1 year, he might be tempted to try it again. So I think the message which you have to deliver is, you try something like this, then there are these kind of consequences that are going to visit you. Which essentially means that we now have to be on a 24/7 kind of a vigil as far as Pakistan is concerned. And we need to increase our defense capabilities to a point where you don't even have to wait for 2 weeks anymore. You will retaliate within hours of any adventurism by the Pakistanis. on the terrorism front or on any other front. And I think that is the direction in which we should move. But
All right.
unfortunately, I think, we tend to be complacent after we do some things, and then we slide back into that
So
element
is there a way to break out of that cycle? More importantly, are we willing to pay the cost to break out of that cycle, if at all there is a way to break out of that cycle? I'm also joined by Lieutenant General retired Subrat Saha, former member of the National Security Advisory Board and former GOC of the 15 Corps. General Saha, your first reaction to Operation Sindoor, and now what every guest has been saying to us since morning, that the Pakistanis will have to respond. They can't be seen as not responding. How does India then calibrate its response to a Pakistani response?
Thank you. Firstly, I think the operation has been named so aptly. The way the terrorists singled out the men and killed them in front of the women, and the significance of the Sindoor in India is so well understood. I think, as the ADGPI tweet puts it, the justice has been served. I think the operation itself is named so well. And rightfully, as you asked, we have to be prepared for, retaliation. Even Shahbaz Sharif, in his tweet, has put it over there that they will retaliate. So I think we must be prepared across the spectrum, from a very base level of terrorist activity, and not necessarily restricted only to Kashmir, but across the country, because there are sleeper cells who are active all over the country, who will get activated all over the country, and of course, particularly in J&K. Apart from that, we are already seeing some excessive heating up of the line of control. As I speak to my friends over there, the firing has already been intensified. So expect it to be highly intense, because that already has started. And the next level, as we can see, and we should be prepared, is engaging of more military targets by the Pakistan armed forces in the next 24 to 48 hours, unless some good sense prevails in Pakistan, because India, as far as we are concerned, have hit at the lowest rung of the escalatory ladder. Because if Pakistan chooses to climb up the escalatory ladder, they do not know what the hell is going to hit them. Because we have not touched their military installations, we have not touched their economic targets, so the scope of targets is actually endless. So it is better that Pakistan be forewarned, Pakistan be better advised by their sane friends not to go down that path. If they choose to go down that path, that country, which is so fragile, is going to pay a much heavier price than what it can possibly imagine. So I will leave it
General Sahab, you've spoken about multiple aspects there, but in terms of climbing up the escalation ladder, Tilak Devasharji had a point. Ashok Malik is also with us. Good morning, Jai Hind. Major Manik Jolly also with us, defense expert. Jai Hind to you too. Thank you for joining us. This is continuous coverage. This is something which is historic, unprecedented. Bharat's military posture perhaps will be evaluated and reviewed by many across the world, given the kind of strikes that we have done and the precision with which we have executed this. But you heard General Saha, Major Manik Jolly. Do you agree, disagree with the fact that there could be a certain level of escalation by the Pakistanis, and there may be some elements, they may activate some of their proxies on our soil? Should Bharat immediately respond with perhaps a far more punitive calibration if there is anything that happens here? Any event that happens here, should we then move to a certain level of escalation?
Hi. I actually totally agree with what he was saying. There will be some action from Pakistan side. The action, it is just not about saving face in the local population, but also a military would like to, and since they are so bifurcated in that country, the decisions don't come as a calibrated and a cohesive decision between the military and the government. The military, Asim Munir especially, would like to take this on and go ahead with some action. So India, but I would, if you ask just my personal opinion, this is the time we hold on for a moment. I think rather than taking it as we are building up on what we did last night, we should hold on and see what they are trying to do and then maybe respond in a more stronger way. Because now we are anticipating, this is all speculation that we are talking, that they'll do this or that. So let's just see what they do. Because there's a slight chance they might not react. Let's say even if it is 1%. That gives a tendency to, or even a possibility of this actually calming down the whole scenario for both the nations. And that is something that the governments might be looking at. So this is the time we should actually wait rather than thinking on escalating it even more. We have given our message. Operation Sindoor has been a fantastic success.
I think the statement that was put out by the army also makes it very clear that this is not escalatory in nature. We've not crossed the line of control. I've got Ashok Malik also joining us. So the nature of the conversations, the diplomatic fallout, Ashok, of this, conversations between the National Security Advisor and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, MAA officials have spoken to their counterparts in Saudi Arabia, UAE, etc. What is happening right now, you reckon, in South Bloc, and how does India manage the diplomatic fallout of Operation Sindoor?
I think the diplomatic fallout is fairly along expected lines and fairly measured. Apart from a few countries which remain Pakistan's steadfast allies, that I've seen the Turkish foreign minister's response, apart from those countries and perhaps Beijing, the fact is most countries don't have patience for Pakistan's terror infrastructure and expected some Indian response. They don't want a full-fledged war. Nobody does. Nobody in India does either. But they do expect some sort of a response. And I believe this response will have a lot of support because it has been a measured response, a targeted response. The Prime Minister and the military have collectively chosen very specific targets, attacking LET camps or the headquarters in Muridke and the Jaish-e-Mohammed facility. These are not nursery schools.
All right,
I think we've just lost him for a bit there, but he's back. Yeah.
Back. So these are nurseries of terror, and people would expect that they would be targeted. These are legitimate targets. The bigger message India has sent, to my mind, is that after Uri in 2016, we moved into POK, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Balakot was in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. This time we have gone into Punjab, Pakistani Punjab. Asim Munir, said a few days ago that Kashmir is Pakistan's jugular vein or the Pakistani army's jugular vein. Quite honestly, the Pakistani army's jugular vein is Punjab heartland. And we have, the Indian army has, the Indian military has, the Indian government has, and India as a country has shown that Pakistan's Punjab is itself vulnerable. We can strike there. There is a long-term implication to that message, which Pakistan will have to absorb and ponder.
Ashok, one more question before we let you go. Who are the countries right now in the world who have the leverage with Pakistan, and particularly with the Pakistani Defense Forces, Asim Munir, because ultimately whatever action they choose to take or not choose to take will be Asim Munir's decision. The civilian government, I guess, will sign off on it. Who are the countries right now who have the leverage with him to force him not to climb the escalation ladder?
Well, I suppose the only countries that really matter for him are the two big powers, China, which is his, in a sense, Pakistan's patron, and the US. But the degree to which he'll be able to listen to them is something I really doubt, because he has to save face after all his braggadocio over the past few weeks, and I expect he will want to respond in some manner. And I don't believe what we are seeing today is the end of it, to be honest.
And do you reckon that the IMF meeting, which is in a couple of days from now, I think it's $1 billion package of the overall $7 billion package, that will have any pressure to bear on how the Pakistanis choose to respond or not respond?
Well, I still believe even they'll probably respond after the meeting, if they do at all. But they wouldn't want to sort of queer the optics for that meeting. But for domestic face, the Pakistani army would have to respond. Remember, this is not a strike on some far-off frontier province. This is a strike in Punjab, Pakistani Punjab. And do remember, the Pakistani army only took the 65 war and India's response seriously when the Indian army went into Pakistani Punjab.
Correct.
So Punjab is their jugular vein. Punjab is their heartland. They will take this more seriously than frankly, they took 2019 or 2016.
All right, Ashok Malik, thank you so much for joining us and putting your thoughts into perspective for our viewers. I also want to go across to another piece of breaking news. I think Amit Shah is just leaving his residence. We're not sure where he's headed to. He could likely be headed to 7 LKM, the Prime Minister's residence. He's also put out a tweet saying that the government has expressed its resolve that a befitting reply would be given to the perpetrators of Pahalgam, and that has now been achieved. Bharat firmly committed to eradicating terrorism. Operation Sindoor is a manifestation of that resolve. Let me go across to Payal Mehta, who has more details on this. Just walk us through what else the Home Minister has said in his tweet.
Well, of course, the Home Minister, as much as every citizen of the country, will be breathing a huge sigh of relief. Zaka, multiple questions were asked, what will India do? When will India take revenge? In fact, just a couple of days ago, when he was speaking at a function in the national capital, the first time since the attack, he came out and said, don't worry, India will seek its revenge as well. So obviously, it's a big occasion, for everybody. Everybody is rejoicing at this right now with the fact that Indian armed forces have been taking revenge, and the Home Minister putting out a tweet over there, acknowledging the contribution of the armed forces and of course the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And since you mentioned that he's left from his house, in all probability he'll be heading to the location where I'm standing at. He'll be coming to the 7 Lokalyan Marg residence of the Prime Minister, given the fact that the cabinet is at 10 or something is what we're given to understand. But before that, CCS will take place, and CCS is where Amit Shah is also a member. So technically speaking, the Prime Minister will officially be briefed by various personnel in the CCS about what the activities really are. Multiple people have been briefing. Ajit Doval has been the key person who's been briefing him throughout. We of course do understand Dr. Jaishankar could also be working the phone lines. Ajit Doval himself has spoken to the US as well, and Mr. Jaishankar, I'm sure, has also spoken to multiple states. So where does this really stand? Where does the operation capability of India really stand over there? How to go about further? Because it is nobody's guess that Pakistan will in fact strike back. At least the authorities and the armed forces are very well prepared for that as well.
All right. Payal, thanks for joining us. So lots of meetings happening right now. The Home Minister has just put out a tweet. This is his first reaction after Operation Sindoor. Remember, Home Minister was the first person to go to Pahalgam.
And Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh has left his residence. So I think the CCS meeting is going to get underway. Anshul is getting us this ground report.
On your screens right now is of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh leaving from his residence. Remember, this is the first visuals of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who is leaving from his residence at this point in time after India had carried out attacks inside the territory of Pakistan, and now Rajnath Singh has finally left from his residence. What sources are telling us that first he will go towards the South Block and then eventually join the cabinet meeting, which is already scheduled for today. So the first visuals of Rajnath Singh on your screens right now, as Rajnath Singh has just left from his residence and will be going towards the South Block at this point in time. With video journalist Arpit Seth, this is Anshul Singh for CNN News 18.
Well, what we are seeing now, the LOC shelling is targeting civilians. Now, let's try and go across to our guests and understand how does targeting the LOC and keeping it hot, General Saha, help the Pakistani cause? Targeting civilian shelters, some of the artillery has actually landed. It has actually landed right next to the UN field station in Punch also. So this is not going to help the Pakistani cause. We got more news coming through. Attacking terror hubs is a strong message. Top intelligence sources are telling CNN News 18 that high-profile strikes like this will force terrorists to operate in survival and hiding mode and reduce their ability to plan large-scale attacks on Bharatiya soil. This is a serious dent for new recruitments. Pakistan-based camps will no longer be seen as safe. New recruits may hesitate to join, so this could be a long-term deterrent. Bharat strikes have also added pressure on the Pakistanis. Pakistan's ISI will control terror proxies or risk further escalation. So there are the following fallouts could happen. Either they continue to harbor these proxies but further deep into Pakistani territory, but we have shown that we can strike them wherever they are. Up to 100 kilometers beyond the international border, we've been able to strike them. Anywhere, anything more westward, if they move, they come within the radar of the Baloch, they come within the radar of some of the other troublemakers who are troubling them on their western side. Siddhant is joining us with more. Siddhant, so clearly Bharat believes that this Operation Sindoor will act as a long-term deterrent because none of their open camps deep in Pakistani territory also now are safe.
Well, that's right, Anand. In fact, top intelligence sources are telling this to Manoj Gupta that these terror groups rely on Hawala networks, NGOs and front companies to fund operations. In fact, after the 2019 Balakot strike, Jaish-e-Mohammed faced temporary funding shortages due to donor panic. In fact, high-profile strikes like this force militants to operate in survival and hiding mode, and they reduce their ability to plan large-scale attacks. This is a serious dent, Anand, for new recruitments, and they feel Pakistan-based camps are no longer seen as safe. New recruits may hesitate to join these groups, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. In fact, India's strikes pressure Pakistan's ISI to control terror proxies or risk further escalation. In fact, after Balakot, Pakistan temporarily detained Jaish-e-Mohammed leaders to placate global scrutiny. Any attack on camps is nothing but an evidence of destroyed camps. It strengthens India's case at forums like FATF, as India is going to perhaps give efforts to get Pakistan again inducted into the grey list of FATF. So there where also it's going to help India. This is making it harder for Pakistan to shield these groups. In fact, Pakistan's military and ISI faces international heat after strikes. Post-strike, surviving militants may adopt guerrilla tactics which are harder to execute and less impactful than coordinated strike. Perhaps India has given evidence of the 9 terror camps which have been targeted, and this is the proof perhaps which India will put forth at the international organizations to expose Pakistan.
Right now, so we've got a calibration ready at various levels to answer why certain actions have been taken. We'll get into the depth of why these 9 targets and where they are actually located and what strategic importance it is for Bharat, from Bharat's interest, to target these 9 locations in Pakistan. But before that, Zaka Jacob with us, Tilak Devashar, and also Manik Jolly, Major Manik Jolly with us, and Sushant Sareen with us. China's reaction, Zaka, that Shailendra Wangu has just put this out, that China has opposed all forms of terrorism. China finds India's military operation early this morning regrettable. The Foreign Ministry spokesperson is what has now been put out of the PRC, FMPRC. The statement very clearly says, ongoing situation between India and Pakistan. China finds India's military operation early this morning regrettable. We are concerned about the ongoing situation. India and Pakistan are and will always be each other's neighbors. They are both China's neighbors as well. China opposes all forms of terrorism. We urge both sides to act in the larger interest of peace and stability, remain calm, exercise restraint, and refrain from taking actions that may further complicate the situation.
So, look, I think there are 2 parts to that statement. First, I think it is important that China has put out this statement because it is, as Ashok Malik was saying a moment ago, there's probably only 2 countries in the world right now which have some degree of leverage or influence in Islamabad. One is the United States, the other happens to be China. Yes, there will be consternation at the fact that China has used the word regrettable, that India's actions are regrettable. But look, those are mere words. It doesn't really matter. The question that we need to ask ourselves is China now going to sort of bring some pressure to bear, some influence to bear on Islamabad and specifically on General Asim Munir not to retaliate and, more importantly, not to climb the escalation ladder? We have to be very, very calibrated and clear here. India, if it goes into a full frontal war with Pakistan, has much more to lose than Pakistan. The size of our economy is 10 times that of Pakistan. India wanted to convey a calibrated but very definitive signal to Pakistan. It has done so with Operation Sindoor. I think this is what they've achieved today. Simultaneous strikes at 9 places is really uncharted territory as far as India's counterterrorism and counter-insurgency operations are concerned. It has been a joint operation by the Army, Navy and the Air Force. These loitering munitions have been used. But at the same time, India has been very, very clear not to come across as escalatory. The statement said these are non-escalatory in nature, the LOC has not been crossed, and most importantly, no military targets have been hit. This was not mentioned after Balakot, this was not mentioned after Uri. So there's a reason why those sentences have been put in there. I think the signal to General Headquarters Rawalpindi is do not escalate, do not climb the escalation ladder. And Tilak Devashar is here as well. A, what do you make of the China statement? And B, is this all now going to sort of play on Asim Munir's calculus as to what next step he can possibly take, whether he has the elbow room and the option to climb the escalation ladder?
See, before coming to that, I wanted to complete the point I was trying to make earlier that I got interrupted. What targets does Pakistan have? Pakistan will react. But what targets does it have? If it hits civilians or if it hits military targets, it's going up escalation majorly. Last time in Balakot, if you remember, it reacted by dropping munitions in a forest. It didn't hit anything. Terrorist strikes in India will only prove that Pakistan is a terror-sponsoring state. It will not satisfy the Pakistani public. So it will be a quandary for Pakistan. What exactly will they target? Right? Now, Asim Muni's position is going to become very delicate because it was his watch, it was his call to carry out the Pahalgam attacks. And now that India has hit back in this majorly way, first a non-kinetic action of holding the Indus Water Treaty, and now these 9 strikes, he is now on a very weak wicket and on the back foot. What does he do to retrieve his position? Forget Pakistan's position. What does he do to retrieve his position? So these are interesting dynamics that are going to play out in the next 24 to 36 hours. Coming to China's position, if you compare this with what Turkey had said, I think China's position or China's statement has been far more refined. Turkey came out so comprehensively in favor of Pakistan. I think Pakistan is going to be a bit disappointed, except for the use of word regrettable. Pakistan is going to be disappointed with China, I say. They were looking for far greater support, and China coming out far more openly for Pakistan than what it has actually done.
Yes, fair. You make a fair point there, because somewhere when you read after the first line is a little targeted towards India when it uses the word regrettable, like you said, Tilakji. But after that, it is actually telling Pakistan to back off. It is somewhere telling Pakistan, don't climb up the escalator ladder, don't respond right now, don't do this, we don't need any more anything else that needs to happen. So somewhere there is an acceptance that this response was happened. What has happened is regrettable, but it's happened. It is going to happen. Accept it and then stay put. Now we got more news coming through, exclusive input from government sources. Amitabh Sinha is on the phone with us on what's happened early this morning. Even ahead of the attack on the terrorist camps in Pakistan, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh met the 3 chiefs. NSA Ajit Doval had also visited the Raksha Mantri at his home to meet him. The meeting lasted for about an hour. Amitabh Sinha with us. Amitabh, पर तो क्या ये मीटिंग जो हुई थी ये प्रधानमंत्री और NSA की मीटिंग के बाद हुई थी कल देर शाम?
नहीं, उसके पहले ये पूरा उसका रनअप है आनंद, उसके बारे में बता दूं। लगातार सेना प्रमुख हर दिन रक्षा मंत्री को ब्रीफ कर रहे थे और रक्षा मंत्री प्रधानमंत्री से बात कर रहे थे। प्रधानमंत्री ने खुद तमाम रक्षा प्रमुखों से बात की थी और मुलाकात भी की थी, आपको याद होगा डिफेंस सेक्रेटरी से भी। लेकिन कल रात के घटनाक्रम में जो सबसे पहला हुआ, ये अजीत डोवाल का रक्षा मंत्री से मिलना, रणनीति पे चर्चा, सेना कितनी तैयार है, तीनों अंग कितने तैयार हैं। सबसे खास बात जो आनंद ये इस बैठक की, कल रात में जब ऑपरेशन पूरा हो गया, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, उसके बाद राजनाथ सिंह रक्षा मंत्री ने तीनों सेनाध्यक्षों से फोन पर लंबी बात की कि अगर पाकिस्तान जो कभी मानता नहीं है और कभी सुधरने की कोशिश भी नहीं करता है, अगर वो कुछ पलटकर कुछ कार्रवाई करने की कोशिश करता है तो भारत की सेना कितनी तैयार है सीमाओं पर और वायु सेना कितनी तैयार है, इसके ऊपर पूरी तरह से उन्होंने रणनीति पर चर्चा की है। और वो अभी घर से निकले हैं, 11 बजे कैबिनेट है, मुझे लगता है CCS भी होगी जिसमें ब्रीफ किया जाएगा। तो मुझे लगता है ये राजनाथ सिंह लगातार हर रणनीति में शामिल थे, ये बात ये दर्शा रही है।
जी धन्यवाद। तो यानी रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह was also kept abreast. He was involved soon after the operation. He's spoken with the 3 service chiefs for nearly an hour to look at what will be our response or our defense mechanism, our posture and readiness if there is a reprisal or counter that comes in from the Pakistanis. So everybody has been involved. The intelligence has been right in the thick of it with the NSA Ajit Doval spearheading all of this. Sushant Sareen, clearly whole of government far more calibrated. JP Nadda, the BJP president, has also now tweeted. He's saying this is Bharat's message on Pahalgam. If you tease us, we won't let you go. Prime Minister Narendra Modi said those who attack the soul of India will be given severe punishment. India is both capable and determined to uproot terrorism from its roots. We will eradicate the scourge of terrorism. # Operation Sindoor. So everybody has spoken. Everybody has reacted. The Prime Minister perhaps still waiting. There is no comment on his Twitter handle. There's no word from him. Will there be a video message from the PM soon after the press briefing? We'll have to wait and watch. But Sushant Sareen, calibrated whole of government approach, largely driven by the NSA at the helm. He seems to have been spearheading while collaborating and keeping everybody in the loop. A select group of people.
Anand, all of that is okay, but from what your reporter just told us, I am wondering that if after having launched the attack on Pakistan, the Raksha Mantri is calling the defense chiefs to find out what we will do if Pakistan retaliates, then I have some serious questions about defense planning in this country. I mean, this was a bloody no-brainer that something is going to come from their side. So I think there's a gap in what your reporter is reporting. It can't be like that. Uh, because I think the armed forces would have been primed up and would already be primed up about this fact that there will be something coming from the Pakistani side. See, and the rest of it is a lot of rhetoric, right? I think that rhetoric part is for now needs to be laid to rest because now we've entered another zone altogether. We are out of that rhetoric zone of what happens that when each side is threatening the other side to janta nahi hai main kaun hu. I think we've transcended that and we've entered into a completely different zone where action reaction cycle is now going to be underway. And I think that is what we need to focus on. What do the Pakistanis target? Do they target places in Kashmir? Or do they target cities in rest of India? What are the cities they target in? What are the targets they pick? And if those are gravely provocative, then what is our response going to be? Is it going to be proportionate? Is it going to be more than proportionate? Is it going to be seriously punitive? So I think we are now in that zone. And that is what we should be talking about. Baki, all these statements will continue to be made. There'll be those typical third-rate fellows who will make, carping sounds and raise all kinds of issues and doubts. And there will be those guys who will keep doing chest thumping. And I would imagine that the better thing to do would be to move away from that rhetoric and focus on the substantive part.
Right. Pallavi Ghosh is also with us. Pallavi, what are we expecting? The press briefing has been delayed till 10:30.
Well, yes, that's right. It's now been postponed by half hour, but you can see the arrangements are completely in place. And there's going to be a PPT presentation also right over here. So what we are being told is it is just going to stick facts. There is not going to be any interactive session. That's certainly not been planned as of now. Representatives from the Air Force, the Armed Forces, as well as the MEA, all of them are going to be there over here, and all the details of Operation Sindoor will be given out. But of course, the security concerns will always be factored in. Apart from that, there is a PPT presentation which is going to be put up, is going to give up the details of the operations, the impact of the operations. But the cardinal rule which is being followed over here is to ensure that it's a complete fact check. There are going to be a lot of lies which are now being peddled by the Pakistani government and Pakistani influencers. All of that is being fact checked. What repeatedly we're being told by the government is that we can understand the frustration of the Pakistanis and the Pakistani government, but we really need to stick to facts, and the facts are something which are going to be given out in a short while from now. And very quickly, preparations for this big operations have going on. We've been seeing how there has been a gherawing of Pakistan diplomatically, economically, the government making it very clear that they have the wherewithal, they have the finances, there's nothing to worry about. So it's been seen as a win-win situation. Yesterday, for example, the FTA, which was signed with UK, was a larger messaging to the world that India's stature globally is also something which is being recognized. And I think the kind of words which are coming in from the global leaders and the players, and of course back home over here, minor 102, all of this endorses the fact that it was not a one which was unprovoked. It was something which was waiting to happen. It was a cry for justice. But more than that, if you look at the brief statement which was issued immediately after Operation Sindoor, it very categorically mentioned that we followed the rules. It was not unprovoked. It was not off the cuff. It was also something which followed the rules, and we have conducted it in a very coordinated, systematic manner.
Right. So Omar Abdullah, the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister, is having a cabinet meeting. So there could be an emergency conversation there. Those are the pictures that are just coming in from Srinagar, where the Jammu and Kashmir cabinet is having a conversation. There are people who have joined via also joined online. So this is the Chief Minister having a conversation. Earlier, the LG had a conversation with the entire group of DCs in the districts along the LOC, the regions along the LOC, to move civilians to safety, to evacuate certain residences right on the line of control, because there's some heavy pounding that's happening, artillery firing that's coming in from the Pakistani, some of those shells landing right next to the UN field station. Now, how and why is this going to help? Manik Jolly, quick word. This kind of firing along the LOC to try and keep it hot, how does it help the Pakistanis, or how does it help any cause, even in terms of retaliation or retribution?
So, it exactly used the right word, retribution and retaliation. This is what they're trying to prove, that you come inside, you strike inside, we will get back to you. And they know that if they start taking on the military, the retaliation from our side would be much stronger. So they go ahead and bombard the villages, the civilians, just to create the chaos. This has been a tactics earlier to, support the infiltration also. It could be a quite possibility that one of the plans that they are making, once you start the artillery, the infiltration starts. They want to maybe a quick reaction from their side would be, let's do a terrorist attack.
Right.
Let's send in more terrorists. So this could be a mix of everything and anything.
Right. Let's just, with Sushant Sareen and Manik Jolly, let's try and look at some of the 9 targets. The 9 targets, and let's try and break this down for our viewers if we can. And Manik Jolly, help me out here as we will, you turn around and we just talk about this. So, which are the targets? Let's try and understand, viewers, which are the targets, and understand the layout, the geographical layout of each of these targets, and why it is a critical installation that's been now brought down. So let's start with the biggest one, that is the Jaish's target in Bahawalpur. Can we go full frame to this? Can we zoom in on this, please? Yeah. So there you go. So this is the Markaz, Subhanallah. So I'm going to, one second. There you go. Let's get this right. Okay. So this is Markaz, Subhanallah. This is the first one. This is Bahawalpur in Punjab. Now, this is the Jaish's headquarter. This entire acreage, this entire region, this has now spread. The Jaish has actually grown bigger and bigger, from about 2 acres to about 14 to 15 acres of occupancy, this one that they have here. Let's try and see the lay of this place. They have now got behind this swimming pool, they have got a gym, they've got a training center. This is what has been targeted. The Jaish's hub, which can host at least 600 people. Yep. How critical, important, and what kind of messaging is it that this structure now, this entire place now, stands destroyed?
Let's say this is the corporate headquarters of terrorism. Once you take that out, the biggest message that goes is, we are not just hunting you in jungles, we can get you anywhere. That's the biggest message that goes. So yes, you can build a building again, but it's the messaging that counts, that you are nowhere safe. We will get you wherever you are.
So this is the Jaish HQ. So this one, now this has been completely destroyed. So this is destroyed. So this is one. And this is deep in Punjab, so about 90 kilometers from the Indian border. So 90 kilometers from IB. So this is one of the biggest ones that's been destroyed.
So it is critical to understand that when we are talking of this airstrike, maybe we didn't have to actually go beyond the IB. The missiles that Rafale has, especially the Scalp, right, it has fantastic range for this, low flying. It has a very small cross section. It is beyond, it can jump through it's one of those which has inertial navigation.
Correct.
Even if the jammers, they jam the GPS navigation, it can do it on its own, jump through the systems of air defense. And in the terminal phase is when you are about to hit. It picks on the target. It has a special capability, like when it is sent, a picture is given to the missile. This is how it looks. Like this one we are seeing here.
Right.
And then it goes directly to it, you can't waver.
You can't waver. Yeah. So that means the picture is identified, and that's why when they use the term loitering munition, there is a dynamic to it and there is an importance to it. Let's look at the next target that was now, So this is Markaz-e-Taiba. So if we look at Markaz-e-Taiba is the headquarters of the Lashkar. So Markaz-Taiba is once again somewhere in the city in Muridke. This is the one that's been targeted. The significance of targeting the LET headquarters. This is not as big as the Jaish, but this is the second terror hydra.
But we have a lot of hisab kitab with LET. Right? So it is great that we took them out.
What is the, so this is the LET headquarters. This is Markaz Taiba, this is LET headquarters. This is also in Pak, Punjab. So, and Muridke is just about 30 kilometers from Lahore.
More or less, yeah,
So,
around that.
so if we have targeted this place which is 30 kilometers from Lahore, that means we can strike at will.
Not only that, we are striking in Punjab.
Deep into Pak. Haan.
In Punjab.
Haan.
That is their nerve center, right? They get very touchy if you are touching Punjab.
Haan.
In previous wars, we've seen, a speaker was mentioning that earlier also, that if you can get into, now we are not limited to artillery shelling or a normal strike on a post on LC. We are going to deep into territory. This is, let's say, hometown of the royalty of their army.
Right.
So they take it very seriously. And the reason all these terrorist centers are in Punjab is because this is terrorism royalty and ISI royalty living hand in hand.
And yeah, so the ISI military installations also not so far away from this place. So let's look at the next target that has been brought down. This is the Sejal Tehra Kala. Now, Sarjal, we are given to understand, is a Jaish hub. It looks like a small medical center, but this is a huge training camp. They say at least 600 to 700 people are being trained at a given point in time. 600 cadre here. Now, so this is again a big training center, and the location of this place, Sarjal, not very far from the this one. Not very far from the LOC. This area, Sarjal Tehra Kala.
A great thing that gets resolved for everybody in this country asking questions about intelligence and this and that. It is not that we have found all these guys in 5 days or 2 weeks.
Correct.
We have been collating data, we have been gathering information, and it is their technique to hide, it is their tactics to hide in civilian areas because they thought they are safe. No air raid is ever going to come. So we use smartest of the ammunition.
Now, interestingly, it is called a health center or a government hospital. It is supposed to be. Okay, and government hospital on paper, but it is actually a terror camp. So, isse zyada what this is a very Hamas style thing that they are doing.
Exactly. Exactly.
Very Hamas style, no? Their operations.
Yeah. And although since the Gaza and everything is a very small patch of land compared to what Pakistan is, let's say, but the tactics remain the same. Let's hide within the population. It makes transport very easy, coming and going out. It makes surveillance very complicated. It gives you a sense of security. Nobody is going to attack us. We are surrounded by civilians. All that. But what India did is like, fine, in this entire maze, you are sitting here. We'll send you the best of the ammunition that will hit you in that small house and we'll take you down there only.
Take you down their road. So now let's move to the next one. Now this is again very critical. The next one is Mahmoona Joya. Now Mahmoona Joya brings in another jihadi tanzeem. Now Mahmoona Joya, this region, Mahmoona Joya is actually HM. That is Hizbul. So this is the Hizbul camp. So, and this is Salahuddin.
So you see, this is a little different from that built-up area.
Again 200 to 300 cadre is what we are saying.
The difference between two would be at one place the indoctrination happens, training happens. You are training their minds, you're making them radical. These are the players where physical trainings would be happening. They are making them run, fire, train on explosives, all that. That is the difference between these two camps. The previous ones, which we saw in the civil area, surrounded by civilians, and this one. So this is definitely a training camp where the physical training happens. There the indoctrination and management happens.
Yeah, and आप देखें इसके आसपास it is quite open. It is in an area which is ghati area in the sense valley area, lot of khet, khalian and all of that, right, is in the middle of that. So there could be terrain training that is happening, how to survive, lay of the land, physical training that physical.
You see the access routes going there. You see one major road. So these are very perfectly selected places. Once the crops come up, nobody can charge you from the crop. So there's only one access in, one access out. So they do take care of all these things. You find these road charts very interesting when you look at all these things.
Let's just pause here. So we've looked at 3 terror hideouts right now. 4 camps we've seen. 2 belonging to the Jaish. one belonging to the headquarters of the Lashkar, one of the Hizbul Mujahideen. We will move to the Markaz Hadid. But before that, we've just got news coming through. The Chief of Defence Staff, General Alit Chauhan, has now briefed. We are given to understand the Raksha Mantri. So we'll try and understand the news. Payal is joining us with the detail. Brief Defence Minister Rajnath Singh at South Block. So let's try and go across to Payal. We'll go back to the remaining terror camps and the bases in a bit. Yes, Payal.
You know, multiple briefings are taking place. Anand, just a short while ago, we reported how Ajit Doval, the NSA, was constantly briefing Prime Minister Narendra Modi of the developments, and of course Rajnath Singh, who left from his residence a short while ago, has been briefed by the Army Chief and the Chief of Defence Staff, is what we are given to understand. And shortly, all of them will come to the local and mark residence of the Prime Minister, given the fact that the Prime Minister has called for a cabinet meeting. Before that, the CCS will also take place. It will be interesting to see if the service chiefs also join the meeting of the CCS, because they are, of course, special invitees on special occasions as well. So that's the information that is coming in. So multiple rounds of meeting taking place, multiple briefings taking place, because obviously technically a proper briefing of the Prime Minister will have to take place at some stage or the other, and of course those visuals are awaited as the Prime Minister's office gives it out to us. But you know, it's 10 minutes past 10, and you have another 40 minutes to go before all these meetings begin at the residence of the Prime Minister, where I am really at.
Right. Is it confirmed that Vikram Misri ji will also be there in the briefing?
Well, my sources in the Ministry of External Affairs and credible sources have indicated that not just Vikram Misri, but other senior officials, you know, of course, to do with Pakistan-Afghanistan region, will also be there in the briefing. Vikram Misri will in fact be holding the briefing, is what my sources have confirmed, Anand. That's the development that is coming in. So India and first making their own military officers do the briefing. Along with that, India understands that there is a lot of implications. India's geopolitical position is also entirely different right now when the world looks towards India to see what India is going to do, how India is going to strike back at Pakistan. Right. And the responses are there for everybody to really see, and support has continued to pour in as far as India's wish to avenge the revenge is concerned. So a briefing by Vikram Misri will be extremely critical to tell us what the geopolitical scenario post the attacks really looks like.
So you are at 7 LKM, right outside the Prime Minister's residence come office, where the CCS is likely to happen. Let's go across to Arunima, who is joining us from the National Media Center, where we are expecting the briefing. Arunima, they should be getting ready in about 16 minutes. The briefing should get underway. How many chairs are there, and have they put out the nameplates? Who is sitting where and who are all going to be there?
The nameplates are still not up, they are still face down, but the ME officials who are present there have given us enough indication that the Foreign Secretary is going to be present at the briefing. There will be representation from the Indian Air Force. You could see a woman officer also briefing. Of course, the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force have collaborated to carry out this precise action against Pakistan-based terror camps. So both of them will be there to brief. And I can tell you that, you know, officials from the Union Home Ministry, from the Ministry of Defence and from the Ministry of External Affairs, all three wings of our security in North Block and South Block are represented in that conference hall. And there is a full-fledged spread out of the international media as well. It is not clear yet whether questions will be allowed. Indications initially was that it will just be a readout, a statement and a PowerPoint presentation. However, we'll have to see if a couple of questions are taken. That I think is the reason why the press conference was also delayed by about half an hour, because final calls are still being taken as to whether this should just be a statement.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your input, Arunima. We'll come back to you in just a bit. Let's quickly, even as we are counting down 15 minutes to go for the briefing to get underway, let's try and understand some of the other targets that have been taken out. So far, we've covered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 targets that were taken out. 2 of them hubs of LET, 2 of the Jaish, 1 of the Hizbul Mujahideen. This is Markaz Hadid. Now, this is again another region as we are coming up further. We are coming up from down south in Punjab towards the LOC, and we are coming into these regions where the Markaz Hadid, again, LET hub. So it's an LET hub. Can you talk, and if you look at the lay, this is again seems to be another 300 to 500 cadre, terror cadre who are usually in this area, this place. What's the significance of this? This is again an LET camp.
So this Anand, this is again typically a training camp which would be, let's say, managed by a couple of senior leaders.
Right.
This is the proximity to LOC suggests that this becomes a pre-stage to the launching pads. Launching pads are that extreme, like where you just stay for a couple of days and move for infiltration. So this would be their place where people would be getting their weapons, ammunition, getting final training, briefings, all that. So all these different centers which have been taking out, let's say India is targeting the chain of command in terms of operations of terrorists.
Right.
It is not just about corporate headquarters, it's about their training camps, it's about their launching pads, it's about infrastructure also. So these are like training camps.
Again, training camps coming too. We'll also look at one of the other. Now let's move to this place. This is Kotli. So there were two targets in Kotli. Kotli had two targets. One was Markaz Abbas in Kotli. The other one, now Kotli is further. Now we are getting into the POK region, isn't it? Closer into the POK region. And from here, the LOC is not so far away, not more than
You've
5.
already reached the terrain which is, telling you this is the infiltration place.
Yeah, you see, you have a look at the terrain itself. This is one of the ghatis, hills. So, piche wahan pe hill hoga, and on the other side is Bharat, right? So, this is the occupied territory of the Pakistanis. This is Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. This is Kotli. This village is actually seen from the last village on the LOC on the Bharat side.
So this would be one of those closer ones where they would move ahead into India for infiltration. So all these are successive places where different kind of activities happen.
Right. I'm just going to stay on Kotli and quickly look at the other part. This is Markaz Rahil Shahid. Now, Rahil Shahid, interestingly, is not so far away. And this is again a Jaish training camp.
This is a pure launch pad kind of a situation.
This is a launch pad. So if you look at the terrain itself, so it showcases that this area looks like a launch pad by default. This Rahil Shahid.
So you see that track going down into the Nala. That track going on. So you can't climb cliffs. You have to follow paths. So these places become a default launching pads or launching stations. So it's very good that we are taking them out also, because large cadres stay here. They get trained here. They understand terrain. They look at our deployment. It's good that we are destroying them also.
Right. Now, the last one is Muzaffarabad. We'll go across to the Muzaffarabad bit very quickly. But first, news coming through. We'll take you through the last. The Muzaffarabad is very interesting. Right opposite the Red Fort, within 3 kilometers of each other. One Jaish camp and one Lashkar camp. Both we'll show which have been targeted. Muzaffarabad is the capital of Pak-occupied Jammu Kashmir. Let's try and look at news coming through. Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken to DG BSF, the LG of Jammu and Kashmir, Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, and has given instructions to take people to safe places in the border areas. The Home Minister has also instructed them to keep strong vigil on the border areas. Arunima now joining us with more details. Arunima, clearly the LG has already had a chat with the DCs. The Chief Minister has had a cabinet meeting and they are prepared for all emergencies. Srinagar Airport, Jammu Airport have been shut. But the Home Minister also on top of things with respect to safety of people, and also to try and prevent any incident that could have been planned by Pakistan or its proxies on our soil.
See, especially in the Rajouri-Poonch sector, the ceasefire violation that is happening, the constant shelling that is happening from Pakistan side is leading to loss of life. The civilian casualties there are mounting, and this has to be avoided, and therefore instructions have been given out by the Home Minister that all houses or all villages which are in line of fire should be evacuated, and the civilian population must be moved to the nearest bunkers. There are community bunkers there. Already there was a mock drill that was planned for today. So the civil defense volunteers and the civilians there are also almost ready. The livestock of these villagers are also to be moved out. That's an instruction that has been given by the Home Minister. He is in constant touch with Director General of the Border Security Force, Daljit Chaudhary, because not only is the Rajouri-Poonch sector hot, but eyes are also to be kept on Jammu, Punjab, Gujarat and Rajasthan. Since morning, we have been checking and there's been nothing untoward along the international border. Jammu all the way up to Rajasthan. So far, nothing untoward has been reported. But Home Minister is in direct communication with DG BSF, taking constant update to see whether this area is also peaceful or not. Home Secretary, meanwhile, has just arrived at North Block, and he's been also instructed to regularly monitor the situation as it's unfold. Tonight will be critical as far as the civilian population along the line of control are concerned.
Right, and shortly more news coming through. Thanks, Arunima. Shortly, MEA and Forces joint briefing is going to happen. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh will be addressing the media. This is very, very big that you will have two women officers who will be addressing the briefing and addressing the media, conducting the briefing on Operation Sindoor. And we have the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. So a whole of government approach, not just the military or the armed forces aspect. The female officers or women officers, women personnel there to conduct the briefing. We also have the diplomatic might there of Bharat with the Foreign Secretary sitting there and also presiding over this briefing. Vikram Misri to be there. We'll go across to Akash. Akash joining us with more details. Yes, Akash.
So, Anand, we have seen the code name of this.
Thank you.
I think there was just some basic instruction asking everybody to settle down at the NMC, the National Media Center. We cut to it. These are pictures coming in via the news feed. But yes, Akash, go ahead, please. Akash, so perhaps two female officers, women officers who are now going to be doing the briefing.
Also, Anand, very important update is that we are learning that this time around, forces are going to provide and in fact present important evidence of the sort of destruction that has happened on the other side, the sort of target, in fact, that they had engaged with, and in fact, the sort of destruction. Because last time around, in fact, we have seen in the operations that how, several parties from within the country were asking for the evidences. But now I'm learning, and Ministry of Defense sources are telling me that this time around, not only they will be briefing about the operation that was conducted midnight, but also will be presenting several sort of evidences of the kind of destruction that these attacks, have carried out in Pakistan.
Well, thank you. And I'm just going to check. This is more big news. This is really big news that's coming through. Big statement from the Pakistan Defense Minister, where the Pakistan Defense Minister has apparently made a major claim. He has come out and said, and we'll try and get confirmation on that the Pak army and Pak military will refrain from any further ops if Bharat decides to halt its operations. So we will let it lie here. We will not escalate further. A big statement coming in that the Pak military will refrain from further ops if Bharat halts its operations. Akash now joins us with more. Akash, so Khwaja Asif, from going around to saying that either we exist or nobody exists just less than 24 hours ago, is now saying that the Pak military will refrain if Bharat halts operations. That means clearly international pressure is working.
Yes, definitely. It seems like, there is some sort of pressure that is making the defense minister say this. But then, Anand, we know about, the intentions of Pakistan. We have seen in the past that how, back in 1999, in fact, in 2000, in fact, they dished the sort of promises that they made. And in fact, this time around, while this is sending a larger message that they want India to, halt the operations so that, condition cannot get escalate further. But this time around, if at all we can trust them, this is the big question, Anand.
Well, we got Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma also joining us at this point. Major Manik Jolly with us. Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma, Jai Hind, good morning. Big move by Bharat, 9 targets. We've seen 7 of them, the last 2 in Muzaffarabad, where a Jaish and a Lashkar training areas not so far away from the Red Fort area of Muzaffarabad have also been now neutralized, totally destroyed. The Bahawalpur Jaish headquarters totally reduced to rubble. And now Pakistan is turning around and saying that we will not take any further action if India promises to halt all military operations. So is this a smoke screen? Can we take the Pakistanis to their word? Or is this the result of huge international pressure on Pakistan to de-escalate?
No, thank you for inviting me. Firstly, it's a day for all of us to be proud of. The operation was tri-services. It was well coordinated and it was technological in nature, where, in addition to missiles and aircrafts and the artillery guns, there were also loitering ammunition and drones used. So, it is something to be proud of, and, we should look forward to a better synergy being created here. Now, having said that, what would the Pakistanis do hereafter? You see, what happens to the 1,000-year war, which they've been talking of from 1965 when Bhutto spoke in United Nations, or the war by 1,000 cuts. Despite everything, despite all good gestures that we have made in so many years, the Prime Minister Vajpayee's visit and Prime Minister Modi's visit and, Agra and you name it, they have always turned back at the last moment and, hit us where, in the regular time. So to say that you believe in, it is important for us to be prepared. If they back out, well, it is not expected of them because Pakistan military is, or especially the army, is the custodian of national security, and it's a national security state. They have to prove their worth to their people, and the people themselves are nationalized in big fervor because of what's happening here. I think there would be pressure on Pakistan army to respond in some manner or the other. Hence, at this juncture, I would not take what Khwaja Asif has said. I would take it what he says with a pinch of salt, I mean, more than that, and be prepared for a response, maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow night, and work to that end.
But the briefing is about to start in about 5-10 minutes now. 10:35 a.m. is what we are given to understand. But this is a big statement coming in from the Pak Defense Minister. Is this the conversation with the American NSA or Marco Rubio's impact? Is it because they have not got huge endorsement from the Chinese? Is it the Pakistanis saying that only Turkey is the only one that has come out and given them some support, but there is no military support for them? How should Bharat look at the defense minister's statement? Should we take it at face value, or should we be at the ready to say, ek harkat karoge? Because if they don't want to take military action, why is the LOC so hot, sir?
So the LOC is hot. The IB is not hot. Unlike what happened in North Parakram, we have not mobilized. So our formations located in hinterland, in Hyderabad or in Sagar or Madhya Pradesh, they have not moved up. There is a clear indication. This is not what happened in brass tacks. This is not what happened in Parakram. We have not mobilized our forces which are tailored for offensives across into Pakistan. A clear message has been given out that we do not want escalation of a full-fledged war. So, taking that message forward, and it is conveyed across to the global people saying that Indian armed forces are not mobilized for war. The leaves have not been cancelled. Courses are continuing. So there is the overall ambit of situation. It is clear that we have not escalated to a war, and we have already hit only what we wanted to hit, which are terrorist targets. Now, if the Pakistanis have to respond, there are no terrorist targets in India. They have to hit actually some kind of either the civilian establishments, or hit an airport, or hit a cantonment, or hit a infrastructure.
Right.
Now, once you hit an infrastructure thing, it will escalate beyond control because they will be, Pakistan is so vulnerable to infrastructure being hit by us. And if they're trying to hit military installations, then obviously there will be a response to military installation. No, so there is no quid pro quo target available to Pakistanis to hit in India in a manner which we have targeted.
No,
however,
but they don't have anything which allows them to go off ramp. They don't have anything to go back and tell their people, or are they going to just go back on their bluster that हमने ये brigade headquarter गिरा दिया, हमने ये 2 विमान गिरा दिए, हमने ये कर दिया, 15 लोकेशन पे मिसाइल भेज दी. All these claims, false flag claims that they are making, will they then use that? Because the defense minister coming out and saying that we are willing to refrain if Bharat halts operations. Bharat has very clearly said that we targeted, this is what, this far and no further as far as we are concerned. This is not escalatory in nature. This is the lowest denomination of hitting that we are doing. And that to only terror camps. We have not targeted any civilian establishment. We have not targeted any military installation.
So good. If we believe in what they are saying, Pakistan army survives on anti-Indianism and on Jammu and Kashmir over the last 8 decades. Now to say that they would backtrack, there is a possibility because we've been hearing about the problems within Pakistan army against the chief. Maybe there is some truth into that matter, that he doesn't have the following that he claims to have it. And so there can be manifold reasons. And I would add on to what you said, Mark Rubio's called, or what President Trump made a statement in the morning saying it's a shame. All these things you add together, maybe the caution has been applied on Pakistan because they know it will be, it will be responded back. Any escalation, then now hereafter they would be responsible. Having said that, they are already bragging about having downed 5 aircraft, or all those issues that they are raising. Let's have a clarification on what has been the total effect of what has been carried out yesterday night, and then discuss. I would still feel, that we need to be cautious of what Pakistanis will respond. They responded last year to even Iran, which is their kith and kin country. They responded by using loitering ammunition and missiles against Iran in a day after Iran had hit them. So,
Right.
to say that you take them at a face value, no, sir, I would
Yeah.
avoid taking them on face value.
Jay, I think he's spoken and he said this to foreign media. We're given to understand he said it to Bloomberg. I'm just going to try and play out the audio on my phone and see if we can catch it.
As far as the attacks of Indian Air Force are concerned, on 7 different locations, 2 in independent Kashmir, 1 in Muzaffarabad, other at Kotli, and 5 other locations in Pakistan.
The question right now that's hanging here is how far is Pakistan willing to go here?
It all depends upon that. This has been initiated by India. If India is ready to back down, they have taken the initiative. We have just responded. We have been saying all along in the last fortnight that we'll never initiate anything hostile towards India. But if we are attacked, we'll respond. If India backs down, we will definitely wrap up these things, But as long we are under attack, under fire, we have to respond. We have to defend ourselves.
So that's what he has said, that if India... So Akash with us, Payal is with us, Arunima is with us. Quickly, just going across to our reporters. Major Manik Jolly, quickly, how would you want to respond to what Khwaja Asif has said? If India backs down, we will wrap up. What is it for them to wrap up? And Bharat has already done what it needs to do. We are not going to do anything else unless Pakistan does anything now.
I think there are 2 points.
That's what the armed forces have said.
Yeah, there are 2 points that are very critical actually, and I almost agree 100% to what General Sharma said. Firstly, we are putting action where our words are. If we had moved our strike formations, if we had escalated the deployment on borders, if we had cancelled leave, we had done all those, if we had given all those signals, that means we are ready for war, then our saying this is just a measured, this is just a limited offensive, won't have made any sense. So we are showing them we are cool and pretty, we are sitting here, we are doing our stuff.
Right.
And secondly, we should not trust them.
Going across live to the pictures where we see Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Vikram Misri ready for the briefing. Huh.
नमस्कार। इस ब्रीफिंग में शामिल होने के लिए आप सभी का धन्यवाद। जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं, 22 अप्रैल 2025 को लश्कर तैयबा से संबंधित पाकिस्तानी और पाकिस्तान प्रशिक्षित आतंकवादियों ने भारत में जम्मू और कश्मीर के पहलगाम में भारतीय पर्यटकों पर बर्बरतापूर्ण हमला किया। 25 भारतीयों और एक नेपाली नागरिक को कायरतापूर्ण मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया। मुंबई के 26 नवंबर 2008 के हमलों के बाद ये भारत में हुई किसी आतंकवादी हमले में मारे गए आम नागरिकों की संख्या की दृष्टि से सबसे गंभीर घटना है। पहलगाम का हमला अत्यधिक बर्बरतापूर्ण था, जिसमें वहां मौजूद लोगों को करीब से और उनके परिवारों के सामने सिर पर गोली मारी गई। हत्या के इस तरीके से परिवार के सदस्यों को जानबूझकर आघात पहुंचाया गया। साथ ही उन्हें यह नसीहत भी दी गई कि वे वापस जाकर इस संदेश को पहुंचा दें। यह हमला स्पष्ट रूप से जम्मू और कश्मीर में बहाल हो रही सामान्य स्थिति को बाधित करने के उद्देश्य से किया गया था। चूंकि पर्यटन फिर से अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार बन रहा था, इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसे प्रतिकूल रूप से प्रभावित करना था। पिछले वर्ष आप सभी जानते हैं 2.25 करोड़ से अधिक पर्यटक कश्मीर आए थे। इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसलिए संभवतः यह था कि इस संघ राज्य क्षेत्र में विकास और प्रगति को नुकसान पहुंचाकर इसे पिछड़ा बनाए रखा जाए और पाकिस्तान से लगातार होने वाले सीमा पार आतंकवाद के लिए उपजाऊ जमीन बनाने में सहायता की जाए। हमले का यह तरीका जम्मू और कश्मीर और शेष राष्ट्र दोनों में सांप्रदायिक दंगे भड़काने के उद्देश्य से भी प्रेरित था। इसका श्रेय सरकार और भारत के सभी नागरिकों को दिया जाना चाहिए कि इन प्रयासों को विफल कर दिया गया। एक समूह ने खुद को रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट टीआरएफ कहते हुए इस हमले की जिम्मेदारी ली है। यह समूह संयुक्त राष्ट्र द्वारा प्रतिबंधित पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी समूह लश्कर तैयबा से जुड़ा हुआ है। यह उल्लेखनीय है कि भारत ने मई और नवंबर 2024 में संयुक्त राष्ट्र की 1267 कमेटी की सैंक्शंस मॉनिटरिंग टीम को अर्धवार्षिक रिपोर्ट प्रस्तुत की थी, जिसमें टीआरएफ के बारे में साफ इनपुट दिए गए थे। इससे पाकिस्तान स्थित आतंकवादी समूहों के लिए कवर के रूप में टीआरएफ की भूमिका सामने आई थी। इससे पहले भी दिसंबर 2023 में भारत ने इस टीम को लश्कर तैयबा और जैश ए मोहम्मद के बारे में सूचित किया था, जो टीआरएफ जैसे छोटे आतंकवादी समूहों के माध्यम से अपनी गतिविधियों को संचालित कर रहे हैं। इस संबंध में 25 अप्रैल को यूएन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल प्रेस वक्तव्य में टीआरएफ के संदर्भ को हटाने के लिए पाकिस्तान के दबाव पर भी ध्यान दिया जाना चाहिए। पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले की जांच से पाकिस्तान के साथ आतंकवादियों के संपर्क उजागर हुए हैं। रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट द्वारा किए गए दावे और लश्कर तैयबा से ज्ञात सोशल मीडिया हैंडल द्वारा इसको रीपोस्ट किया जाना इसकी पुष्टि करता है। चश्मदीद गवाहों और विभिन्न जांच एजेंसियों को उपलब्ध अन्य सूचनाओं के आधार पर हमलावरों की पहचान भी हुई है। हमारी इंटेलिजेंस ने इस टीम के योजनाकारों और उनके समर्थकों की जानकारी जुटाई है। इस हमले की रूपरेखा भारत में सीमा पार आतंकवाद को अंजाम देने के पाकिस्तान के लंबे ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड से भी जुड़ी हुई है, जिसके लिखित और स्पष्ट दस्तावेज उपलब्ध हैं। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में आतंकवादियों के लिए एक शरण स्थल के रूप में पहचान बना चुका है। यहां अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर प्रतिबंधित आतंकवादी सजा पाने से बचे रहते हैं। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान ने इस मुद्दे पर विश्व और फाइनेंशियल एक्शन टास्क फोर्स जैसे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों को जानबूझकर गुमराह करने के लिए भी जाना जाता है। साजिद मीर का मामला, जिसमें इस आतंकवादी को पाकिस्तान ने मृत घोषित कर दिया था और फिर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दबाव के परिणाम स्वरूप वो जीवित पाया गया, इसका सबसे स्पष्ट उदाहरण है। यह स्वाभाविक है कि पहलगाम में हुए इस हमले से जम्मू और कश्मीर के साथ साथ भारत के अन्य भागों में भी आक्रोश देखा गया। हमलों के बाद भारत सरकार ने स्वाभाविक रूप से पाकिस्तान के साथ संबंधों को लेकर कुछ कदम उठाए। आप सभी उन निर्णयों से अवगत हैं जिसकी घोषणा 23 अप्रैल को की गई थी। तथापि यह आवश्यक समझा गया कि 22 अप्रैल के हमले के अपराधियों और उनके योजनाकारों को न्याय के कटघरे में लाया जाए। हमलों के एक पखवाड़े के बाद भी पाकिस्तान द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र या अपने नियंत्रण वाले क्षेत्रों में आतंकवादियों की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के विरुद्ध कार्रवाई करने के लिए कोई स्पष्ट कदम नहीं उठाया गया है। उल्टे वो इनकार करने और आरोप लगाने में ही लिप्त रहा है। पाकिस्तान आधारित आतंकवादी मॉड्यूल्स पर हमारी खुफिया निगरानी ने संकेत दिया है कि भारत के विरुद्ध आगे भी हमले हो सकते हैं। अतः इनको रोकना और इनसे निपटना दोनों को बेहद आवश्यक समझा गया। आज सुबह, जैसा कि आपको ज्ञात होगा, भारत ने इस तरह के सीमा पार हमलों का जवाब देने और उन्हें रोकने तथा उनका प्रतिरोध करने के अपने अधिकार का प्रयोग किया है। यह कार्यवाही नपीतुली, नॉन एस्केलेटरी, आनुपातिक और जिम्मेदारीपूर्ण है। यह आतंकवाद की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को समाप्त करने और भारत में भेजे जाने वाले संभावित आतंकवादियों को अक्षम बनाने पर केंद्रित है। आपको यह भी स्मरण होगा कि 25 अप्रैल 2025 को संयुक्त राष्ट्र सुरक्षा परिषद ने पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले पर एक प्रेस वक्तव्य जारी किया था, जिसमें आतंकवाद के इस निंदनीय कार्य के अपराधियों, आयोजकों, फाइनेंसरों और प्रायोजकों को जवाबदेह ठहराने और उन्हें न्याय के दायरे में लाने की आवश्यकता पर जोर दिया गया था। भारत की आज की इस कार्रवाई को इसी संदर्भ में देखा जाना चाहिए। Good morning. Thank you all for joining this briefing. As you are all aware, on April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India since the 26 November 2008 attacks in Mumbai. The attack in Pahalgam was marked by extreme barbarity, with the victims mostly killed with headshots from close range and in front of their families. Family members were deliberately traumatized through the manner of the killing, accompanied by the exhortation that they should take back the message. The attack was clearly driven by the objective of undermining the normalcy returning to Jammu and Kashmir. In particular, it was designed to impact the mainstay of the economy, tourism, with a record 23 million tourists visiting the valley last year. The calculation, presumably, was that harming growth and development in the Union Territory would help keep it backward and create fertile ground for continued cross-border terrorism from Pakistan. The manner of the attack was also driven by an objective of provoking communal discord, both in Jammu and Kashmir and the rest of the nation. It is to the credit of the government and the people of India that these designs were foiled. A group calling itself the Resistance Front has claimed responsibility for the attack. This group is a front for the UN-proscribed Pakistani terrorist group Lashkar-e-Taiba. It is notable that India had given inputs about the TRF in the half-yearly report to the monitoring team of the UN's 1267 Sanctions Committee in May and November 2024, bringing out its role as a cover for Pakistan-based terrorist groups. Earlier too, in December 2023, India had informed the monitoring team about Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed operating through small terror groups such as the TRF. Pakistan's pressure to remove references to TRF in the April 25 UN Security Council press statement is notable in this regard. Investigations into the Pahalgam terror attack have brought out the communication notes of terrorists in and to Pakistan, the claims made by the resistance front and their reposting by known social media handles of the Lashkar-e-Taiba speak for themselves. Identification of the attackers based on eyewitness accounts as well as other information available to law enforcement agencies has also progressed. Our intelligence has developed an accurate picture of the planners and backers of this team. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terror in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The Sajid Mir case, in which this terrorist was declared dead, and then, in response to international pressure, brought back to life, found alive and arrested, is the most glaring example. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. Joining me for this briefing on our actions earlier this morning are Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. I will request them to share some details regarding Operation Sindoor with all of you.
सुप्रभात देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ विंग कमांडर व्योमिका सिंह आज आपको 6 से 7 मई 2025 की रात 1:05 से 1:30 बजे के बीच भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों द्वारा अंजाम दिए गए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में जानकारी देंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJK दोनों में फैले हैं।
Operation Sindoor was launched by Indian Armed Forces to deliver justice to the victims of Pahalgam terror attack and their families. 9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure. It is a complex web of recruitment and indoctrination centers, training areas for initial and refresher courses, and launch pads for handlers. These camps are located both in Pakistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir areas. Some of the well-known training camps are located, as you can see on the screen. They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bahawalpur to the south.
इन लक्ष्यों का चयन विश्वसनीय इंटेलिजेंस सूचनाओं के आधार पर हुआ, ताकि आतंक गतिविधियों की रीढ़ तोड़ी जा सके, और यह खास ध्यान दिया गया कि निर्दोष नागरिकों और सिविलियन इंस्टॉलेशन को नुकसान न पहुंचे।
The selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives. This was done with due diligence, and the camps selected for targeting and their engagement will now be shown to you one by one.
POJK के टारगेट मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी। सबसे पहले सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो कि POJK के लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से 30 किलोमीटर दूर है। यह एक लश्कर तौयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था। 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग, 24 अक्टूबर 24 गुलमर्ग, 22 अप्रैल 2025 पहलगाम, इन हमलों के आतंकियों ने यहीं से प्रशिक्षण लिया था। सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश-ए मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर तौयबा का बेस था, जो रजौरी पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप बिम्बर, यह LOC से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहाँ पर हथियार, हैंडलिंग, IED व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर तौयबा का फिदाइन यहाँ तैयार होता था। इसकी कैपेसिटी 15 टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करने की थी। अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगी। पहला, सर्जल कैंप सियालकोट, यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठवा के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों को की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट, यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर IB से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। ये कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा मुरीदके, यह आईबी से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहाँ ट्रेन हुए थे।
आगे दूसरा आया। टारगेट 10 हुआ है सर अभी। टारगेट 10 हुआ, एंक्लोजर सेम ही है। 7 इट इज हिट द टारगेट। हाँ हाँ। आ गया सर इम्पैक्ट।
मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर, ये इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश ए मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था। शीर्ष आतंकी अक्सर यहाँ आते थे। मैं आप सबको बताना चाहती हूँ कि किसी भी सैन्य ठिकाने का निशाना नहीं बनाया गया और अभी तक किसी तरह की नागरिक क्षति की रिपोर्ट नहीं है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
The strike on the terror camps were undertaken through precision capability, as shown to you. A niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate the situation. Jai Hind, and thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends in the media, I ask your indulgence today in view of the fact that this is still an evolving situation. We will therefore not be able to take questions and answers today, but we will come back for more updates and more briefings shortly. Thank you all very much for joining us this morning. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Viewers, that was a momentous press briefing by Vikram Misri, who is India's Foreign Secretary and Wing Commander Vyomika, and Colonel Qureshi. Both of them taking us through in minute detail the terror strikes that we have been bled by but responded to by India in a manner, viewers, that Pakistan will not forget. Remember, the entire press conference was set up with a video presentation of the terror strikes that have taken place on Indian soil going back to Parliament attack, viewers, in 2001. And we are talking about almost 24 years ago. Almost a generation of Indians has come and gone since that attack. That is how we have been bled by Pakistan over the years. And the stage was set using this video documentary, which was not more than 4 minutes, culminating in Operation Sindoor, which was, and we'll bring those pictures back to you viewers, which was annotated in absolute detail with video evidence, lest anyone gets up and says nothing was hit on Pakistan soil or on POK. The Indian government has made it extremely clear today, very, very clear, that this was a non-escalatory strike, that this was a strike that was conducted against terror targets in Pakistan as well as in POK, which is Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, Indian soil, viewers. And that this was done across several of these terror bases in what Vikram Misri described is terror haven Pakistan. I want to bring in Akash, Pallavi and Payal. You heard the press conference. We're going to show you the clips of the strikes. This is, viewers, real-time information that was being conveyed to Prime Minister Modi, the NSA and others who were watching this entire operation from the war room. They were watching in minute detail with minute-to-minute updates that were coming in, perhaps even second-to-second, real-time data that was being fed into the war room in the early hours of the morning. This is historic. Akash, run us through the targets first, very quickly. The reason why they were chosen, of course, the wing commander and the colonel explained, but it would be helpful if you were to put it in perspective. This is very, very important today.
Right. Rahul, 2-3 things before coming to targets, where I want to mention that how this operation was conducted with full professionalism and how these officers have, in fact, proven that this was indeed a successful operation. It started at around 1:05 a.m. and, in fact, was ended at around 1:30. Starting from choosing the targets, calculating the sort of weapon and, the sort of intensity that would help, and also executing it. It was a perfect professionalism by the Indian Armed Forces. And as far as these warheads are concerned, so we have been told, in fact, the officers mentioned it categorically, that how these warheads were, in fact, decided on the basis of target, where in case you want to target one building, two buildings, or a group of buildings together, it was ensured that no military establishment or no civilian building, is impacted. And in fact, we have seen reports where Pakistan has been alleging that, civilian population is impacted. The Indian Army and Indian Air Force are categorically saying that they have got views, they had intelligence, and on that basis only, these targets were hit. We have seen that how in 2023, Rahul, several attacks have happened in south of Pir Panjal, and Colonel Sophia Qureshi somewhere stressed that how several, groups, in fact, who were very much involved in these attacks, were getting training for, in these camps, which were the target today. In fact, it has been categorically mentioned that it was on the basis of the sort of intelligence that the agencies had, and in fact, these targets were deliberated upon before, carrying out this sort of operation. As far as these targets are concerned, so distant target, in fact, is going to 100 kilometers from the international border. Yes. We have been told. Two distant target, first one, of course, close to 100 kilometers, and second one close to 70 kilometers, was in fact, decided and chosen, on the basis of specific intelligence. And Indian Air Force somewhere, got engaged with this particular target.
Akash, just hold your thoughts, because what we're seeing on our screens is the replay of those visuals, and you can see not only have the airplanes been tracked, but also the targets that have been eliminated are very well lit up on your screens, viewers. This is evidence which is absolutely foolproof of not only the Indian military striking the targets. Pallavi is there at this particular convention center. Not only have we targeted, Pallavi, these targets with precision, but we've also ensured that there is no collateral damage. This is a momentous moment in India's military history.
Yes, in fact,
Go ahead.
absolutely, and I think that's a very, very important point we all of us need to highlight, because that's the point which India is consistently raising, and all of those who were speaking, addressing that brief press statement, talked about precision and talked about there was no misadventure from our side, and how it was well documented, how it was well scripted, well organized, and as of now, no casualty, civilian casualty has been reported. But if you look at the kind of PPT presentation that we're putting out, Rahul, of all the targets that Indian side made, it very clearly also showed that they were far away from where the civilian installations were. I think this point is something which India is repeatedly highlighting to the world and to Pakistan, that we are not like Pakistan. We are a responsible country, we are a vibrant democracy, but we had to retaliate because enough was enough. In fact, this press interaction did begin with a sequence of multiple terror attacks which were done by Pakistan, whether it was a parliament attack, 26/11, about our Faujis, our Jawans, our innocent people, and finally those very tragic pictures of the 26 tourists who were targeted at Pahalgam was one of the last slides which were shown. It was then the background was created and the background was given as to why we were actually left with no choice but to go ahead with Operation Sindoor. And Operation Sindoor was not a knee-jerk reaction. There were days of planning, there was days of before the final execution took place, and the kind of visuals which were put out was very clearly giving us the details of how many kilometers away from the border, how many kilometers away actually, or how the concentration really was on the terror hideouts.
Well, let me also just quickly go across
that's one very big point which came across.
Yes, let me just go across to Payal, because there is, of course, a important cabinet meet that is now taking place at 7 LKM. Pallavi, just give me a few seconds. Let's get the update from Payal on that. And I also want to bring in Arunima. Payal, big meeting now.
Well, absolutely, Rahul. Just before the cabinet meeting begins, where all the ministers come in, NS Ajit Doval is already inside the Lokalyan Marg residence of the Prime Minister. Our top ministers, Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh, Nirmala Sitharaman, Dr. Jaishankar, they are all inside 7 LKM. We are given to understand. And the CCS is taking place. The CCS is expected to be a brief meeting in which the Prime Minister gets a physical briefing of what it is transpired in the last few hours. Of course, he's been getting by second the briefing that has been happening to him. NSA Ajit Doval has been briefing him as well. But it is going to be important because, there's a formal CCS which actually has to meet on a situation like this. The Prime Minister, we're given to understand, is getting briefed by the CCS, and after which the cabinet will really begin. And like I've been reporting from the morning, this is going to be a very, very important cabinet, not just from the point of view of the decision that the government is going to take, but also a big encouragement, for the alliance partners essentially, who have, many of them have worked with Prime Minister Modi in the past, but for many it's the first time, especially the young people, it's the first time around that they rub shoulders with the Prime Minister on an occasion like this, watch him close and personal, in a crisis like this, that he's been able to tide over and actually do what the people of the country really wanted him to do as well. So it'll be important if he says anything to them in the cabinet meeting, or he in fact expresses himself, because Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Rahul is a man of very, very few words and even more few expressions as well. So all eyes on the 7 Lokalyan Marg residents. We are given to understand that currently the CCS is underway, and in the next 10 to 15 minutes you can have the Union Cabinet begin.
Okay, well, India's made a massive point. Arunima, let me bring you in also. India's made a massive point this morning. Not only at 104, when it began striking targets across POJK and, of course, Pakistan proper, but also now in this press conference. Break it down for our viewers who are just connecting to us. What exactly is the thrust and parry, really, of the Indian action? What were we trying to convey through this press conference? It's very important that we get the message across to the public.
Rahul, it was a packed press conference room with a lot of international media present as well. And therefore, the target audience of the PC was not just the domestic constituency, but also the international audience. 2 points that clearly came out of the PC. One, that even the weapons that were used, the missiles that were used, were chosen in a way so that there is no collateral damage. There was no civilian targets that were looked at. There were no military targets that were looked at. And there is enough video evidence, enough photographic evidence to show that the camps that were targeted targeted where Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Toiba and Hizbul Mujahideen camps. For example, the Mehmoon Joya camp, there was slide and there was video that was shown that this was a Hizbul camp 18 kilometers from the international border, and this is where the Pathankot attack conspiracy was hatched. Next came the terrorist camp in Markaz Taiba. This is Muridke. This is where Ajmal Kasab and David Coleman Headley were trained. So it's not as if any random theatre was picked up and strikes carried out. There were reasons to believe that, you know, these were camps where Hizbul, Jaish and Lashkar men were getting trained. The Jaish headquarters in Bahawalpur. We have multiple dossiers, multiple intelligence reports to know that this is where Masood Azhar and his terror factory runs. And if you see the videos that were also showed in the press conference, at the time when the target was logged and the strikes undertaken, there is video that shows that this was not a civilian area. This was, well covered, either in a forested area or in an area where there is no hospital nearby, there is no civilian population nearby. So this narrative that Pakistan was trying to push through, that India has killed unarmed civilians, that narrative I think we have exposed after this press conference. What was also said at the end of it is that we have shown restraint, Indian armed forces have shown restraint, but if Pakistan continues with its misadventure, India is ready to respond further.
Yes, this is an act of very reasonable and responsible action by India. This is the message that has gone out, viewers, to the wider international community, as well as, of course, anyone in our country who was waiting for news. So the news is very, very specific. It is that we have, in a non-escalatory manner, avenged a series of terror attacks, all of which were plotted in these various terror camps, terror lairs in terror haven, Pakistan, as well as, of course, in camps in POK. So Pakistan soil and in POK. I want to quickly go across to Ishan Wani. Ishan Wani, there was a conversation this morning between the Union Home Minister and, of course, Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah. There has also been talk about constant shelling across the LOC. There have been casualties. So the front line there, extremely active. Arunima, you're still on camera. So I'll just come out to you for more of that. But Ishan Mani, break this down for us. What's been happening in Srinagar? Airport shut. We're not getting much news out of there.
Well, yes, absolutely. Airport has been shut since it's also a defense airport, and Indian Air Force generally takes their aircraft from the same airfield. So that's why it has been shut, and the Indian Air Force is operating from that particular airfield. Now, talking about the ceasefire violation, they have been thick and fast, particularly towards Poonch, where maximum number of casualties are being reported. 10 plus lives have been lost so far. This includes children, this includes women and men who have been bombed, and there are these mortar shells which have landed at the houses and areas of Poonch which are heavily people who live in a very closed community and people who live in a densely populated area have been also shelled. So they are the ones who are facing the brunt. In Kupwara even there's a loss of properties, injuries to civilians. They have been shifted to the hospital, and we saw the pictures coming in from Kupwara where vehicles, houses are in flames and people have been taken out. But remember, now the government has decided that from all these vulnerable areas where the shelling has taken place from Pakistan side, that these civilians will be taken out of the harm's way. They'll be shifted, they'll be relocated. The government will provide them accommodation, food and travel expenses. All of them will be provided by the government. While the Chief Minister has spoken to the Union Home Minister, and both of them have discussed the situation prevailing in Jammu and Kashmir. And mind you, that Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir has also shown support to the move, and he has just said that this is the right way to respond to Pakistan, and this is how, because they started this, so India had to respond in a calibrated manner, and they have done it, and they have not targeted any civilian infrastructure. Only those terror camps have been targeted, and this has been Umar's now standing on this particular matter. Right. While the politics has been kept aside, but politicians in Jammu and Kashmir are right now backing the union government in their decision to strike these camps in POK.
Well, that's, of course, goes without saying, viewers. This has been a traumatic time for Jammu and Kashmir, and of course, when we got the communication from Vikram Misri, one of the things that was specifically pointed out, Pallavi, thank you, Ishan, we'll come back to you in just a little while, but Pallavi, what was actually stressed upon was that this particular provocation from Pakistan was aimed at destabilizing the gains that we have made in Jammu and Kashmir, and also to pit communities against each other. And all of that sort of was trying to sort of be logged back, taken back to Kashmir, which is where we have seen communal tumult in the last 3 decades.
Rahul, I think provocation is the word. I mean, just in the last few days, I think behind the scenes planning, and this is what many would tell us, is that we also have to convince the international world that India is not one which is irresponsible as far as military actions go. We are not a banana republic. We are very much a responsible democracy. And there's been ample reason why we have this confidence and this belief that it's time for India to retaliate. So look at the way the press conference or the press meet actually began. It came out with a PPT presentation talking about the Parliament terror attacks, 26/11, and the multiple attacks, and it ended with what happened in Pahalgam also, in which 26 tourists were killed. So basically the narrative which was set up at the beginning of that press statement was that there was enough provocation of India and there was just no way for us but to attack. We cannot remain silent for long. And however, this retaliation was responsible. This retaliation was very much targeted. We have not escalated it. We have not targeted any civilians. We've not targeted anyone who's innocent, unlike what Pakistan has been doing with India. Therefore, that's one big point which I think was highlighted, not just by Mr. Vikram Sikri, but also by the 2 women officers who were addressing it. The second and the last point which I really want to stress upon is that we are ready for any misadventure. In the context of this, the army chief's tweet where he says that picture abhi baki hai. If Pakistan thinks that, everything is over, we are going to go back. No, we are on guard. We are ready. Right. We do anticipate that Pakistan will have a knee-jerk reaction. They would try to retaliate. They are already doing it along the LOC, but we are absolutely prepared, which is why all kind of leaves being cancelled, all kind of preparations are going on, and 24/7, Rahul, we all are ready. I think these are the 2 most important takeaways. And finally, the choice of 2 women officers. I think that's a very, very important narrative which the government really wants to send across in the context of an operation which has been called Operation Sindoor.
Yes, a very important point you made there. And of course, heart goes out to all of those at the LOC today. Arunima, I just want to quickly weave you in, and Payal for just a few seconds. Pallavi will track back with you in just a few moments. But Arunima, the very important emphasis that was made, and you have to sort of talk us through this, emphasis that was made on the proof that has been collected now to firmly indict the Pakistani state and its backing of terror, and of course the terror actors that had carried out the Pahalgam attack. This was very, very crucial, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, because what Pakistan had been accusing India of is that you are unilaterally acting without proper proof, and therefore there should be an internationally monitored investigation, a neutral investigation, almost trying to show that whatever happened in Pahalgam was unfortunate, but it was India's own doing, that they had failed to protect their own civilians. So it was important to counter all of this that Pakistan and Pakistan backers were saying. So here at the press conference, there were specific photographs, specific videos that were put out, and I'm sure in the next few days, and that's what the Foreign Secretary said, that this is an ongoing situation, this is a developing situation, and therefore in the next few days you could see more evidence come out to show that the places that were targeted were terror factories, where terrorists were given initial training, then they were brought back for a refresher course. And Hashim Musa, the main suspect in the Pahalgam attack, he is suspected to have trained as a para-commando in one of these camps. So there's no doubt in the mind of the Indian intelligence agencies, in the mind of the Indian forces, that this was no non-state actor. These were very much state actors who were trained to carry out terror attacks. And even then, India has shown restraint not to carry out attack against a military target in Pakistan.
Okay, Arunima and Pallavi, thank you very much for these updates. Payal, I want to quickly draw you in and then bring in the guests. We have with us a number of guests to break this down for us. But Payal, the Prime Minister, of course, now briefing the cabinet. It's his job now to communicate the successes. And also, of course, there is a packed day ahead, isn't it? There are other meetings that he's going to be part of. And also, of course, the broader communication to other countries' heads of state.
Yes, of course, the Prime Minister is aware of each and every detail, how it really panned out. And, Ajit Doval was briefing Prime Minister by the second, we are given to understand. Even till about an hour ago, Prime Minister was getting the entire series of briefings from various people as well. But the briefing in the CCS will be important because Rajnath Singh, who's been briefed by the CDS, will brief him further. And of course, there will be Amit Shah also in that briefing. Having said that, how much of that we'll discuss in the cabinet, we do not really know because the cabinet also will have its own agenda to really follow. But to brief the heads of state, that's going to be Dr. Jaishankar's job. I'm sure he's pretty much on the job as far as that is concerned. How to rope the world in is going to be very important. So far, every time that Pakistan has been attacked by India for the terror module, Pakistan has been asking for proof. But incidentally, and a lot of people are having fun at Pakistan's cost on the internet, saying that the first proof of India's strikes came from Pakistan itself as well. So Pakistan is in no position, Rahul, whatsoever to deny this. It's only some silly politicians from India who actually try to play that game unless their bosses really pull them up and they have to actually delete those tweets as well. Having said that, the Prime Minister will have a series of important meetings. Today is what we are given to understand as well. Because, some announcements have been made by the Indian government. Where has that really reached? How far we are going as far as that is concerned? There is a very important meeting on the Indus Water Treaty being put into abeyance also to follow later today or probably later this week. Given the fact that there have to be more details have to go into it as well. So India is very much on the job as far as that is concerned. Of course, it's a worried Pakistan which will actually go crying before the world. India is aware of that as well, and of course India has already set its ball in motion and already spoken to people that it needed to be spoken to. The latest being the Qatar guys coming into India's support, just late last night. It's a big support as far as India is really concerned. And the US, in fact, coming out and speaking about India's retaliation, saying that they weren't really surprised. Donald Trump says that it happened on the expected lines. So India has never been a country. And Rahul, I must tell our viewers that every time that the Prime Minister has held meetings with his close quarters or with his ministers who are in fact working on various sanctions against Pakistan, the Prime Minister has always had to say this one line: let's see how much is possible. We don't penalize the public at large. It's not their fault.
Right.
They are not terrorists. Each one of them is not terrorists. Let's actually teach a lesson to those people who have to be taught a lesson.
Very calibrated, extremely rational, extremely disciplined, and very careful to stick with the brief. And that has been the Prime Minister's style. Even after the provocation in Pahalgam, viewers, the carnage there, the Prime Minister did not lose his head. A large number of other people said we should do this, we should do that. In fact, he eschewed rhetoric in his first statement in Bihar. He didn't even name Pakistan. He talked about the perpetrators and those that support the perpetrators and how they will be given an unimaginable riposte. And let's just open this up because we have a very distinguished panel to analyze the Indian response. I want to first begin with General Rajendra Singh, former DG, Infantry of the Indian Army. Thank you, sir, for joining us. I just want you to analyze what we have seen. Never before has the Indian military come out on a stage such as this and presented proof in real time to not just Indians, but globally. Sushant Sareen also there with us. And of course, we have with us other experts like Major Jolly. And of course, we have with us Salvatore Babonis, who will give us a 360 on the world view. So, General, please.
Thank you, Rahul. Firstly, I think it is a great day. It is a great day because India has shown that it is not going to tolerate Pakistan continue to sponsor terrorism. And this has been a very measured response. It has been a response which is calculated, non-escalatory, yet conveying the message across that we wanted to convey. It is not only a message to Pakistan, it is also a message to the rest of the world that India is not going to sit quiet and allow any nation to sponsor terrorism and launch strikes within its territory. And I think to that extent, Prime Minister Modi needs to be complimented. And as far as the Indian Armed Forces are concerned, I think Air Force has done a marvelous job. But as former Chief Naravane has said, that abhi to baat baki hai. There is likelihood of certain amount of response from Pakistan, which I am sure we are going to respond or we are going to counter very effectively. As far as Pakistan is concerned, Pakistan is no patch as far as India is concerned, either economically or militarily. Militarily, it has no chance whatsoever. Its navy is half of that of ours. Its air force is, they have got just about 20 odd squadrons. We
Okay,
have got
well, there
much
is
more.
some real-time information being relayed there. That is from Muridke, and you can see the devastation. There you can see that entire mosque, that entire complex, that terror complex flattened. And that terror complex has played a very central role in the planning of several terror attacks, cross-border attacks on India. Viewers, and today this is what it looks like. This is going to be emblazoned, because I can tell you that when you went to Pakistan, and I haven't personally, but I have spoken to reporters and others who have been there, very proudly the establishment would talk about Muridke as the school of great learning, and also the residence of the Lashkar-e-Toiba plenipotentiary, as if it was some great haven for some humanitarian. This man, viewers, is one of the greatest sociopaths of the subcontinent. And today, I don't know whether he was there or not. We are getting information that some high-value targets have been taken out. We don't know whether it refers to this or others. But the fact is that that sociopath who was holed up in this place for a long time, training people who were committed to bleeding India through 1,000 cuts, is seeing the devastation. Today, no target is out of India's reach as far as Pakistan is concerned, and those pictures tell that story. I want to quickly bring in Salvatore Babones, American sociologist, who's joining us, because, and Sushant Sareen, very importantly, I need to bring you in because you know Pakistan like the back of your hand. But Salvatore Babones, I just have to ask you this question because it's very important. Most of this presentation was not just for the benefit of Indian viewers and people in our country, but also the international community, because what Pakistan has been doing is building up this narrative that it is a victim and India is the aggressor. Now that seems to have been completely negated by the information that has been put out and the details that are now emerging.
Unfortunately, the global press, or at least the English language press, just isn't covering it. Coverage in major American newspapers has largely taken the Pakistani side, and it has mainly presented this as a renewed conflict between India and Pakistan instead of as the response to a horrific massacre of civilians by almost certainly Pakistan-supported terrorists. The coverage just isn't there. To give an example, the New York Times coverage mentions Narendra Modi. Whenever they mention him, it's Indian strongman Narendra Modi. On the Pakistani side, they either say Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, which has no implication, or they say General Asim Munir, without identifying General Asim Munir as the effective dictator of Pakistan. There's just not the sophistication in the Western press to really be able to tell this story as it should be told.
Well, I'm not surprised. In any case, Sushant Sareen, are we surprised? Let's not talk about the New York Times and other newspapers such as this, but this was sort of aimed more at world capitals also, this particular press conference. But Sushant Sareen, just broadly guide us through the sites that have been attacked, the significance of these hits, the planning that must have gone in. I'll, of course, talk about munitions and other things with the two other military jets, but what might have actually prompted this sort of laser-like precision on these particular sites?
So, Rahul, I think all of these sites have a certain importance, and that importance comes out from the press conference or the statements that were read out by the two armed forces officers, lady officers. They gave details, and it's very easily to discern why these targets were picked. Like Muridke and that Bahawalnagar thing, Bahawalpur thing has been on the in the crosshairs for the longest. Everybody has been talking about it, how these are big terror centers, headquarters of globally designated terror groups, which are operating with impunity, right? So everybody, and there has been a lot of clamor that why aren't we targeting these guys? And you come to the other ones, for each one, those were camps that were involved in terror attacks that had happened in India.
Yeah.
So whether it was the one in Riyasi, whether it was the one in the Jammu, attacks in the Jammu region, whether it was the attacks in the Kashmir region, each of those particular camps were identified with a particular group. Two of those were with Lashkar-e-Taiba, two of those with Jaish-e-Mohammed, and then with Hizbul Mujahideen. And these are the three groups which are most active in Kashmir even now. And the Hizbul Mujahideen also is a group which gets its backing from the Pakistani state. It pretends to be an indigenous Kashmiri group, but it's mostly Pakistanis who staff it now. Whatever little support it gets in the valley is more in the nature of logistic support. In the case of the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Taiba, these are out and out Punjabi Muslim groups with some smattering of Sindhis and Pashtuns thrown in, but basically a Punjabi kind of a group. And that also, there is a certain caste angle to it. Within the Lashkar-e-Taiba, at least I can tell you this. And even within the Jaish-e-Mohammed, there's this Panipatiya diaspora which has gone from India during 1947. A lot of these fellows are part of the Jaish-e-Mohammed group. Now, so all of these groups and their bases were in the crosshairs for the longest. The question was of summoning the will to target them with whatever weaponry we have.
Yeah, so I think on that point, what I meant to ask you was not why these specific targets were picked, but the vulnerability that India has now conveyed. That's what I was trying to get at. And the psychological impact on the Punjabi, the ruling class really of Pakistan. Now talk us through that. These particular targets represent something.
Yeah, look, I think what they represent is that basically that there is no part of Pakistan which is not in India's range. And if you are going to be, creating these kind of camps and terror bases, and they are going to be attacking India, we are going to hit you. Now, I think the messaging from India is also very clear. So, for the longest, Rahul, at least for the last 5-6 years, if not even longer, India has virtually turned its back on Pakistan. We said, listen, you guys do whatever the hell you want to do. We want nothing to do with you. We don't want to have anything to do with you. You carry on doing, don't sponsor terrorism in India. Please do whatever the hell you want to do. Okay? And let us do whatever we want to do. So we have focused on our own development, on our own growth, on our own economy, and our own relations with the rest of the world, regardless of what happens with Pakistan. Okay? The Pakistanis are like leeches. They want to just keep attached to us, and they want to keep dragging us down. And I think the messaging this time has been that, listen, guys, we are again willing to turn our back on you and do our own thing. You do your own thing. But just don't finger us all the time, because if you finger us, we are going to hit you back.
And this is a message that has gone to those who control, viewers, every nook and cranny of Pakistan. So it's very, very important that those touch-me-nots, those people who thought they were above it or under a nuclear umbrella, today are the ones who have got targeted. Now, US Congressman Ro Khanna spoke to CNN International, our, of course, affiliate, about the conflict. And he called, and this is very important because Salvatore Babones was saying how the American press is falling short of its perhaps objective reporting requirements by not calling out Asim Munir for what he is, which is a de facto dictator. And this is exactly what Ro Khanna has called him, a de facto dictator. Listen in, viewers.
Congressman, I mean, you heard Nick's report there. I mean, the idea that people there think this is different than what they've seen, that is incredibly concerning, I imagine, to a lot of people, given we are talking about two countries that both have nuclear weapons.
Well, the most urgent thing is de-escalation. I mean, there was the terrorist attack in Pahalgam. Innocent people were killed. India took a response that helped take out some of the terrorist networks. They claim they didn't hit military sites. But the important thing now is for de-escalation. I do hope that President Trump has people who understand the region. The only reason I say that is he said they've been fighting for centuries. Just historically, they haven't been around for a century. It was a British colonialism that fomented the partition, that fomented some of the divisions between Hindus and Muslims there. It's important to really understand the region, and we need to be a honest broker for de-escalation. We also have to understand that Asim Munir is a dictator who didn't have legitimate elections, who's put Imran Khan in jail, and there's no honest voice right now in Pakistan because it's a dictatorship, and we should be calling for elections, fair elections, after the de-escalation.
Well, and questions of what that looks like with the White House. Obviously, President Trump has a deep relationship with the Prime Minister Modi, who's already visited the White House this year. What would you like to see the White House do in this situation?
Well, I would like to first make it clear to Asim Munir that that's it. There should be no retaliation on either side. This should be the end of it. We have a lot of leverage with Pakistan. We give IMF loans to Pakistan. They're dependent upon that. We should be saying to Asim Munir that he needs to free Imran Khan, stop any retaliation, and then have a fair election, because there was a rigged election there. They've jailed Imran Khan, and he's not a voice for the Pakistani people. But he should also make it clear to Prime Minister Modi, in my view, that he should not be cutting off the water. That was part of the Shimla Accords. You can't deprive a population of water.
Okay, let's go quickly across to Siddhant for more on this, commentary on this. Siddhant, this is a clear message from the US congressman who has taken a more skeptical view, actually, of the Modi government. So it's nice to hear him talk very, very interventionistly, if I might add, at this moment in time. Siddharth.
Yeah. Yes, Rahul, there were two opinions to the kind of, reactions coming from the United States. In fact, some think tankers and experts in India, had to say that US should have, done more as far as the statements are concerned. Even some were saying that it is satisfactory, perhaps. US is telling India to defend its territory, etc., etc. So some were satisfied, but some were expecting more from the United States. But the fact, Rahul, is that Trump administration particularly perhaps is not liking Asim Munir, and there is no doubt about it. And in fact, as Mr. Ro Khanna rightly pointed out, that last time around when 24th program of IMF was launched for Pakistan, perhaps it was done after USS's intervention, USS's go ahead. So this time around, India could get that bailout delayed, or rather get cancelled, perhaps because India has enough evidence to prove that Pakistan uses the money for the terror attacks in India.
This is as much a test really for the Trump administration. Remember, Trump says he's a no-war president, and if they have leverage over Islamabad, this is when it's going to count. This is when Trump has to walk his talk and say, look, I can get the deal made, etc., etc. And if he has leverage, this is the time to prove it. He has to get Pakistan to back down, to clean up its act and come clean on all of this. And of course, hold the elections that are required, put pressure on the IMF to withhold the loan. That will be a lifeline for Pakistan in this circumstance. But I just, before I bring in our guests once again, I want to go across to Pahalgam, because there we have with us Akash. Pahalgam has been the epicenter, hasn't it, of the trauma. Today, there must be a little bit of closure, maybe not closure, but at least a sense of justice. Akash.
A lot of happiness, in fact, among those who are here, as tourists, and I'll try to talk to them as to what is the sentiment, Rahul. Sir, what's your name? आप कहाँ से आए हैं?
मेरा नाम सकीर हुसैन है, केरला से आए हैं. हमने 5 दिन के इधर की श्रीनगर में ही है. अब आज पहलगाम में आए हैं. कल बॉर्डर के वहाँ गए थे.
अच्छा सर, मुझे एक बात बताइए. 22 तारीख को हमने एक टेररिस्ट अटैक देखा इसी एरिया में, यहाँ से थोड़ी दूर पर. आज हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस ने पाकिस्तान के कई जो टेरर कैंप्स थे उनको ध्वस्त किया है. अब किस तरह से देखते हैं, कहीं ना कहीं मन में एक संतुष्टि है कि ये ज़रूरी था, ये होना चाहिए था?
हमारे भारत की ऐसी जवान आदमियों को लगभग 26 आदमियों को हदायत अवेलेबल है, लेकिन ये उसके जल्दी उसे इंडियन मिलिट्री इसकी और आज भी अटैक किया है, उसे पाकिस्तान की ओर लड़ाई कर दी है, अच्छा है। उसी तरह के जो है उसकी ओर बार करना और बदल करना ज़रूरी की बात है। उसका फोर्स हमारे भारत में अच्छी तरह ही है, उसकी ओर हम जो सपोर्ट है हमारे लिए वो उसी की तरफ की समय सपोर्ट है।
Support to the armed forces. Sir, one last question. If you can tell us, यहाँ बोला जा रहा है कि टूरिस्ट आ नहीं रहे हैं अभी because of fear and ये सब factors हैं. आप लोग कितने लोग हैं और कितने लोग आने थे, कितने लोग आए, क्या ग्रुप में आए हैं?
26 लोग हैं हमारे एक ग्रुप पर। हाँ, इधर आएंगे तो उससे टूरिस्ट बहुत कम ही है, उसका कारण वो लोग ये ऐसा कर रहे हैं। इससे अभी सभी लोग हमारे टूरिस्ट साथियों के साथ इधर रहते हैं। इसका मेरा राय है कि भारत की सेना हमारी रक्षा करेगी, इसलिए यहाँ हम आए हैं।
Important point, Rahul, that you know this was done to in fact disturb the peace and in fact the tourism sector, because Kashmir and in fact Jammu area has been seeing tourists, in fact record number of tourists yearly in the past few years, and this was done to disturb that sort of environment where tourists from all across the country.
Yes, imbue a sense of confidence once again in people who want to travel. Of course, things will have to settle. I have with me General Pandey here, a very, very important voice, because he, of course, just till very, very recently retired as the 15 Corps head. So he knows this area. But before I come to you, General Saab, and of course Major Jolly, I just want to quickly go across to Payal. There's some updates coming from that important cabinet meeting that the Prime Minister is helming there. Payal, over to you. Yes.
Well, of course, the cabinet meeting is currently underway. We are given to understand that the Cabinet Committee for Security, which is a smaller group, Rahul, has gotten over and the main cabinet meeting is taking place. Now, today we had a meeting in the morning and we had a briefing in the morning by the forces, and generally the practice is that within a couple of hours of the cabinet getting over, the cabinet briefing really happens. It will be important to see who decides to come for the cabinet briefing and what really the essence of the cabinet briefing really is. That's going to be the big sense to draw out for, but no doubt whatsoever, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, from the day that the attacks really happened, multiple leaders, multiple ministers, including chief ministers, have met him. He did not lose any sight of work. Work would continue, and that's the reason he went to Bihar, because it was a government program. And since then, he's been going to whatever his duties nationally really are. He is of the belief that you don't have to sit down and sulk to prove that you're deeply hurt by what has happened. You have to prove the work, and you have to prove these terrorists and these people like these wrong as well. So obviously, important cabinet briefing underway. I'm sure a lot of cabinet decisions would have been lined up. If you have a briefing, who does a briefing? That remains to be seen. But yes, I say, nonetheless, a very, very important day. And the most important thing will be to see what message the Prime Minister gives to his cabinet colleagues as a takeaway.
Okay, there's some big breaking news that is coming in, viewers. This is very, very significant, and we have General Pandey also here with us. We are being told that a large number of family members of Masood Azhar, that horrible individual who led, in fact, the seminary and the Markaz, the Jaish-e-Mohammed commander, have been eliminated. 10 family members, in fact, of Masood Azhar killed in Operation Sindoor. This, viewers, is extremely, extremely important. I want to go straight across to Anand for more on this. Anand, what can you tell us? This is very big news. Okay, well, remember, viewers, this is the individual that we released. We had to release under duress in 1999 on the back of the IC-814 hijacking. The hijackers had taken a large number of Indians hostage, including foreign nationals. And their single term was that please release 3 terrorists. One of them was Jaish-e-Mohammed's boss. That individual, viewers, who has bled India ever since. Many people call him a Maulana, but he doesn't deserve to be called a Maulana. And therefore, we will only call him Masood Azhar. His family members, 10 of them, have been slain in this operation. Anand, this is very, very big news. This is extremely big. Okay, we have a few problems getting across to Anand. Anand,
yes, Rahul, I just missed the last, part of your question, but this is a big, big development. General Pandey is sitting with you. Bahawalpur has been struck the most out of the 21 package drops which have happened over these 9 targets. The biggest one is Bahawalpur, this 14-acre area, which is actually the hub, the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. From the parliament attacks of 2001 to the recent attacks at Pathankot Air Base, and thereafter even in Pulwama, the involvement of the Jaish cadre has been there. In this one, although it is the TRF that claimed responsibility and it is part of the Lashkar outfit, the Jaish has been active and it was training huge amount of cadre. But we are given to understand that family close to Masood Azhar, those who are part of the rank and file and also part of the operation and training facilities of these jihadis, have been neutralized. At least 10 of them are claimed to have been neutralized in this precision strike at the Jaish-e-Mohammed Markaz at Bahawalpur. And this is a big development. That means this is a telling blow to that entire terror hydra that was emanating out of Bahawalpur and which has been a bane for Bharat and which has claimed hundreds of civilian lives and also our brave hearts because of the Jaish training which was being imparted there. That place can house up to 600 cadre, terror training cadre, and that's such a big camp.
What is known as very specific intelligence, actionable intelligence, and we know that the NTRO played a big role in the facilitation of this attack. So just put it in larger context for our viewers.
Well, the aspect is, the most important aspect is that this has been a big bane, a big problem. And if you notice the briefing of the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri along with the Fauji's, the briefing that happened at the NMC, the first thing that was shown was the Parliament attack of 2001.
Yes.
And because the fact is, in the past, Masood Azhar was incarcerated in our jails and he had to be freed. And he was one of the terrorists who was let go, and he along with his brother Rauf have repeatedly hurt us, be it Uri, be it thereafter multiple strikes at our brave hearts, or even in civilian attacks which have happened where we've lost civilian lives. The Jaish has been involved, and I think that was the biggest hub which many Faujis in the past and even present have wondered, why haven't we neutralized this base yet? This is where it's all emanating from, and this time it's been done. And of the 9 targets that have been identified, there were many that were vetted, but with precise location and with absolute precision, they have been now razed to rubble. Bahawalpur, that 14-acre piece, has been razed to rubble, and there are videos that have confirmed the same, even from Pakistan. In fact, the hospital video where the local military commander of the Pakistan army is going to the Bahawalpur hospital, what can be heard in the ambient noise or in the background is that they are cursing India because Jaish has been hurt. Yeah. The Jaish has been hit. So be it Balakot or be it Bahawalpur, the Jaish has been really hit, and this time they've been really impacted because those who are, it was an extended family business, this entire terror machinery of Masood Azhar. And MMA's family has now been neutralized in this.
Yeah, sister and brother-in-law. In fact, viewers, this just tells you how overconfident and absolutely clueless the Pakistani establishment has been. Big talk all these days, but General Pandey, completely clueless. They didn't think that India was going to strike either this deep and with this breadth and with this precision, that they didn't even sort of remove some of these high-value targets.
So actually,
yes, General Pandey.
So actually, I have been there a couple of tenures in the general region, and I used to always wonder that how we can hit Bahawalpur. And I remember all the maps and the entire layout, how they were influencing the local population. But a lot of people start looking at this killing of 10 family members as a big event happening. I will try to explain to you that this entire venture of Jaish-e-Mohammed is a family-run business. Most of the top leadership belong to each other in terms of marriage, in terms of family engagements, stuff like that. And the confidence was there because 100 kilometers in Punjab, in south of Punjab, carrying out such an attack would require manifestation of going on to escalation ladder pretty high if you carry out this operation. And there was also perception that nobody can reach out because army did not have the weapon system to reach that deep itself to carry out some degree of attack in terms of even by drones which were held by us or by direct fire systems or indirect fire systems. I guess this they never expected. And that is why this entire family was residing there, and they are very comfortable with the numbers which are there. The numbers are huge, the campus is very well located, it's more like a cantonment system. Bahawalpur is less known for the cantonment which is existing there, but is more known for the Jaish-e-Mohammed training establishment and radicalization system which exists there. The second point is, Jaish-e-Mohammed amongst all the terror groups is the most radical one, right? It is the most consistent, very professional, and their system of selection of people is based on how radical this individual is. Unlike Lashkar-e-Toiba, where it is more financial, more drug-related, more business-oriented. So there is a subtle difference between the two. They come from grassroots Jaish-e-Mohammed. They have a very deep training for carrying out suicide bombing. They carry out training in other parts of the world, and thereafter they carry out application of suicide bombing or the attack which is done. They are much more committed as compared to Lashkar-e-Toiba. I think this hitting of Bahawalpur is a major game changer, not only because it was in Punjab, but it has hit the heart, soul, and the very spirit of the terror network. It is going to resonate and cause them some psychological damage for a long time to come.
You think that this is a hit, the series of hits that we have undertaken, and I want to bring in Major Jolly right after on the weaponry that was used and how we could actually make this possible, unlike previous years. So, but I want to ask you, this is very important because obviously we want to restore a certain degree of deterrence that Pakistan seems to have lost sight of, General.
So, you know, for long the leadership of Jaish, Lashkar, even HM felt capable of being protected by the Pakistan establishment. They knew nothing much can happen because even the West, the deep state, even if they wanted to take them out or challenge them, or the FATF system which wanted to control these activities, nothing much can be done because they were in depth in protection. This targeting has told them, you will have no place to hide. We will come to know, we'll come looking for you. I think that one messaging is very important because leadership very rarely exposes itself. It allows the ground soldiers or ground troops to go out and get died for their cause, and they continue to live the life of luxury and the protection to keep on producing more number of terrorists. This hit is going to be a game changer because this time onwards, they are going to be living in fear rather than pushing out fear. Yes, to say that it is going to be a zero terror system here and after, I think we will not be correct to start imagining that till the time the Pakistani establishment strategic orientation changes, which is unlike, you know, because the current generation, Asim Munir had joined military training when Ziaul Haq was in.
That's right.
The change in convergence from a professional military to a religious force started with Ziaul Haq.
Yes.
And the entire leadership which has now come up on top.
His father was actually a loyalist.
Yeah, so that comes to our second point.
Yeah.
You know, the major issue today will remain for certain degree of change of orientation is to take out Asim Munir from the calculus of the leadership paradigm in Pakistan.
But
because
that probably can't happen.
It may not happen, but just remember, so your expectation...
I mean, it can happen, but it would be really an escalation, wouldn't it? It would be really up there.
No, I'm not saying by a physical strike or a force, but I'm sure there will be reasonable systems when you're talking about what the Americans want. This point has to come out very clear and steady that this man is radical. He has got an ego which has been driven from being a muazir. He has not been liked much. He has taken the path of studying in madrasa. He has got a radical tinge to his entire this thing. He's purged his own military senior leadership. He has put the most popular leader, so-called popular leader, behind bars, right? Only to assuage his own personal affront which happened when he was taken out from DGSI's appointment in just about 7 to 8 months. You look at the nature, this man has got, he will not hesitate to take his own country to down the hill, right? Just to prove a point that he's a sword of honor, he's a topper of his course. There is something which is wrong in his mind which will take him out, keep on doing things. We have to take this gentleman out of equation through diplomatic means, through international pressure. But as long as he's there, I think the chances of terror strikes will continue to remain.
So you believe that Pakistan, in fact, might choose to hit back in a different way? Not exactly across the LOC. They could even possibly strike again in another vulnerable spot in the Indian mainland. That could also happen. But this time they will know, wouldn't they, General, that the punishment could be even more severe?
So they know punishment will be more severe. They want it. And there are countries around us who want that escalatory ladder to go up.
Okay.
There are other geopolitical, geo-economic reasons which we will possibly avoid today, because today is the point of contact. But the fact is,
I know you're talking about China, Turkey, you're talking about...
They will want us to, stall, and their economy is moving towards us. They don't want to happen.
Yeah.
So these are part of larger debate. But the fact remains that there will be a possibility of a step above the escalation ladder.
Should we go for another strike? Because I've seen General Narwane, and General Narwane says picture abhi baki hai. What does he mean by this? It's got 2.1 million views on Twitter.
The fact remains that this was the first lowest escalatory ladder we had stepped up.
Okay.
We have got tools in our kitty, which when they respond and they decide to respond even equitable manner, there are possibilities that we'll go for the second ladder. And look at the government of the day. They are going about the business of the day as a matter of routine. They are not. It's a tactical, operational level stuff happening in which the armed forces have to deal with the situation.
In fact, our stock markets, for example, have shaken off the ripples of this. In fact, the opposite has happened. The Karachi Stock Exchange has pretty much collapsed, and it has been on a collapsing spree. Stay with me. I want to bring in Major Jolly. Major Jolly, now, this would not have been possible 5 years ago. We know perhaps we weren't that well equipped, but some things have changed. This is not something that any ordinary military can do.
Yeah, I agree. And that capability, I think, came from the way we acquired Rafales and equipped them with, the top, I'm not an Air Force guy, but whatever we understand, the top missile Rafale carries is Meteor. But for this specific operation, air-to-ground missile that would have gone in, that has gone in, would be Scalp. And the second would be the Hammer ammunition. Right? These two are looking at what has happened, it has got range up to 300 kilometers, Scalp. It can work in night, it can work. So it is one of those missiles that can, in layman language, it can navigate itself also. If because there was a lot of threat of, from our side, air defense system is a threat. So Pakistanis use HQ-9, which is Chinese system. Our missiles need to have the capability to weave through these systems. Yes.
Okay, just very quickly, some more breaking news coming in. The Prime Minister has decided to postpone visit to 3 countries, including Croatia and Norway. Viewers, remember that the Prime Minister did not go. He was supposed to also go to Moscow for the Victory Day celebrations there. He skipped that. Now, skipping 2 others. What does this actually entail? What does this mean? What is the message that is going to go out? Siddhant, we know that perhaps this is just the beginning. We don't know. We're presuming that this is the culmination. It could be the beginning. There might be more things in the pipeline. The Prime Minister sees himself indispensable to his presence here in India right now.
Well, that's right, Rahul. Given the strikes that India conducted today, perhaps requires Prime Minister presence in the country. And in fact, there is repeated threat from Pakistan. In fact, they have threatened India with a nuclear attack as well. So, given that, it looks like that Prime Minister has decided to postpone his visit to Croatia, Netherlands and Norway. Perhaps this visit was pre-planned. In fact, the recce and the preparations were underway at the ministry level and also at the government level from last 2 weeks. And now we're getting to know that that this visit of Prime Minister Modi has been postponed. Perhaps given the strikes conducted by India yesterday and a potential retaliation which could come from Pakistan's side. So the Prime Minister's presence in the country at this given point in time is very, very significant, important. And maybe this is one of the reasons, or perhaps this is the reason that this particular visit from 13th to 17th May has been postponed. And in fact, we have the first confirmation on this particular development.
Any reasons that have been extended to you? Any off-record stuff that you can give some context on?
Well, Rahul, what a lesson learned in deception, perhaps, from last 2 weeks in the national capital, everything was looking very normal at the government level. There was a wave summit, then there was a launch of a fort, then, mock drills were announced. In fact, Ministry of External Affairs was also very proactive in hosting journalists and, foreign dignitaries. So everything looked very normal for journalists, for foreign dignitaries here in the national capital. Things were going on in a very, very regular manner. So it was kind of a lesson which needs to be learned in deception at this point in time. And in fact, right. At the ministry level, at the government level, all were preparing for Prime Minister's visit. Nobody was talking about retaliation. Only comments were coming from Prime Minister HM and Raksha Mantri. So, Ministry of External Affairs was also silent. Defense Ministry was silent. In fact, now we understand that was a strategic silence which was maintained by the government.
And you said that these visits were supposed to begin from May 13th. That's what you were saying. May 13th to 17th.
Yes, Rahul. This visit was planned from 13th to 17th of May.
Very, very interesting. Viewers, I want to bring in General Pandey as also Major Jolly. General Pandey, look, this is not the end-all and the be-all. We've already exercised a large number of non-kinetic options. So clearly, India wants to punish and send a message to Pakistan. And the words that you see, those words keep coming back. Unimaginable punishment. Is this unimaginable enough?
No, I don't think so. It's unimaginable enough. There is much more to come. The cancellation of leave of the CAPF, this cancellation of visit. I think they are preparing for what is possible and probable, right? It is also a signaling and messaging to the other side that if you want to increase or up the ante, we are there to back you up and take you on. So that is one facet. But there are other tools in terms of the dime trend, that is diplomatic, informational, and more importantly, I think this whole water business, which is there, which the Prime Minister referred to yesterday when he was conversing, giving his address yesterday evening. It's a very, very important part. Punishing a country through water and punishing the terrorist or even the Pak army through the kinetic force are two distinctive factors. And I think that these preparations are not only on, some of them will be applied, and there will be a very, very holistic thing which will be set in motion the moment some response comes from the Pak establishment. Very interestingly, we are not seeing anywhere Shahbaz Sharif and people for last...
Shahbaz Sharif has put out one boilerplate kind of reaction on Twitter. We haven't heard from him, but yes, the defense minister has put out a rather interesting statement. He says that Pakistan is willing to exercise restraint if India exercises also restraint. So he seems to be, after making all those silly statements, those idiotic statements about we will come at you with, nuclear weapons and all that, wo thande pad gaye. Sorry, just to put it in very, very simple terms, Major Jolly, thande pad gaye. They've realized that this is not looking good for them. They've been made to look like fools.
Their options are also, they were surviving on very limited options now. Either you go against everything and, walk towards the suicide path.
I think the biggest challenge for them is their economy, the equipment which they have, the serviceability state which they have.
Another big update, PM Modi to go to South Block now shortly. We had seen a large number of people on the lawns there outside of South Block. Arunima, are you there with us? If you can just talk us through this. I know that sometimes it's difficult to overreact on what look like routine meetings, but nothing is routine, is it? Today at least.
Oh, not routine at all. Not routine at all after what we have seen over the last, fortnight or so. I think in my frame, you can already see the Raisina Hills. This is the route that has been sanitized. Prime Minister's office is in South Block, which is behind me. And there seems to be a very strong possibility that once the cabinet meeting is over, once the cabinet committee on security is over, Prime Minister could actually brief the President of India also about what has really happened. President is also, she's not just the first citizen of the country, but she's also the head of our armed forces. So there is a high possibility that Prime Minister could actually brief Rashtrapati Draupadi Murmu on what has happened. We've just been told by our armed forces that between 1:05 to 1:30, about 1:30 last night, about 25 minutes long operations were carried out. But what exactly unfolded there? What is the situation along the international border, along the line of control? Once the CCS has been briefed, the Prime Minister is expected here as well. Once again, to show you, I mean, maybe you can see the Raisina Hills behind me already. The route has been completely sanitized. So any moment, you could hear the convoy of the Prime Minister and then see his convoy walking my street.
Okay, well, viewers, a few days back when there was a hive of activity, I think it was Friday last, and Arunima, you bear me out, the Prime Minister came there, many people sort of mocked his arrival there at the PMO at the South Block. Many others said that, look, all this is happening is meetings, meetings, meetings. Well, now we know what those meetings were about. Takes a lot of planning, doesn't it, Major Jolly? You were making a point. Sorry to have cut you off. Yes, go ahead.
That's all right. I was saying that what we are seeing, Pakistan Defence Minister, then, I'm sure it must be a result of a lot of their discussions happening that we are ready to back off if India halts its aggressive stance. It's a very, I think, the best option they have right now.
Best option. More breaking news coming in. We are being told that, and this is, of course, still subject to official confirmation. We'll never get official confirmation. So, Karim Muhammad Iqbal, Lashkar terrorist, religious preacher, also killed in Kotli operation. This is under Kotli Operation Sindoor, of course. Can you give us a little bit of a background on this individual? I'm sure he must have popped up on your radar and your grid and maybe even your crosshairs at some point.
Yeah, so essentially he was not technically a terrorist operation leader. He was the motivator, he was the radicalizer.
Right.
And this whole concept, what happens is the children brought at very young age to Jaish-e-Mohammed or even Lashkar-e-Tauba, the training camps and all, and they are left. And thereafter they have brought very steadily onto a system of preaching of becoming a radical for carrying out terrorist actions eventually. Those few people who are selected are thereafter taken out. And this gentleman has been a preacher or radicalization.
Okay, let me bring in General Shekatkar also. General Saab, how do you view, the press briefing with such visual presentation that we have never seen, establishing just what we have done? How do you assess what we have done? Do you think it's gone far enough? Do you think we need to go further?
I don't think it has gone far enough. But certainly we have demonstrated to our, I'll not say opponent, but to the sponsor of terrorism in India, that is a country known as Pakistan, that if you force us to do something, we will do it. And we will do it in our way. We will do it at the place of your choosing. We will take the time which we require, and don't force us to go beyond certain limits. Because if we go beyond limits, you will not know where to run away from, number one. Number two, I must compliment for the press briefing this morning. Look at the way our young lady officers, they explained the whole thing. Wonderful. Precision to the line. And they did not hide anything what has happened. It is on the platter. My next point is, sir, we must compliment our young Air Force pilots who took the aircraft, who located the place, and who fired precision-guided missiles. They are the people. They have never been before. But they won based on the data were there, and they came back safely. Next point, we have not touched any of the villages there or any military installations in that part. We are homed on basically on the terrorist targets. And somebody was discussing with you just now, we will do it. We will do it in future also. We can't say that we will not hit the terrorist target. My next point is that this morning there was an announcement from Pakistan that they will decide the place and time of the hitting to India. I think now they have taken it back, and they say we are going to discuss the whole thing. They can't make up their mind. If they decide to do anything in India, may God bless them, they can help us themselves. I don't think they can do it. I don't think. India is not the India what they think is India today.
Okay, there is obviously
curiosity,
a lot of news that is coming
courage, and collective progress. India's space journey reflects this spirit. From launching a small rocket in 1963 to becoming the first nation to land near the south pole of moon, our journey has been remarkable. Our rockets carry more than payloads. They carry the dreams of 1.4 billion Indians. India's achievements are significant scientific milestones. Beyond that, they are proof that the human spirit can defy gravity. India made history by reaching Mars on its first attempt in 2014. Chandrayaan-1 helped discover water on the moon. Chandrayaan-2 gave us the highest resolution images of the moon. Chandrayaan-3 increased our understanding of the lunar south pole. We built cryogenic engines in a record time. We launched 100 satellites in a single mission. We have launched over 400 satellites for 34 nations on our launch vehicles. This year, we docked 2 satellites in space, a major step forward. Friends, India's space journey is not about racing others. It is about reaching higher together. Together, we share a common goal to explore space for the good of humanity. We launch a satellite for the South Asian nations. Now, the G20 satellite mission announced during our presidency will be a gift to the global South. We continue to march ahead with renewed confidence, pushing the boundaries of scientific exploration. Our first human space flight mission, Gaganyaan, highlights our nation's rising aspirations. In coming weeks, an Indian astronaut will travel to space as part of a joint ISRO-NASA mission to the International Space Stations. By 2035, the Bharatiya Antariksh Station will open new frontiers in research and global cooperation. By 2040, an Indian's footprints will be on the moon. Mars and Venus are also on our radar. Friends, for India, space is about exploration as well as about empowerment. It empowers governance, enhances livelihoods, and inspires generations. From fishermen alerts to Gati Shakti platform, from railway safety to weather forecasting, our satellites look out for the welfare of every Indian. We have opened our space sector to startups, entrepreneurs, and young minds. Today, India has over 250 space startups. They are contributing to cutting-edge advancements in satellite technology, propulsion systems, imaging, and much more. And you know, it is even more inspiring that many of our missions are being led by women scientists. Friends, India's space vision is grounded in the ancient wisdom of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. That is, the world is one family. We strive not just for our own growth, but to enrich global knowledge, address common challenges, and inspire future generations. India stands for dreaming together, building together, and reaching for the stars together. Let us together write a new chapter in space exploration, guided by science and shared dreams for a better tomorrow. I wish you all a very pleasant and productive stay in India. Thank you.
Viewers, why are we not surprised? The Prime Minister is not given to speaking in triumphal terms. He talked about a completely different phase of India's evolution, its journey into the cosmos. Why? Because we are advancing the cause of humanity. By 2014, the Indian footprint will be on the moon, he says. The aspirations that are coursing through our veins are far different from ordinary powers like Pakistan, viewers, that are still stuck in a rut which is revanchist, viewers, which is cloaked by narrow pursuits, by petty pollutes. We also got news coming in. NSA Doval spoke to US, UK, UAE counterparts, shared Pakistan terror dossier with the nations, and of course it was all put out there. But coming back to the Prime Minister, viewers, it's very, very important. And one must emphasize this. If you were looking for the Prime Minister to be sitting there and grandstanding, you're not going to get it from Prime Minister Modi. Even after the Pahalgam strike, he could have easily become emotional. He could have become slightly irrational. He could have become belligerent. He espoused only sanity, rationality, and deliberation, viewers. And he made it very, very clear that India will be seeking justice, not against the Pakistan state. He never even mentioned the word Pakistan, but against those that are blinkered so much today by hatred that they want to see the breakup of our country. And he couched it in civilizational terms. Our Prime Minister is not given to the kind of grandstanding you see in tin pot dictators and generals, viewers, in failing countries that pretend to be democracies. That is not the Prime Minister. But government sources are telling us that NSA Doval spoke to US, UK and UAE counterparts. I want to go straight across to Mr. Dogra also for more on this. I want Mr. Dogra to talk a little bit about the Prime Minister's speech. It's an important intervention that he made, but completely off tangent. No references to this strike, but also in the background, the outreach that we have begun, sir, with international capitals.
Well, you said it in your initial remarks that it was deliberate. Prime Minister's thoughts and Prime Minister's message to a conference of space engineers and scientists, that India has much higher, bigger things on its plate than simply confronting Pakistan. We've conveyed the message to Pakistan. If it still does not mend its ways, then there are different forums and different issues that Prime Minister would be naturally thinking about and giving directions on. But most of his time
This was the message that was being conveyed here in his statement. Most of his time is on development of India. And
so
it was
just hold
also
your thoughts.
interesting.
There is a soundbite coming in from the MOSMEA. Let's quickly listen to that.
पूरे देश में इस बात की खुशी है कि हम लोगों ने बदला लिया। जिन लोगों ने निर्दोष हमारे नागरिकों की जानें ली थी, लोगों के मांग के सिंदूर मिटाए थे, उसको मुंह तोड़ जवाब हमारे देश ने दिया। लोग बहुत सी अटकलें लगा रहे थे, हमारी विपक्षी पार्टियां बहुत से आरोप लगा रहे थे, लेकिन आज तथ्य उनके सामने है। ये तो आप इस देश में जब से हम लोगों को इंडिपेंडेंस मिली है, किसका 55 साल तक राज था, उसमें क्या क्या हुआ आप लोग देखिए। मगर सबसे बड़ी दुख की बात यह है कि जब इसके पहले भी जब भारत में हमले हुए, चाहे सन 48 में हो, 62 में हो, 65 में, या जब भी हुए हो, भारतीय जनता पार्टी और आरएसएस हमेशा मौजूदा सरकार के साथ खड़ी रही। देश को मजबूत करने की बात की, देश की अखंडता की बात की। अपने संकीर्ण स्वार्थ की राजनीति तो हम लोग कभी नहीं फंसे, लेकिन इसके बाद भी सवाल उठता है कि इंडस रिवर वाटर ट्रीटी जितना हमें प्रतिशत देना चाहिए पानी, हम लोग क्यों देते चले आ रहे हैं? कितने बार आतंकवादी हमले हो चुके हैं, कितने बार कश्मीर अटैक हो चुका है। सवाल ये उठता है कि हमारी सेना को लाहौर से वापस क्यों बुला लिया गया? जब पाकिस्तान ने अटैक किया तो हम लोगों ने मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया था, क्यों वापस बुलाए गए? सवाल उठता है कि इस तरह की नरमी हमारे जो दुश्मन राष्ट्र है क्यों हमेशा दिखाई गई? ये सबूत है कि यहाँ देश का ख्याल नहीं है लोगों को, अपनी राजनीति कैसे बची रहे उसके अलावा कोई और सोच नहीं है। और किस तरह जो एक विचारधारा है कि हम ही वही लोग हैं जो इस देश पे राज करेंगे, उसका तो जनता जवाब दे ही चुकी।
That was MEA, Mr. Kirtiwardhan speaking there, addressing a domestic constituency and some others viewers who have been doubting the intent of the NDA. Of course, that is a slightly more political take, but I want to go straight across to the founder of the India Foundation, Mr. Ram Madhav, one of India's leading public intellectuals, an individual who writes about geostrategy and is also very much at home at writing about India's civilizational roots. Now, Mr. Ram Madhav, this is a very critical day. It's going down in history as perhaps a day when India broke through many glass ceilings. One of them is, of course, Pakistan's arrogance, its belief that because it possesses nuclear weapons, it's untouchable. Those notions